match your lookalike audiences. Ever? Like, it's like down to science. Like, if you do the, when you bring in your custom list to Facebook and you go similar, it's always going to be like 2.4 million people, right? I don't know how they do it. Those are my highest converting people. Like, even if I go out and say, give me karaoke singers that love American Idol, those would do all right. Something about that lookalike in Facebook always finds 2.4 listening and like 20.4 million listening. Out to these were the more similar, the top 1%, these are top 10%. So it's never a traffic problem. To get that out of it, it's not generally a traffic problem. It's a self-automated, self-liquidating problem. Because I can't take this money that I'm operating with and scale over here. It doesn't work that way. Because you've got VC, you've got capital. And those guys like the money and they're going to get more money. You get more money. I don't understand how that works. I need some money back, Just give me some more money, For me, it's $70 when I'm in Brian, $140, $1,000, $10,000, $100,000. It's like literally I have to take nothing. Never had a never had. And I can say, oh, this is sophisticated. This is self-growing, self-management. Sure, I have a lot of questions. In fact, I don't have a run or anything, but if you could, yes, you really have to.
You mentioned, sorry, at the start of that slide, talking about your plugging around for our first time clients. What was that?
Say it one more time.
You mentioned the plugging that you had. You said Harvest 3 was getting new customers, and that's how you wow your first time clients. You mentioned something about your plugging.
Right. So everybody has access to my plugin. You're on People Hub. You pretty much have access to the library as well. People think about this for sure. So there's a series of plugins in there that allow you to tap into major statistical data, number of purchases. And again, the difference in that and just being able to go to the customer lifetime value, for example, Qzone, is it's actionable. So what my plugins are going to do is, okay, John makes an order. Okay, clean the plugin. Plugin A is going to say, how many times did John purchase? This is his first purchase, one. It's going to plug that into a custom field. And then it's going to say, oh, how much has John spent? You're going to feed that plugin. He spent $100. It's going to store that in the custom field. Oh, okay, when's his last purchase? That's just going to put today's date because he purchased today. Put that. So that's enough right there to do what we call RFM, recency, frequency, monetary, but you're going to do that in Excel. But what I did, which is different than Jim Noble. Jim Noble, that was in the 90s, there wasn't no infusion solve. He was literally talking about using the Excel spreadsheets in a very basic way. I said, that's not enough. How can I automate that and make it self-automated again? So you got to trick it, not because I was behind there punching in, your address and just send up funds. You automatically got that. And you get Starbucks cards, you get cheesecake factory, not so much on the automation side, but I probably need to activate that too. But on the earplay side, it's key. It's basically saying, okay, as they get to certain threshold, because decision time is accurate to any value stored in the custom field. So the problem has been historically, how do you get the values in the custom field? That's when I came along in 09 and said, hey, you can put anything about your customer in a custom field, monetary value, frequency value, and now you can act on it. Don't say goodness to everybody. I'm not going to be, we already got out of order. If you guys all can't get in a certain amount, so automatically, saying goodness to you. I'm very, thankful to have great companies here on Automation website. And I have great clients over here at PlaySide. From a monetary perspective, there's a gradual increase that is happening. And the plugins just watching. It's being in watch. Got to, I think it's $300. Then I sent out a $5 Starbucks card. So, to me, I could probably do it sooner, but that's how it works.
If you've got offline sales, what's the best way for putting them into infusion scope? To pay for a different way.
Right.
So they implement, like I said, tracking those network.
Right. So that's why with mine, you pretty much our offline sales manager. He's all about meeting those quotas with the team on phones, text messages. He's pulling them. I'm generating all remotely, pulling them off, and increasing those transactions. So at the end of the day, you got to have people plugging those transactions into Infusionsoft, or somehow using Zapier, Felicia was pretty keen on it. There's a lot of plugins and integration. So depending on what they're interested in, I mean, you're like marketing consultancy, I would imagine higher ticket items, pay somebody to that 5 minutes. Because you got to have that data in there. And then the only addition, in fact, even in Infusionsoft, if you go to order settings, you can even have it, right? You can have it run actions automatically, purchase actions. So the same actions, like you go into your shopping cart and set up the purchase actions, well, you can have it so that when Brian puts in an offline order, those same actions run anyway. So you don't even have to have your sales reps clicking around, running action sets. Just go to order settings, check the run actions on all orders. I can go there too. And that brings back to the playing field. But I will tell anyone, I have a few clients like this that had that offline, online conflict. And I said, well, how long would it take someone to enter in those orders? And these are like $1,000, $2,000 orders. He's like 5 minutes. I said, well, that's your solution. You don't have to go out and make it all the time. There's so many things. But to start up the manual process, and then that brings them all online. In fact, one thing that I did, I had that same question. I said, okay, I'm on Dan Kennedy's list. Who's on Dan Kennedy's list? He's going to be talking about direct mail 100 years from now. He's going to when they're not even going to be delivering the mail anymore. It's going to be urgent. Figure out how to get your mail from there. That's how we got started. And direct mail is great, absolutely. To do so. But with my transaction sizes, the problem was the same thing. I'm sending out these letters, and how do I know that they're really working? I need to track that. So we built a plugin. You guys have access to it. And I gave special incentives for in the letter, we would put their email, and we would put their contact information, their account ID, and we would actually get another plugin. I'm going to get their email, and so I would encrypt their email. That's when I put the actions. So every plugin has been a solution to my own problem. So okay, I don't want to send a letter and somebody gets it, and they log in. Because what we're doing is we're sending them from direct mail to a one-click upsell. They're not even having to enter in their information. So I want to marry those two. Dan Kennedy's moving to an order form, have them fax it in. I don't want to go that. I want to marry these two. So they get J, Bridge, asterisk, their hero play, and then they get their account number. Just enough to remind them they log in. From there, we know who they are. The next page, month 3, upsell plugin, and now we've got an offline person coming on. If they do have to call in, obviously, Brian or whoever would take care of them. So you have to figure out how to marry those offline, online, and sometimes it's just as simple as that.
If anybody wants the links that he's talking about, I'm posting all those links on Facebook group right now, as he mentions things.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so, all these plugins, there's a story. They all connect in that sort of way. So, yes, if you're not paying the plugins, one caveat though, because of API throttling, here's a secret. Don't try it. I mean, try it. But don't tell them I told everybody. But if you talk to the powers, how many people are being throttled right now? Or if you don't even know what that means, then don't worry about it. But how many people's API is being throttled? Meaning you have the 10,000 credits. You know that you're being throttled.
Yes, I assume so.
Everybody's being throttled. It's a trick question, right? What that means is, and if you don't know what that means, you're probably not using the API that much. But if you're using like iMirror 360 or what's the other one? Miriam or my stuff, you've only got 10,000 credits. Usually, so I don't know why it shouldn't exist, and it only replenishes 2%. So you're really doing some heavy stuff. You got 2,000 people in the mirrors inside. You're launching. You can complete. I've completed that 10,000 on the phone. None of my stuff is working, and call them. Please turn it off. They'll turn it off. I don't think I've been on the ground for probably a year now. And even when I thought I was being throttled, they told me you're not being throttled. So that's cool. So you can't have it turned off. But usually you tell them you're launching it, and if you really are, you should call them and get that turned off. It's just impossible. We've had nights where we got 1,000 to 1,500 new members. That alone logging into my membership site relatively all at once, picking my upsells, that just does not work. And tell me it will not work. And I think they're soon to take that off. But that, so my code is using the API, but ping them and set them apart. So what I'll do is I'll ping my important ones right away. So they order, we have a campaign set up, and here. Or I'll do it after, or we'll get into that. So method number one. So let's talk about tracking new customers, getting new customers, and how that whole cycle works, right? So tracking new customers. If you're not doing it now, it's very easy. You already said you go to customer lifetime value report, e-commerce reports, customer lifetime value report, and if you just click search, that's going to bring up your customer database. Now, here's some of my top customers, and like I said, this guy has had 159 purchases, $5,000. This is in use. This is 50, 60 months at a time. I don't have anything. What's the highest thing? Locals, maybe $125. And immediately I did online using business, which was $997. But that's just a very small percentage. He's in my sequential membership. I mean, he's the guy that called me and said, I stopped getting CDs. I said, yeah, he's not doing it. Of course, he's not doing the program. That's just because I'm lazy. I could have recorded he said there. Notice this. This is a plugin. Days between contact creation and first order. It's crazy when I look at my database and I sort by value that there is a strong correlation between this. If I do the opposite of that, and I give it out of $10, it also took them 100 days to order. It's crazy how this works. This is when they give me their email and order. And it was 14 days, 13 days. So it looks like an average, I don't know, 2 weeks. You know, somebody comes in and uploads, and that's about right, because that's when I go hard with my offer. People that accept my first offer, I did it, documented it, you know, in my sequence and things like that. The people that accept that right off the bat without too much follow-up and too much money, people are really my best customers. And so that's how you just do all your customers. And you should just do that just to know that. You can put that on your home page as well. Everybody familiar with how to put that, your total customer number on your home page? Yes? On your home page? Anybody not familiar? Okay? You just save any report, you can save it, so you save the report. And once it's saved, you can go to your dashboard right there in Microsoft and pull it up. It'll be under save reports. So you have save search or save reports. Searches are like contact searches, order searches. Reports are going to be more like lifetime customer report, and then it's going to ask you for the column. So you can actually do multiple iterations of this. You can say, okay, I want my, this is how we do the after stuff too. But one caveat, remind me to tell you, but let's say I can have every one of these columns on my home page. And I can have the averages of them, I can have the minimum, the maximum, I can have the count, I can have everything I need to know about my customer. I call it the health of your business. I can have it right on my home page. Now, caveat, don't do it in your active account. How many people you guys have like 5 accounts? You know, I think when I first got started, they were giving us like 1 or 2 big accounts. But now I think I have 15 accounts, something like that. And I think even the first version, I mean, the starter version is 5, right? Everybody has 5 accounts. So pick one just for your stats that you're not always loading the dashboard, because loading 60, 70,000 customers, that's literally whatever your customer count is, you're loading that on the home page. And God forbid you're averaging it out, and then you're doing the minimum and the maximum, and then that's when you go to your option point and you say, why is my site slow? If you got employees loading the dashboard, I have to learn this the hard way. I'm not just saying this. I had every number in the book on my dashboard. Every time I would load that thing, it seems like my order form would go slower. And I'm like, wait, so then I cut out half that stuff, and I do put it in an account that I don't go in as much, but if I do it more in the off hours, do it at night. Have someone going to take a screenshot at midnight. Have an outsourced person going there. Don't have that one be the main one. You click on dashboard campaign, go to dashboard this, dashboard that. That will have that.
You need to use this as a user.
Yes. Set your user for your staff. So, yeah, because you're going to be, you click on dashboard too much, especially if you're automatically loading the dashboard. So if you got slow issues, I mean, have you seen it? It's there. This is taking too long. They got like a joke or something. It's not even a joke. It's not even funny. You know, and I'm waiting for the stat. You need to back to a joke or something. So you wait. This ain't funny. But so you put it in separate account. That was a little happy. Yeah. So here's how you find. So you take what you have to do to find your total customer.
Claire would just like to say the accounts and dashboard too is priceless.
The accounts and dashboard, what I just said? Yeah. Oh, so
Claire's over in the UK. She just loves it.
like thank you. So how do you find your whole customer base? So you have to literally, so if you want to find the difference between this month and next month, and this is where people mess up. You have to go from the beginning of time to the end of last month. Say that says 1,000. Okay, so that's last month. And then you go from the beginning of time. So for me, I put it in January 1st, 2000. That's way before my stuff. And then you go to the end of this month. And that difference is your customers. That's about, I mean, there's some other ways to do it, but that's about the most accurate way I know in the fusion talk without using my dashboard. Does anybody have another way? And I'll tell you where there's a balance with it. Because I tried every way. It's like, that's not right. Then I go back. That's right. Because if you put in a date range, say you just put in February, that's not your customers. That's anybody who's transacting with it. That doesn't even tell you your new customers. That just tells you how many people transacted. So for me, it says it's 5,000. Well, that just, I can go get that. I mean, it tells me 5,000 people transact. That's a big number. That's uncommon. But it doesn't tell me how many new people I get. And if I'm about the three things, new customers, I got to know how many new ones came in. That's new customers. That could be someone who opted in 6 months ago, but they became a customer this period of time. That could be someone who opted in 1 day ago. They became a customer in this period. And you got to track that.
You can have a campaign that has a purchase goal that takes in everything and then applies a tag, and then have a different tag that you get after a while if you've already spent something. And then somehow cancel it out that way.
Yeah. So you may have like this, you go to your tags, and whatever that number is, that's people who have bought. But see, that's like a roll in 30 days. So you go to it in the middle of the month.
No, we used timing campaigns like last year that I talked about, where February, you only get February tags. If you bought in February, you don't have a tag you've already made a purchase before.
Oh, gotcha.
So every purchase you make stops from going into the system timed out. And that way, you tell for new orders or subscribers or anything else per month, and you're looking at a list of tags.
Oh, gotcha. So campaign driven. Yeah. So what Brian is saying is, Brian is the inventor of date, what do you call it? Time scores, date scores, hour score, which kind of hurt on our Facebook. I think there's a problem, right? That someone's like, how do I figure out what's happening? So I think that I could see that too. So it's a tactic-based approach. So basically, he was like, okay, you know, in campaign building, campaign builder is cool in the sense that you can have a goal that's triggered, but things only happen if the timers are true. You see what I mean? So I got a goal here, and I could have 12 sequences that one goes the next to. But when Brian said the sequence at the top at the timer that will only work between January 1st and January 31st. And then the sequence under it at the timer that will only work between February 1st and February 28th. So keep this in mind, the implications here for holiday campaigns, any kind of time sensitive, like absolute campaigns, the same tactic works. March would have March 1st, which means if a goal was triggered, only one sequence will ever work, right? Because only one will be true. You don't design yourself all of them to be true. And then obviously you have to have a goal that takes the max. So whenever sequence hits, so if it's the March one, as in this month, It then tags them to get them out. See, that's important because next month April will go by, and May too. So I can see that. So basically tag everybody. You have to, would you have to keep up with that? Like you have to go in next year and change it.
Once for the next 5 years.
You build it for the next 5
I'm
years.
not supposed to Facebook group.
Okay, cool. Follow the Facebook group. So that's a good second way to do it. So you do it that way with tags. You do it this way out of the lifetime value report. To do it this month, like I said, beginning of time to beginning of the last month. This week, same concept. Beginning of time to this week, beginning of time to last week. Right? Inaccurate methods specify this month's data only. Like I said, this includes existing end customers. So that would give you a true new customer count. And right now, we're concerned with that first growth metric, how to increase and track that gives us insight on increase. Using date created field, that doesn't do it either. So you did clarify that. I'm going to use the date created field. Give me everybody who created in March, who shows up in the customer lifetime value report. Well, that disqualifies anybody who was created in February or this month. Are they not a new customer? Just because they gave you their email in February, they're still a new customer. So that gets rid of those people. So your count comes up a little lower. So another one, comparing customer tag counts. This is a live real-time count, so you need to capture this number exactly the day you want to track. Except with any method that you have to build that out in campaign building in the way. Maybe we can do a breakout of that. But let's just say you said, I'm going to do, I have 10,000 people tagged as customers, and then I'm just going to look at what that number is a month later. And yeah, it would be 10,200. Well, it's real time, so you don't catch it on that day. One thing that frustrates me is there's no real report. Anyone can read it if I'm wrong, but there's no real report. How many tags came in a period of time? Is there? Has anybody counted it? I don't profess to know everything, but how many people got tagged today? Well, okay, there's that little dashboard thing now. They do have that new dashboard tool. You see it? You can, but you're literally sitting there typing the tag name, and then it'll give you the 30-day. And you miss that 30-day window, it's like a trail of 30 days. There's really no way to go into the database and pull out tags. So tags are good for actionable stuff. But the run thing seems to work. I mean, I have to spend some more time in my head. But we tested it and it's working and doing its thing. It's just that the tags I find they're moving, but I don't see I'm looking right now, it's not very complicated, so it probably won't break. Yeah, campaigns can have really unexpected things happen, but this one seems simple. Right. So I love tags for actual things, like using tags for decision making tags. Tags for reporting sometimes have just been problematic at times, but these are the things you test and try. And using order payment reports, that doesn't do it either because one customer can have 10 orders. So you're seeing order data, you're not seeing customers. You're really concerned with customers. Obviously, we use the dashboard stats. That's what you did in Pinnacle Club month 1. You had to check that out in your Pinnacle Club. Go get that because not only that, but any action, you ping that darn thing. All it is a counter. It's a unique counter. So any action inside of the Infusion Soft that you just want to track, this has been, crazy, and I like the word, informative, because things that I would keep up with, not really, now are being emailed to me every night. Things that I'm forced to see, leaves, cancellation. So we're pinging this thing. How many people are using dashboard stats in some way to ping stuff? Okay, so 15% of you. How many people have access to it, just haven't installed it? You've heard of it. How many people don't know what the heck I'm talking about? Right. All right, so maybe not a Pinnacle Club, but this is one. It's like the first thing I wanted to do in that program was, here's how to know anything about anything. Like literally, like if you wanted to know, say you had a 10 email sequence, and you wanted to know how many people got the email, like just the easy way, that's email to you, and you want to be like, okay, email 1, email 2, email 3, email 4, email 5, how many got the email, how many were sent the email? You want that to say 200. And then how many people clicked That's it for them. How many people went on to buy? You can use that for this because basically when they buy, you say if they have this tag, keep the strip or we have another one for that. But yeah, this is great for that. Then you can make your own reports and calculations.
I've combined this with the risky tracking plugin to show us what percentage of people make it, how far down to a video file. And then so that in iTrees you can see, okay, is your phone worse or better this week?
Absolutely. And so these are, like you said, combined with the other stuff, are fairly risky and just have it in your face. I tried to use Infusionsoft. Have anybody have a report email to you and know how much of a pain that is? Like inside of Infusionsoft? Have you ever tried that? There's no title for the report. So I got clever. I'm like, I'm gonna have my monthly, I'm gonna have my quarterly, I'm gonna have my one time, I'm gonna have my more than 2 times sales, I'm gonna have, and then they all come in as the same darn report. I don't know what's next. How's this gonna help me? It's just the same. There's different numbers, but I don't know what the numbers are. It just says like 8 or something like that. So this gets you out of that.
I have an issue with the page view stats. It's like counted like 28. You have deals on that or not?
There is something with that, like if the contact doesn't exist anymore, right? Just email us. I've seen something slightly. Is it always happening or just sometimes?
Yeah, I kept trying it, and then I would just go and
Is it your test? Your own test?
yeah, I just do it on my own test and it would say 20, start at 20 and go to 56, and then it would delay for a little while, and then all of a sudden it'd say 100 and something, and I don't, I just go to the page like 3 times.
Yeah. When we were troubleshooting that, I have noticed that with cookies, like there's some issues with cookies, or admin accounts, or accounts that don't exist anymore, things like that. So we can look at that. But yeah, the page view, which you guys have page view, and you punch into here, pretty much anything we're trying to do. So that's the second way to do it. Dashboard stats essentially counts actions. It can be taken account uniquely or allow duplicate. So every time an order comes in, you can dashboard stats, but it don't really count new people. So that's how you get your new customers. Because it can be in every order if you want. It doesn't even use the API. But because it can be set to only do get ones, well, if 100 orders come in today, 80 have already been repeated because they know my contact ID and that stat that you're trying to track. So this is 20 that happen to be similar to tagging, it would say, oh, those are the 20. Those are the 20 new customers today. Tomorrow, they're building again, they wouldn't be paying because their contact ID is already sort of accounted for. But it can also do duplicates as well. So that's if you don't care to see it duplicates that. And then most importantly, you can drill down daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, yearly. So that was my solution to just, for whatever reason, not being able to just pull everything on one time to the app. Because knowing is being able to act. And the importance of just this whole concept today is knowing. It starts with knowing because when you know, you're more directed in what you do next. Like, I'm overwhelmed. I don't know what to do next. Well, Jim Noble, who's looking down, he would say, let the data speak to you. You don't have to guess. It's not what I say to do next, because your data is going to be different. You may have a problem with just frequency. You have a frequency problem. But you think the problem is, I need new customers. But your problem is a spending customer. See? So, what you focus on may not be my problem might be, I'm able to take someone from $60 to $459, $500 in 14 months. I need to find everybody I can. So my objective becomes different. We're different things like Stansberry Research, anybody seen those guys, Aurora, End of America, they scare the hell out of you. And then the videos like 80-minute DSL. I mean, you look at the maturity of these campaigns, they start small, and then once these numbers are established, you see what these customers go on to become worth. Now the game is how can I put this thing everywhere? MSNBC, radio, just because I know I can put somebody in the top of this funnel, and by the end of it, or by the end of the period of time, they'll be worth X. When you get to that level, I think there's different levels of traffic. Forests, trees, branches, leaves. A lot of people are concerned with, let me make sure I say this right. What am I saying? A lot of people like, okay, like cost per click, those are important, don't get me wrong. And how many people are opting in, opting rate, and stuff like that. But my mom said we can't see the forest for the tree, worried about how to get 40% opt-in, stuff like that. I don't care if we got 5% opt-in. You're selling something for $10,000, you're seeing all your time, because Jermaine said his opt-in is 20, 30, 40%, spending time on their own thing. 5% is great. When you're selling 10,000 and they extend to 100,000. 1%, like the conversion goes out the window for in terms of specific rates. When you're trying to compare it to other markets, it goes out the window when you get into lifetime marketing, because it's just about, am I spending less than what this person is going to be worth, and how long can I wait? Those are the questions. You got an American Express card, and you got miles and points on that thing, and you know that in 3 months, I'm going to show you an example where if I was in that early beginning, let's say Jermaine 7 years ago, I would have turned off this particular Facebook campaign because it barely made what I spent. I can't live off of this. I can't send my kids to school, spending this and it's only making that. There's been a maturity of thought. Says, no, that's good. That's good to get a customer for free because they're going to come into this rattle. And I know, like, and we'll talk about lead source tracking. That's probably top 3 to 5 features of a Fusion song, lead source tracking. So you're not doing that's huge, because I can literally, with this same stuff that I'm talking about here, I can say, okay, give me everybody in January. So if you're not able to do this, listen carefully to that. Give me everybody in January who have a lead source for Google AdWords, Facebook, PPC. In January, they create January 1st, January 31st. But you're doing this in March, April, but you're going back. And the objective is to see how much are those people worth in April, right? So, and then you go back to Google AdWords in January, and you say, I spent $5,000. I spent $5,000, $10,000, whatever. If that 5,000 in March or even February, April is worth 6,000, you got to win. It's worth 10,000, you really win. That's 100% return in 2 months. Where can you go and get that? What stock market can you go get that? By like my customers, if I do that by January, by June, those people can be worth 3 times what I said, 4, 5, 6. Giving them an accountability program by a year, that $5,000 goes to be worth $50,000. Old Jermaine would have, they didn't make that $50,000 right away. So let me go find something that's going to give me that jackpot. So then the game is, how many of those can you do? How much can you scale that up? Can you turn that 5,000 into 100,000 last year? To 250? And as long as you made that 250, and even if you don't, and your commercial reports show that in 3 weeks you would have. Like Dorothy, you guys track this, right? Remember being on the call with Bill, and he said my 30-day ROI is X. Like he knew that it would take 30 days, but you guys have a process of like, man, come to the lead, go through your ID and such, and your price points justify it, but you knew in 30 days they would be worth X. So Google gives credit, Facebook doesn't give credit, or cash flow, whatever, but to know that your numbers will look like that. That's the most freedom, and that scale. I don't see how you could scale cash flow alone without looking at lifetime value. I mean, I guess if you can scale without lifetime value and frequency and things like that, you probably are sitting on a gold mine that if you added that stuff to. Because most big companies need that proactive solution. What's their payback? Is it still like 5 to 7 months or something like that? These are big companies that you see on TV. It takes them 7 months to get their money back. You think that ain't rolling in dough. They're costing them 7 times. You spending money on the cream 7 times or whatever to get their money back. That's how much they're worth is going the whole. I'm not looking to go the whole 7 times, but break even, maybe break even minus a little bit. So that's what it is. So when you're doing the new customer tracking, that You get the question, okay, so I will get as many leads as I can through the door qualified leads to convert them to customers. So then now, put you in the game of now, religiously tracking your leads. And so you already know to find out how many new leads are coming in. You go to the contact search, you will date created minimum action. So that probably be easy to do, just to know your new leads. Pretty sure you can do some tagging as well. But here's the way it is, right? And then to figure out total new contacts that became a customer, you just go back to that lifetime customer value report, but you use the date to create. So that would tell me if I went to the lifetime value report and I put in March 1st to March 30th, that would tell me how many customers I got this month that actually knew this month as well. So I got 5,000 new leads this month, and after pressing search, this report gives me 250. Effectively 5% of my new leads turn into customers. You ask yourself if that's a number. That's a number you like. And so that's how you do that. Two hurdle rate metrics is total new contacts that became customers over total new leads. And that'll tell you what percentage of contacts created in the specified period of time became customers in the same period of time. But you can also do new total customers over total new leads. And that will tell you the ratio of leads pretty much created in any period becoming customers to the number of leads coming in. And this is a good, what would that be a number? This is the same period. But this is telling you how effective your follow-up is. This one is like, you got a good thank you page, maybe you got a tripwire, maybe you got a one-time offer, thank you page, maybe you got a big campaign or something in the beginning, and you're doing a good job converting new leads. This will lead to scalability because faster you can get them in the door and have them bought the process. So tracking this and making sure that's higher, that's consistently going higher. But do you guys see how the reporting and the thinking of it now gives you ideas and things to do? Like, you don't have to come up with a campaign. How many people ever felt like, what am I going to email today? Like, what can I come up with? Or you just have this brain bump. When you start getting into the data, it will actually speak to you. It's just, dang, I have a problem here. What can I, now you start researching. You know, that might be interesting, you know, what kind of offers can you make me a thank you? We talked about that. What, you know, what, should you revamp your 4 video sequence? Maybe give less. I had to ask those questions to myself. Because I'm a giver, so I'll take people to report 30-minute videos. Maybe that needs to be 10 minutes. It's fine. You know, so you start making your things to change these numbers. As you change these numbers, even a percent at a time, you know, altogether creates just exponential results. And what time did I say for lunch? Break. Coffee breaks now. Is it 10:15? 10:30. Oh, okay. 10:20. Okay, let me just finish this one and then we'll do a coffee break in 15 minutes. Then I may you up and then I finish my thing. Okay, so we got total new leads this month. Total new customers, right, created in a period. Now you got total leads this month that became customers. And like I said, the relationship between leads and higher this percentage, the easier lead generation is. Because you can put that money back into getting more leads quicker. And the relationship between these two, total new customers minus total new leads that became customers, are you converting, like I said, to customers through your model. So it's good to track both of these. You want to see green as you lock in expectations, you want to see green, or go back to the drawing board and see what can I do to making customers fun. So you got new customers, you got transaction website, you got transaction frequency, you got new leads. And the next question, well, hey, I gotta get leads, right? I need visitors. So it's like you start with, who would say that? Who would say that? You start with the what in mind. You start with the what in mind. In mind, it's a Jim Rohn, right? So how do you start with visitors? these numbers, you might only need 10 visitors. I mean, automation planning does not get, you know, the amount of visitors I get here, but it doesn't need to. No will be. Numbers are totally there. So I start with the end in mind. I start with, you know, and not even my grandma said, not where I want to be, not where I used to be. So even my transactions, you know, being working average almost $500 with customers 10 times that. Right? But you know, I'm constantly improving that. But I start with that as my ideal customer average, and then I'm back down, and they'll naturally tell me what I need to do. So here's my visitors, and obviously you guys know tracking visitors, Google Analytics, VWO, which is Visual Website Optimizer. Been using that a lot for the last few years. Lead pages, like that, 10-minute pages. Right? Maybe talk about that soon. So that would lead me to lead source, and that's huge. I'm going to talk about that in my second part. But lead source, how many people, not the one that uses something, don't use them. Those are never, sometimes you don't want to use them. How many people are religiously, I mean, don't put up your hand and lie. How many people you track, you have a lead source for every paid lead that comes into your system, which means if you're paying money to get it, and even if you're not paying money to get it, you know their lead source because you set you in some kind of way, it's being set by you. It's about 5 people. Okay? So the rest of us, that's going to be powerful in how you do that, how you connect it, but how you interpret that data, because it's telling you right there, the lead source ROI report. I can literally put in my Facebook expenses, or my Google expenses, or what have you, and it will keep up with it. And but it will also say, okay, people that have come to that lead source in this specific period of time, when you enter the expenses of 100 grand, those customers are now worth 189. And you'll say, whatever that term, 89% ROI. It'll keep up with it. And more importantly, over time. So, you know, those customers going to be worth 289. I mean, lead source is huge. Not only do you use the lead source support, but you use it in the customer lifetime value. That's where you really get ready to scale up. And that brings us into implications of Pareto, 16X, because you start asking lead sources, not that don't work as well. I mean, I'll take any lead sources, which be a customer cheaper than their work, but you know, where you put your time, money, and energy. Question?
Is there a way to change the lead source that you automatically add, like especially if it's like a referral from a website, and change that to whatever you want it to be?
Absolutely, yes. I'll talk about that. There's about 4 or 5 lead source generating strategies I'll talk about in the next segment. But yes, you can manually change it, you can massively change it, especially if you know, like, you have a product launch, or you know that this product, just because of what it's called or what its name, came from this source, you can't go in and pull in all those customers and manually change those lead sources. And then you can go back retroactively, add in expenses, and literally you could have a report if you know that knowledge.
Sometimes we can also add another custom field and then fill out that some other kind of lead source.
Yeah.
In some cases, we might use one to know where they came from, not just the lead source in general, like Google, but the actual search term they were using. And so we pull in the last page they were on before they came to us. But we don't put that lead source, we put that in referring URL. Then we can also do a revenue tracking based on where they come from before they came to us.
So that you could automate, but you couldn't automate the change of the lead source.
No, you can automate that too, if you know, like, and we'll talk about keyword, because we'll do that. Like the lead source will be Google AdWords, but the keyword will be piano lessons, like here, whatever. Then we can actually go to lifetime value for it and pull the keyword. How cool is that? So I want to know how much piano lessons. People that came from the search term piano lessons with piano lessons in January, how much are they worth now in April with that specific keyword? Now that's because Google's not going to tell you that. Google's still on the, you made your finite window, and you're to that, but see, go beyond that finite window, and you figure out 2, 3, 4 months, and those numbers get shocked because I turned off campaigns, and I turned off campaigns because I don't know what the whole window, the whole extra then I turn off that campaign and say, you know what, let me just go into the customer lifetime value report. Let me see what those people I work with, I bet you they're not even worth what I paid. And I look at the number, oh my gosh, they were worth double, but I paid even going in the hole a little bit in jail. So it's a totally different shift in perspective. Many campaigns that you turned off with this knowledge, and the thing is, we make decisions. I learned this the hard way. We make decisions that the impact of those decisions you don't feel until months down the road. You feel it as that's a historically low day. What is going on? Anybody know that? There's a decision you made 6 months ago to turn off a campaign that was really creating the sales that would have been there that historically low day. I've been there and done that still. Okay, what did I do 6 months ago that affected today? Something, and it's oftentimes turning off things that are actually working because we're in the direct conversion, gotta convert now versus lifetime. So that's a big shift, and I get everybody thinking like that today. So let's just break, and then we'll bring up Red Beard. All right. Can they hear us? They said they can hear us a little better?
Yes, it's standing right there and it's great. So I think it's that mic is going to go to the
This mic is going to the
direction. So if you have that, so I'm just going to be right here in there.
Okay. Does anyone know that if you stop the recording and go to webinar and then you press it again, will that be 2 separate files?
Yeah, I think it's gonna make you end it.
Yeah.
Did you stop the recording?
When you stop it.
Oh, so keep it going.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay, I
Generally, it's,
Oh, by the way, I have to go to, Google Hangout.
Oh, did you tell people in the group?
Yeah, I did.
How's the audio? Better?
I don't know. Nobody said anything yet.
Ah, oh, that's cool. Hey, make sure they know that too. Okay. You hit your 15. Put in 2 orders. Are you taking orders on the cell phone?
No, I'm working with Andre.
you run remarketing.
Yes.
Or continue to run more clicks against that certain person. And so
You already got the resource.
yes. And so then it contributed to something I found 2 years ago, but I'm spending more on them today. And so it makes it look like that original one was much more profitable than.
Right. So we can overwrite that. So if they have a tag, better yet. So you remarket, you have a keyword to the landing page, has a custom field, so take it out as resource 2. You make sure that's a field, and you have your lead campaign to that. And then inside I think campaign builder or actions, you can marry or set a contact field to a specific value. So if you pick research as a field, you change it to your new one. Because I just want to make sure.
Series of products. You might the way they're doing it is dump it all into one. They never I just figure out
Right. I mean, in my head, I feel like you can use different customer fields, but if one has a value, you can second at some point you might have to tax it. But say you have 10 resources now. What is the true first resource? And like I said, you can know right now. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's not a true influence for attracting activity. It's true. But if you think about it, it's still going to be a figure. It's just going to be it's going to go somewhere.
So it makes it hard much more popular.
Yes, but you're not Where they got the source of the lead. So I guess it's but it's really not right. It's the time machine, but not reasons. What have you done? What have you done? I'll get my mind around it. And I thought I'll take away on that. Research. Oh, no problem. Yeah, maybe to me, right? Thank you. Yeah, Felicia told me. It'll help most people. That you'll be able to store a lot of information, without, it's all in one place. So you can, it's all under there, where you can access so many different things. Text is just so far. Like, I was thinking, like, like, are you behind? Like, I'm so, and I'm texting, I don't want to receive 1,000 text messages, but for the ones that are have a high likelihood, you take a lot of first, hey, I did, not just, you're right. I'm really surprised that there's only 3 people who were my last year. Yeah, I think in general they're just not going to include you.
Well, I got you talking about TNC, right? Yeah, I was like, what the hell? I read they're not. I actually got that. That was it's the last piece of a year ago. Yeah.
That's the webcam. Right, I'm using the webcam. Oh, I know what happened. I just accidentally disconnected, but no, it's a Surface. We got wires everywhere.
Over the top, I'm already just like, yeah, the email that's because I've got a few.
Can I ask you, it's gonna be by the way. Can I ask you to double check these and make sure I have them on right? I don't use mics very much.
Are you using these both of them or the one?
So let me play these both. Okay. I have both turned off right now.
If you're happy and you're doing well, if you're not, sing that more.
Somebody else has to sing.
Yeah, somebody else will sing. All right, we're gonna get that started, everyone. Everyone, let's get started. We're gonna bring up our next speaker. What's another change? Okay, so we got our next speaker. And we're not going too bad. That was a shorter break, but just 4 minutes behind. It's not bad at all. We're going to bring up our next speaker, and Brian Keith. He's going to be talking about how to increase conversion rates through split testing. Obviously, through Utah and otherwise. Brian's been with Automation Clinic. I'm sure he'll tell his story. At least a few years, maybe 2 or 3 years.
When Air Force first came out, I put it on my credit card. I didn't have the cash to go buy it. But it was obvious that I should just go to that instead of paying my bills. It was a great decision.
They gave me a story about that. But yeah, that was 3 years ago. Now he's Microsoft expert extraordinaire, one of few licensed to be campaign builder, not campaign builder. Yeah, that's all. Yeah. This and that. He's got many certifications in computer, and he's just a forward thinker. So he encapsulates what I would better word what automation clinic is. Really just pushing people up computer talk and automation work for us. And he's been helpful with you. If you are putting the face to the name, I'm very big on the Facebook group, Pizza Going, and just a really great guy. He spoke last year and did very well. And happy to have him back. And we're going with our other speaker. So a round of applause for Brian Keith.
This last weekend, I was taking a first aid course for this mountaineering class that I'm in. And I wasn't supposed to be in charge, but I ended up being in charge after my leader got taken out. And he was hurt on the other side. And I thought, well, let's go ahead, I'll take charge, I'll keep on going. And we had somebody in avalanche, somebody else had spinal injury, and it was horrific. And to make a long story short, I ended up getting everyone killed in our scenario. Not because I didn't know what I was doing, I actually did almost everything right.
But there was two basic mistakes that I made. One is I didn't keep our party together. And the other was I didn't really think about the weather, which you're not hearing on the really fundamentals, where if you don't pay attention to the weather and you're on a glacier at 50,000 feet, you can just die. It does not matter how big your first day is. I knew all the little steps, and my team knew all the little steps. But it didn't matter because we all died because I made some bad decisions. When I think about what I should be doing Infusionsoft-wise with my business, there's another thing that I know I should be doing. And it's always in the back of my head, but I don't actually pay attention to it, which is split testing. How many of you have something you know you should be split testing, but you aren't just yet? So we're going to go into that.
You can get out excellent tools. A piece of paper or your laptop, whatever else. We're going to ask some questions here, and we're going to first answer these questions just for yourself, for your clients, choose your client. The first question is, what have you tested? Look back maybe in the last month or the last year and think about what have you actually tested? A campaign, maybe it's an email, maybe it's an offer. And get as specific as you are. Maybe it's tested on the subject line on an email, a particular campaign. I'm taking a minute of this. Do it anyway. I see some of you still writing, which means that you're way more on than I am in all of this. Our second question is, what tools have you used? So this would be your interactions or pluses or whatever else. And you can include both the tools you actually use to conduct the split test. You can also include whatever tools you use to help you think of new ideas. Did you go, did you hire somebody else to go and do ones for you, or did you use an idea generator or whatever else? Now the next question, we can spend hours on, to try to write briefly, what should you be testing, but you aren't? When you think about the next month or the next year, whatever makes sense for your business, what is it that's on your list that you should be doing? And then the next question is, what tools should you be using or are you interested in using that you aren't using in the last month or the last year? And then lastly, we have a really big question. What's getting in your way? Why aren't you doing number 3, number 4? You already know you should be doing it. In retrospect, I know that I should have done these few things the same I already climb a mountain. But why aren't you doing it? now that you have your card on paper, we're going to ask you to do something if you're uncomfortable. I'd like you to find a couple of people in the room, ideally people you don't know and don't work with, and go through your answers to these questions. Talk about what you've done, what worked, what tools you're already using, what things you think you want to be using, what you want to be testing, and what you think your obstacles are. But you think you can do it in 5 minutes? Go find some people, walk around is great, and go get some other ideas. And then as you share them, think about in your small group, what are the ideas that are most interesting, you think will be most useful to other people in the room? So the most interesting tools, or the most interesting tests you did that really worked, or if all of you have something you really think you all should test but you aren't, that would be a good thing to share too. So let's take about 5 minutes for this, and go find some people and have a conversation with the group.
Oh, you're trying to come up with some answers. I've got it.
And for those of you who are listening, I'm going to I invite you to also go ahead to Facebook, and you can go, you can message each other, we're also listening there. You can make this post in the Facebook group and say that you're listening. Go on there and start have a conversation on Facebook. Share the same events. Yeah.
Save search.
Yeah.
People know about the Hangouts. It's Chris.
Yeah, there you go. I put it on there. Everybody has a comment. I posted it as everybody's watching. There's 5 people watching.
And it's probably clearer because it's speaking
Yeah,
clear mic.
That's you.
That's you.
That's you.
That's me.
I don't know.
Oh, excellent.
That's picking up something. Oh yeah, it's picking up this website.
That's where I'm meeting there. And then that's
By the way, I use it. It's basically like a secure way to share apps with, let's say, control team. So I don't need to give anybody passwords. So let me show you. So there's this little icon. So this is it's like an extension. Yeah, Chrome, Firefox. I haven't used it. Yeah. Your cell phone.
Let's take whatever ideas you're coming up with, think about what you feel is sharing in the group to be any of those 5 things. If you want to use them, think about what is most interesting to share. And then also, once we're done with this, I'd like you to send me these notes you care to share and help it all together and post it to Facebook and all that. And then you're going to have a huge list of people who are already doing this work well, who are already using what they should be doing, which will be most interesting things you've heard in short conversations. They're all around true. Have a little bit to share with you, whatever you think is most interesting. So I think another 2 minutes to figure out.
So this is where the it's in that despite that. Yeah, I'm just saying, let's say somebody doesn't pick up, so what we'll do is we'll send it and say, hey, we just called you, and we just return your call. Oh, that was you got it. And then they'll pick back up. So, and then you can put notes in, tags. And then auto dialing to save searches. You just load a save search. No, it's not auto dial, it's progressive. So ring, if they pick up, and when they call the next one, so you don't. And then you can record it. So some calls, if I make a call, I'll record it. So I can give it to other people. And so this is how I want you to act. Yeah. Or you don't have if it's something serious, then I'm not like, yeah, you have to record this. A box pops up and says, some states require that it's saving fully. As soon as the call, as soon as you hang up, there's a URL that you can download that is in their contact. In their contact. We have a space. I'm sure. I mean, we call 1,000 people. I'm sure Julio used for. I'm sure they'll do but it's cheaper than all the other services they charge. This is like, yeah,
Okay, folks, I'm going to go and pass around the mic. Each of your groups will either have one person share their group was most interesting, or you can have each individual person share and say what you found to be most interesting in your conversation. You know, we're recording all this, I'm just going on. So nobody's going to cover all the options. You're taxed all this. So let's go here. We'll wrap it up. I know it's looking at the subset. She's not very bad. You can share the whole group.
The one thing that I've used for testing recently is Tyler Brown's method. It's not a plugin or anything. You do a campaign, you split names out by owner, and assign new owners, and use round robin to assign them. And that's been really easy. So I just I had to watch the video a few times because I forget. But I'll get it down for a while.
Great.
My favorite thing that I'm suggesting right now is when I'm sending out my launch emails is to put different, either include or not include the image of a video that I want somebody to click on, and then what is the image of the video that I'm showing. So I was just trying to cover my video that I think it's nice to have a real nice cover image at the beginning, except for that it's not really very intriguing. What's intriguing is the person standing out like that close look at it because they're mid-word and they're ridiculous. But it seems like those are the ones for me because they get clicked on more often, and I definitely my emails get clicked on to the video way more often than the image of the video in there.
So all is better.
We're going to let the next confusion stop mark every year.
Practice.
So Tim and Don shared an excellent job split testing, email subject lines, especially ones that lead to return bad, coming back to the system. I talked about how to aspire to do that as well to them. And also talk about, personally, we do is we use Jermaine's one of the upsell plugin on the site, so we do a lot of split testing as far as figuring out what we are selling to and kind of what would that upsell package looks like.
And is that number one?
Yeah,
So month 3?
month 2 and 3.
Month 2 and 3. One of the things I like for testing rules right now, let's go with Facebook ad campaigns, is the conversions, mobile versus desktop. That was really exciting when we opened up that form back on Facebook, and depending on the niche, whatever industry you're in, just seeing where that those sales conversions are coming from. And the data I keep seeing time and time again is you need a mobile responsive page. And there's so many people on these mobile devices. The conversions are coming through more often and they're cheaper across a lot of niches for me, all on mobile. So I test that a lot.
So we mostly just talked about landing page testing. And not always split testing, but at least testing, correct? You know, one version, then the next version, see what we can do better. I think I could definitely get better for my own business in this, but I have a lot of dental clients, and I can split test, 50 different things at the same time, just because when you have a lot of clients, you can split test a lot of different things in a lot of different ways. And so I try to use plus this and also ClickBox for landing pages.
I'll represent anybody who's not split tested but would like to. I realize the importance of it. I love the concept. I appreciate all of the Don Crowders and Master split testing subject lines and headlines and so forth. For me, I think it's a matter of time. Not to make an excuse, but at the beginning of every month, this is, by the way, one of the reasons we're going to a membership site. Beginning of every month, we're at $0. We have no residual continuity payments coming in. And it's a matter of time, just what we're doing this month to generate revenue. What calls are we running? Who are we going to be upselling to? And so forth. So it's not to sound like a late excuse, but boy, it does take some time. And when your revenue is limited, you've got to always be creative. Square $0 on the first day of the month, it's a challenge. We decided that I've been using this tool called Empirically, and I really like that. I really like the stats that it gives me, and you can do split test, so link tracking plugin, you can track conversions and stuff, and you can do weighted split tests on those links. So if you're running landing pages, you don't want to do 50-50 split with your control, you can weight it a little bit more and get some good results and stuff. You can do a lot of really good things to improve it. Have you came up with it? Well, since I just really came up with my first product, I haven't really gotten into paid advertising yet. I'm not ready to. But my first product was a vocal product, and how I recorded some stuff. And so I'm actually right now looking at split testing landing page that has 80s radio-ready vocals as opposed to radio-ready vocals. And I've been advised by a younger guy that I might want to draw 80s because it'll just go right back to that thing that really is my era. So I'm just about ready to go out and see the difference of how it converts on the side. That's about it. This guy is way too humble. How many people have heard of the band Chicago? Chicago? We believe leader right here. Yeah, they said really good.
The local major minus doesn't become apparent there, but you did look over the unbounds at the beginning, which I really liked a lot. But it does have more, but at least when I was working with the mobile, those machines.
We're at the beginning of a product rollout, so we're not so much split testing. I guess that would be the leads part, like the headlines and landing pages. Right now, we're split testing different channels or mediums to make offers too. So, like webinars, like actual pages, traffic sources, to figure out what is going to be, which channels work best for us when we get to that point where we're ready to scale. And right now we're at that point where we figured out those channels, so now our scaling efforts are going to have a lot more impact. So that's kind of in the phase of our split on our testing. That's what we've done.
Right now, what I'm doing is not as much split testing, but I'm always thinking about ways of being more creative or doing things differently than other people are doing them. And one thing I'm testing or in the process of testing is just doing more live interaction with, web visitors, customers, prospects, anybody. Because, obviously I notice a lot of people are doing more Google Hangouts now, more social, more Facebook groups. People love that type of thing. So I've been testing that, and people are responding well. Won't know how much more money it will make me, but I definitely know that when you interact live with people, you build a lot more rapport. So in the long run, I'm sure it's going to be more profitable. And, hopefully I'll be able to let everybody know how profitable it is. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir. Yeah. So we've been testing a lot of video sales that are straight off of Facebook. We got 7 right now in rotation, but it took about 35 variations to get to 7. You just be surprised. You put one up and it doesn't even break even. I talked about it. It's just way too negative to go with it. And then we go back to the drawing board. We're talking 30-minute video. And we just changed the first 2 minutes, and that can be the difference in something not working at all, not even break even, to actually working. So it's taking 35 to get to the 7. So testing is definitely important. Don't give up too early. Go back to the drawing board. It's not oftentimes the whole thing. It's like the headline or the video. That's the beginning. So yeah, definitely a big component on this one. Yes.
Just one little tidbit. If you have people on the phones and the phone calls are coming in, we have a little script that we use. Sometimes we go off the head. But when you see things that are working, I test different phrasings and different kind of calls to action with the customers. And then what I do is I write those down depending on what gets people to take action more consistently, and then I develop that into my script, and I use that over and over and over again, and it's been helping a lot. So because sometimes, like when you don't have a script, you're going off the head. Sometimes you have a gem that you get, and you're starting to work with people. So you want to write those down on a list, and then use those every time. Incorporate those into a script per se, and it should come alive.
That's great. Once you have that more formalized, you can combine an internal form that your staff who's on the phone is working with, and combine that with a note template, so that if you're going to say, okay, well, we're testing script A now, script A uses these 5 ways of saying something. Whoever your salesperson is, when they're on the phone with the person, they say, contact me, I'm doing script A. And then they go through the 5 things, and then you can track money based off that.
Yeah, I was just going to piggyback on what Brian said, because it reminded me, I did telemarketing for about maybe 7 or 8 years. And one day, you have to memorize the script and go by the script. But one day I said something on the phone that just made me double the amount of sales I normally make. And, in the script, I was working for Time Life, and they make you verify their address. This is before they confirm the sale. So I just said, oh, you live in the mansion on the corner, right? And the guy was like, yeah. And then I got the sale, and I was like, well, let me ask the next guy then. So I just kept asking everybody that same thing, and I had double the sales. So that became part of my script. So then translating online. I notice anytime you can interact with someone and just make that type of joke, that just, it's like an instant rapport type of thing. I don't know how it works or what the psychology behind it is, but it just works.
Well, it's building them up just like in Jermaine's videos, where if you look at one of his videos, he'll say, oh man, you're the fast action taker, you're the smartest kid in the block because you watched my video within half an hour of clicking on my link.
Yeah. Because there's consistency, man. When I expect her to buy something real quick, they'll say something like that. Oh, you're such and such. I'm like, you're great at something. I can't say, I can't afford this, But, they hold you I think there's something to say, I guess, to test that concept.
So the note here for listening to all these great ideas is that everybody has something in front of them, and there's always reasons we're not doing it quite yet, but that there's a vast amount of expertise in the Automation Clinic Facebook group. You're lovely, Jermaine, and also there's a lot of people who can help, where you can say, hey, I have this question. I don't have the time. How do I make the time? I'm going to work on this advanced 7 email, whatever. You can just post the question on the group, and there's some fantastic answers there. Some of you don't recognize your names because you're not already active on the group, but just go post something there and just see, because there's this vast wealth out there. Also, when we first got a CD player, it was Rose CD. It was that and REM when I was 11 or I was 10. And that right there, I was just singing along, probably didn't sing the words right, who cares? So that was part of my childhood there, so thank you. So let's do one thing. There's a book in front of all of you, except for there's just a postcard. There's a postcard in here. Please take out the postcard and raise it in the air. And then on the postcard, take out a pen and write down your mailing address in the to section on the right here. And if you're listening on the webinar, I'm sorry that I didn't get you one of these postcards, but you can do it too. You can still go through the exercise with us. Hold on to the postcard, we're going to use it here in just a bit. Let's talk about some of the tools, the split testing. For some of you, this is too advanced, for some of you, it's too basic, but there will be a good overview. And there may be some here you've not thought about much, or you're not as fluent in as you would like to be. So here are the tools. First off, we have Automation Clinic Random Actions. That's Jermaine's plugin, we all have access to it. Works pretty simply. Someone does something, whether it's fill out a form or get a tag applied. We send out an HTTP post, and that post does something else. Now, Jermaine's tool, unlike any others, gives us a few options of what to do. We can either tag them, or we can apply an action set, or we can apply a follow-up sequence. Now, it also has the weighting feature over there on the left. In this case, I have 10 and 90%. So we can do a peer split test where we assign maybe 50 and 50. Or we can say, well, I have one thing that's already working pretty well, and I had this off-the-wall idea that may ruin my career. So I want to try the off-the-wall idea with a very small percentage. So let's give it 10%, and then we'll see what happens. And that way, it won't affect your reputation too much. This action set thing is pretty cool because you can get complicated. Now, a tag, it can do everything you want to do if you're going to use campaign builder. But by using random actions, you can have something like this, where I might want to treat people differently. Well, I'm going to go apply a tag to let me know what groups they're in. But then I'm also going to go and create an order there. Perhaps I'm going to go and start a giving campaign, but then also send an email differently. So from the beginning, you can have people on multiple tracks, but you can hold one thing constant. So you can say, I'm going to send the same initial email to all of you, but then I'm going to put you into 2 different nurture sequences with 2 different kinds of videos. Then we're going to track sales at the end. Or you can say, I'm going to put you all in the same campaign, but I'm going to send 2 different emails at the beginning to my 2 different groups, and then see what happens from there. Now, all this can be done in Campaign Builder, so they can be convenient to have out there and have it run in this plugin. So random actions, we should all be using it, we all already have it. And the weighting feature is one that not all tools have, so it's a pretty good one to be aware of. The next one that everyone should know absolutely is Excel. The only downside of random actions is, as Jermaine said, it uses the API. So if you have a launch of 50,000 people, you have to spread it out over maybe 7 days to run through the plugin, otherwise you'll max out. And you might break your other plugins that you have running. So when you have a lot of people, Excel can be the best answer. For this method, you take your entire list, you export all of them, only the contact ID. And then as you can see in the top here, you have a function, equals RINV, opening and then closing parentheses. And when you hit enter, you now have a random number in that column. Take that, drop it down to everybody, and then go sort everyone by the second column, and then delete the random number, and then split the list into multiple lists, and then import. This takes a long time. If you have 100,000 people and you have multiple different tags, you might have to create multiple different lists and import them and add up those contacts. So if you think, well,
what you can also do is take the tag ID, so 1,000, 1,002, and just give them separately, and then when you import it in, those tags become.
Okay, so the most of what Ramit is saying is that it's better to use another column and put the tag ID into that column, and then it would comment in the next tag ID, and that way you can go and update the contacts all at once. Good idea. When you're doing this also, don't import the contact again. You want to go to update the contacts, which is a different part of the Infusionsoft, how you can change contacts. So go in there and look at the help center if you're not familiar with how to do that, and that will save you having to merge the two together later. Excel is a hassle, it takes forever, and it only works once because you have to do it again next time you want to do it. But with some larger launches, it's good, and everybody should be comfortable, at least at the basic level, so you always know if everything else breaks, you can just download it into Excel, randomize them up, and put them back up there. Let's go on to this next one right here. For those of you who are techie people, this looks beautiful. This is Novak Solutions script. They took sort of the guts of how a lot of these plugins work, and they just released the code. Now, it's do-it-yourself. It's not automated at all. You have to open up the code and put in the right things. You want the right tags, the right API key, and all that. So if you're a techie, this is a good solution. You can customize this to your needs. What Novak is also coming out with right now is a free split testing tool. They're going to add into their health check. I posted it on the Facebook group a little while ago, and they're going to have it where I believe it's it'll apply up to 5 tags in 5 different groups. And it's free, and it's just part of the Novak Solutions what's out there. So they're coming out with that right now. They're going to have more advanced code version available soon in the future. Okay. For the Infusionsoft Content, this is the worst way to split test, but it still works, sort of. If you ever look at your content IDs, you'll think, okay, well, I have 100,000 people. I'll just call 0 to 50,000. That's one group. 50,000, 100,000. That's a second group. And it works. You can split test like that. You just can't split test them against each other. Because usually the people who are more recent are probably more engaged with that stream to get things recency, right? So you can't compare them against each other, but you can compare them within a group, where you could split your 2 groups into group A is 0 to 50,000, group B is 50,001 to 100,000, and then maybe you run a few emails after and you say, okay, well, group A, they're having a 16% open rate, group B is having a 20% open rate. Well, don't compare the two together. What you do is you send out your test email 1 to the first group and your other test email to the second group, and then you look at the change in conversion rates. If group A gets, say, a 50% higher conversion rate, that may be a really good email, even though the group B email opened at an overall higher rate in general, had a much smaller increase. So just be careful not to compare them against each other. And there's really, between all the plugins that are available and given your own through, the only version this has for Remains plugin is that it doesn't use the API. But by the time you're using this, you might as well just go to use Excel anyways. And then this right here is how you can have the action set set up if you wanted to use this. Another option, fairly new on the block, is Parsy. This is Marketing Maiden's free tool that does split testing. It is pretty similar to Remains, except that you don't already have it set up. And also, if you look at it, it does not allow, it does allow waiting, but it only allows applying 1 tag. So you can't go start an action set. And then it's also a hosted solution, so it's on Parsy servers and not on your own servers. Part of the nice thing about Remains plugin is unless WordPress updates in a way that breaks this plugin, you control the plugin. It's not going to his servers and saying, hey, what's going on here? So he can't break because he has a hiccup. If he has a hiccup, it doesn't really matter. Whereas Parsy plus this, all these other ones, you're now relying upon some other development team to keep everything going smoothly, which it probably will happen, but it's still depending on someone else. Next up is Plus This. This is 6th edition's suite of tools. Now, Plus This has a very cool feature that nothing else does that I know of. And that is, this part right here is pretty simple. We're going to send them, we're going to apply a certain tag. That's nice and simple there. But then they have this part where it says, what does winning look like? It says, what actually tells us that something has succeeded. And this could be a purchase tag. It could be they got a progressive sequence. It could be any success. And then it gives us 2 options for how we're going to choose the winner. We have after a certain number of conversions or after a certain amount of time. A lot of the problem with split testing is it's hard to tell unless you have big numbers when your answers are actually valid. So with Plus This, you can say, I want to split test this for the next month. And then I want you to tell me the winner at the end of the month. And then unless the numbers are exactly equal, plus will tell you the winner. But then it will start serving the winner instead of making you think about it again. With all the other plugins, you have to do the analysis afterwards and actually do the math and say, okay, well, I should do A over here, and I should do B over here. But with plus this split test, it just does it for you. So that's the only one that does this. Our next one up is the Pinnacle Redirect tool. This is in month 2 of Pinnacle Club. And here's where we can start to combine some of our tools together to get something a little more complicated. And if you're one of the newbies in the room, don't worry, this is not that scary, and it's totally cool to stay afterwards in the Facebook group what he's talking about, and we'll go into it in more depth. For those of you who are already comfortable with Pinnacle Club tools, here's how we're going to do this. First off, we're going to have our options sometime. And then when we go to the thank you page, we're not going to send them straight there. We're going to go to a JavaScript delay, which we talked about on Facebook as well, if you're not familiar with that, which is going to think for a little while. Wow, which means plugin is doing the math and saying, well, I think that you belong to this group over here. But it's going to decide the group in the second sequence using random actions. We're going to immediately go over there. Infusionsoft off random action says, what should this person do? And okay, this person is group A. And then by the time the redirect tool at the beginning says, oh, hey, you're group A, it then sends them to a particular path. Now in this case, I have the group A and I have group B. And so I can have both a unique thank you page for each group based on this first thank you page. But then I can also have different virtual campaigns later on. But then I can use the redirect tool again at the end to offer a different offer of something else. The redirect tool is cool because you're only using one URL, but you can go to multiple places depending on the person's behavior or any way you tag them. So right in here, we have 2 completely different sequences. And this is really cool for you're going to have these 4 emails and then these 4 emails. But over here at the end, I just have one email, I have one sales email. But when you click that link, you're going to go somewhere else, depending on what you've already done. So it's easy to say, I have one video sales letter page, and I have 100-page long sales letter. Which one works best? Well, I don't want to mess with the emails. I just want to have a single sequence with a single email. Everyone clicks the same link, but then they go somewhere else. So when you daisy chain together some of these plugins, you can get almost everything you want. The only thing you don't have is the automatically telling you when. You can get everything else together there. And I have plenty of time?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Pretty neat. That was pretty neat. I hadn't even thought about that.
a new thing, okay, that's pretty cool. So just the idea here is that if you can imagine it, you can do it, and you can probably do it with the plugins you already have, or you can get in month 2 of Pinnacle Club. And month 1 is Dash Stats anyways, which is the best dashboard available, which you should already have. So there's no downside to going at least in month 2 of Pinnacle Club and getting the redirect tool, because then you can do magical things. And then at that point, it really is like it is with the rest of the Infusionsoft. If you can imagine doing it, it can be done. There's just a few tools you might need to carry it out. And the Facebook group that you're already a part of, the Automation Clinic, always has the answers. I'm not sure I've ever asked a question and actually no one had a clue. It just doesn't happen because the people in this room and the people listening around the world, they're so wise. It's fantastic. Let's talk a bit about split testing. Actually, we're going to go to that right here in just a minute. No, we'll do this part first, and then we'll do those parts after that. Let's talk about strategy a little bit with split testing. There are 3 kinds of tags that you might want to have if you're going to have a complete split testing strategy. The first is a global tag, which means whenever new content is created, they're going to get one of these tags. Maybe it's just group A and group B on the global level. And the way you can tag somebody when they first enter your Infusionsoft account anyway is use Zapier, which is a tool that connects other apps to other apps. And you can have a zap where it says, go out there and whenever somebody joins Infusionsoft for any reason, then go to apply tag. And then that tag goes into random actions, and now you have a global tag. This is the tag you want to use. If you're doing a one-off email for no good reason, maybe it's Merry Christmas, and you're not going to build a big campaign, you're not going to build 10 versions, you're just sending out an email to a bunch of people who you don't have split tested in some other way. So in this case, you might say, well, I'm sending out Merry Christmas, and maybe I'm going to put a little offer at the bottom, maybe I'm going to try and make sure Santa gets a Christmas tree and see what gets more clicks through. You're not going to build anything else for that, so you just use your global tag because it's already there. And that only takes you maybe 5 more minutes. And now you have some more information about what your audience likes the most. The second kind of tag is an evergreen tag. This is appropriate for your video funnels or for any process that's going on again and again. And this is where the campaign starts, we're getting to interaction with something else to attack the people. And then somewhere through that sequence, we're going to treat them differently, whether it's an entirely different email, an entirely different funnel. Maybe when they click a link to go buy, we use the redirect tool and it sends them to a turn order form. But this one just wants to be inside that campaign and just for that particular funnel. So a tag like this might say, this is split testing tag, and it's for my video funnel number 1. The third kind of tag is a launch tag, and that's when you're doing a one-off campaign. And you might have a lot of people, maybe you have 100,000 people, but you're only doing this once. And that's a great time to go to Excel and do the tag all at once and say, okay, we're going to do everything at once, and then we're going to just have maybe 10 different groups or 100 different groups because we're using Excel, so we can pretty easily go through and tag 100 people in different kinds of ways. So those are the 3 main tags. And now, if we want to get more complicated, and newbies don't freak out, it's all good, you can do this later. We can combine these within individual campaigns. So let's say you have a campaign, and you just copy your main. So you're just going to copy your main to figure out your stuff. That's totally legitimate. And we're going to copy your main, and he says, okay, we have 4 videos. We have a progressive track, we have a non-progressive track. We all know what I'm talking about here? Some of us are doing it, right? And we want to see, well, what gets people to click through those videos? Is it the awkwardness, or is it a slide, or is it some benefit statement? Well, let's test out all these. So on video 1, I'm going to have 2 different tracks. I'm going to have a very sleepy PowerPoint. I'm going to have me being really goofy or awkward in some way, right? Weird mouth with something or other. And then video number 2, I want to test out the same thing. But if I rely upon the test tags that I put in the first place, which in theory randomize it, what if there's some noise that creeps into our second video? What if in the first video, we do awkward versus reasonable, and awkward does really well and reasonable does terrible, okay? But then we do number 2, and then this time around, we just switch them. So we're keeping the same groups. But now we send the people who saw awkward before reasonable, we send the people who saw reasonable to awkward. And group A is still great, but now reasonable is fantastic and awkward is terrible. What does that mean? Maybe your randomization didn't work properly. It should. Maybe it didn't this time. Well, if this launch or this evergreen campaign is important enough, you could randomize it at every step. You could set up your first video, awkward and reasonable, and then you could go any random actions again. You can say, okay, please randomize the whole list again for me. Then you can say for video 2, awkward or reasonable. And you can do that at every step of the process. Now, this is a huge game, but maybe for a launch it's not required. But for your evergreen campaigns or for a really big launch, maybe it is, because then whatever results you get back, you know it's not a result of the randomness not working appropriately, because whether a person got awkward or random in the second time around has nothing to do with what they got the first time. You now put each individual one into its own little component. And now when you're doing your analysis, you're not looking at someone's response to all videos. You're not saying, okay, this contact, they got awkward, reasonable, and here's their open. They opened this one, they didn't open that one. And you're not trying to look at that. You're looking, okay, how did video 1 do? How did awkward do? How did reasonable do? Without reference to anything else. And then video 2, how did that one do? So this can be useful in really complex versions. Is anyone doing right now what I'm describing? So it's that possible. So none of us are doing it because it's a hassle. And as you said eloquently put, we don't have time. All of us have things we're not doing because we don't have time. I'm the worst offender of any of you. Guess how many split tests I'm running right now for my own company? Raise your hands. Put up fingers. How many split tests do you think? You got it, 0. I'm running some for my clients, but it might be something, oh man, I need to go, what I'm testing is pricing strategies, where I've tried various pricing strategies, and now I'm trying a pay what you want strategy. So I'm trying to innovate, but I'm not split testing, and it's not because I don't know better. It's because I don't have the time. It's not like you to take out this card, open the card up again. You've now thought about split testing, you've heard a lot of ideas about what you could do. I'd like you to write down in this card what you're going to test, what tool you're going to use to test it with, and the time frame in which you're going to test it. Make a commitment to yourself that says, I'm going to test, I'm going to go add split testing on to my video series that has to do with this, and I'm going to have this done live by May 1st. Okay? So take a minute to do that. Now, if you're done writing, and if you're brave, hold your card out, and I'm going to come and take it from you.
and I'm going to mail it to you. Well, and I'm not going to give your address, not a sales gimmick, I'm going to go and mail it to you. You're going to get a postcard from me, your own handwriting. Here's a brave person. Who else is brave? I'm not here for that. But folks who are listening at home, people hear all kinds of books. I have a few more of them. So if you did not get a book because you're not here and you want one, send me an email. Brian@redbeardconsulting.com. I'll mail you some, even to Australia. We mailed books last year. We got a book last year. We mailed them all over the world. Any postcards over here? Yes. There we go.
There's a lot more.
And so that's a beautiful picture of Arizona looking like a wall somewhere. He's right here. Jermaine has one right here. Now, Jermaine, before I proceed here, would you care to tell us what's on your car? Putting us on just a little bit, but if you can get the mic there, it's right here. And let us know. Because this is one of the things that I don't do a great job of, is you gotta make commitments to yourself and actually keep them, right? And so, given how much stuff Jermaine has built, obviously he's better at this than I am. Actually saying, I will do this, and then going and doing it. So let's find out what he's committing to.
So I've got a lead sequence that's doing very well, and right now I collect mobile, which that's fine, but I think that I can now test collecting mobile later, which we already do. So we have a full video sequence. We collect mobile on the thank you day. And then if they don't give us mobile, because I want to get into this automated text message every month, which went out today. That's when my pocket was buzzing at 9 o'clock. And I can always advertise that in the free videos if they don't have any customer. So I want to do a dynamic offer on lead sequence thank you page that gives the best VSL on the 7 rotation. I want to basically have VSL created for every major. I don't have it yet, like we have sales names and things like that. But these converted VSLs for every instrument and every genre of music, so that right away I'm making that offer right away. And I've done that historically, but I got away from that. But what's old becomes new, what's new becomes old, and you can't just solidify something and not revisit it. So I'm revisiting that by April 20th.
By April 20th. So here's what's going to happen. You're all going to get these in the mail around the time you say you have it done. And then feel free to go post this on the Automation Clinic group. I'm not even going to read these. You're going to get this back, and then you can post it. You can say, hey, here's what I said I would do, and then here's what I did, or here's what I didn't do. If you're going to say, hey, I didn't do this, this thing got in the way, car crash, whatever else, got busy, had to run on this product, or say, hey, I completed my goal, or say, hey, I completed 10 days late, whatever else. If we have a culture of saying, I will go do this and then go into doing it, especially something like random actions, we're going to use the AC random actions plug in our businesses. We all have somewhere. And for the most part, it's pretty easy to set up. So we can all go do that. So I'm going to mail these to you, and feel free to go post those on the Facebook group. Question?
Will you do it with us?
Will I?
Yeah, it sounds like we need to jump in.
Let's see. In my business, what I would commit to is, this is hard. I don't love this. The thing that I would commit to, well, it has to be an offer to you guys, because I'm with the Automation Clinic members. And the thing I'm looking at right now, well, it's my guide. So this split testing talk came in part out of me writing a guide, which I think to be somewhat exhaustive about all the split testing options in Infusionsoft. But as soon as I wrote it, it was out of date. So it's no longer the comprehensive guide. So that's alive right now, but I've not gone and publicized it at all yet. So I guess you gotta go write a postcard here. Actually, no, you guys can bring me the Facebook group to go do it. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a split testing sequence for this guide. And I think I'm going to go and test out 2 different names for it. My initial aim for it was 7 ways to split test in Infusionsoft, which my mother kindly pointed out was not a benefit-laden statement whatsoever, and I was being silly. So I changed that to the title of today's talk, which is how to improve conversions in Infusionsoft and split testing. So I'm going to go and set up a split test where the email people get about this, whether they're part of my ICC club or Automation Clinic or elsewhere, is 2 different titles. And then we'll see how that affects people choosing to opt in. Also, yeah, what I should do really, this is bad, but I should go, I have Redwood University, it's my search engine of Infusionsoft questions, redwooduniversity.com.
I have a banner space at the bottom, and I should go put this there, and I should test it out with 2 different banners. One that has the very specific 7 ways to split test in Infusionsoft, and one that has the how to increase your conversion rate in Infusionsoft. So I'm going to do that by May 1st. And then I'm going to go post you guys the results on the conversion rate difference.
Are you doing targeting the people that like Infusionsoft on Facebook?
Not yet. I am so basic.
Put that on your That's huge.
That would be a good thing. Right now, for me, it is trying to figure out what product should I actually sell. We've heard a lot of discussion about when you don't have something to actually sell, you start at 0 each month, and that's where I'm at. That I have consulting clients, but I don't have an actual product, a real one. I have some scripts and little things. But in terms of having an actual serious something that is at all the level of expertise that I recommend talking to, I don't have anything like that. So the top of my list is get something real that actually has the information in a sequential fashion. That's what I'm working on. Redmond University is going to also have a module that's going to be 12 months long, and it's going to be 1 month of app training on a variety of apps. So 1 month you have plus this, and you get every week new tutorials on plus this, interviews with the plus this owners, interviews with other experts on plus this. It's all going to be free, filled with affiliate links, of course. And by the end of that, you're going to be pretty confident from an informational standpoint of plus this. So that's my real product, and I'm still in this process of going and actually building that out.
I would merge those 2 deadlines or 2 titles together as 7 proven ways to improve your conversion by split testing in Infusionsoft.
It's a good point. So one question is what tools to use? So there's what tools to use, and then there's what content you actually put out there. We're going to have Paul Soul here a little while later, Infusionsoft's campaign builder mad scientist, talking more about offers and orders. But it's really 2 separate things. You got to figure out at some point. Maybe my next guide will be, here's the most proven ways to go test. Test this versus test that.
I was just gonna.
Since that's later, man.
Talking about procrastination and not doing things. One of the things that really helps me, and I think you mentioned it, having so many things you want to put out there, so many products. One thing I always do is I will do a go-to meeting and just set a date and just put it out there. And you just have to be ready for people to throw tomatoes at you, but it might work. And it's like an official survey of real people in the real world.
So here's the question. So if I go to webinar on May 1st-ish, and then you're all going to come and listen to me walk you through the campaign that I built to go display alternating banners and alternating, the delivery seems to be different, given a different name. And then you're all going to show up, right?
Yeah.
May 1st?
Would you around that? I got to get the calendar, but like the first week of May, how about that?
Yeah.
First week of May, you're all going to show up. You'll hear back to the Facebook group, or if you go to redbeardconsulting.com/AC, that's how you can get access to my customer website where I have content only for Automation Clinic members. If you're already a member, just go straight to redbeard.customerhub.net. That's where the show notes are from last year, all the videos from last year, hopefully the videos from this year will go up there. And then when you get on that email list, that's also how you hear about when I say, well, here's the date for the webinar. And then I'll also record that and put that in that area as well.
So between now and then, could you do like a biggest challenge campaign, like figure out what everyone's biggest challenge is, and that could help you decide what that offer is going to be?
I'm making an offer as well.
Why are you doing the webinar?
I'm doing the webinar to go. So in this,
we want to give you money.
So that is an interesting line because I try to be of maximal service while it's also true that I only market and sell to Automation Clinic members. And so I try to be really careful about that. And so yes, you're right, I should have some kind of offer. I hadn't thought of it.
Well, I mean, and offer no offer, which you should, but you cover the spectrum of, you have so much value that you can deliver. If you ran like a campaign of what our biggest challenges are, you might be able to give us something that's more.
So here's the answer.
Laser pointed to what we need.
What we do is we have a series of webinars, or maybe it's just screen share recordings between me and somebody else on Skype, where we discuss some split testing challenge, and we go through the entire process, how I would approach it, in terms of what's the problem, what are the answers, what's implemented, the screen shares, we're actually building this thing out. But the deal is, it's free to you, but then I get to have the recordings to sell, and then I make it free to Automation Clinic.
Whatever makes you happy. I'm giving you money.
Okay, that sounds good.
Sounds like
You should,
Yeah.
you should actually, I will challenge you to set that registration link up before you leave.
During the
You know that learning period, the teacher, like, get 90%, I feel.
Is this for you all the time? I have empathy for you now. Wait, it's been an hour. Thank you for your time. And you're going to be getting these cards in the mail. Shortly before you get that. One more thing. There's a book on your table. You all have books. Except for you, Brian. Sorry. This book, Charles Gaudette. He's a member of Automation Clinic. Main site is predictableprofits.com. If you look at this book, there's little post-it notes sticking up. She's giving you all free month of Insiders Club, totally free. Go check it out. The link expires when icon's over. Enjoy the book. May it help you grow your business a little bit. Charles is the guy who charges $1,000 for the first hour, so he's pretty serious there. And so go look at Insiders Club, and hopefully that'll be good for you. He's not really active on the Facebook group, but you can find his email address and email him directly if you have a question about that. Or you can post it in the Facebook group, tag me, and I'll go talk to him about it. If you guys read this book and you have something you really want to hear more about, I bet we can set up a webinar, and we'll get Charlie on, and we'll go talk about whatever the content is in this book you guys most want to hear about. So thank you for your time.
So we're just going to take like, in fact, we're going to take like a 5-minute break just to change mics and stuff, and I'll finish up mine. But the first two talks, if anybody has any comments, questions, takeaways, any ideas that have sparked from anything said so far, anything to say at all, anything to reject, we'll just take like a couple minutes now. We would like to hear from you. I hear people's computers typing away, but we'd love to just have a moment to, will you start us off?
Yeah, just a couple of things. I didn't hear anybody say experiments and Google Analytics for testing. I mean, that's there, that works. It's real simple, it's real easy, it's free. One thing that we came up with here recently, just by, you're always talking about scaling versus ability. So I found that writing emails, when I'm actually writing to a client, I take that email and I make a template out of it. And I figure out is there a way of putting that in a campaign. And then one that just came a couple of days ago that seems to be doing pretty good is when people ask a question on our site, they get tagged, they get a campaign. And unfortunately, we're just too busy to answer these long questions, so we apologize. Well, now what I'm doing is I wait about 21 minutes before I send that first email, apologizing, explaining that whole situation. But now I wait another 15 minutes and I send another email. And that really makes it look like it was coming directly from me. And I say, hey, here's a great way to get started. And I offer a free magnet. But that's if they don't already have the free magnet. If they do already have the free magnet, and I say, hey, I was just looking at what's on this free thing to you that a lot of people get a lot of help out of. But I know you already have it. Did you have trouble getting it? So I would do 2 emails when you're contacting a client, one 15 minutes right after another.
That gives me something. Can I say?
Yeah, and maybe also do that where people get that only during your business hours that are reasonable. Yeah. So
I set it up so it only comes during business hours, any day except any weekday. Yeah, but I got that idea actually from you, because you do that with the call. You say, hey, give me a call. So that's where I got that idea. We were already emailing them. Let's email them one more time to really make it seem personal.
Tom, you had a suggestion or something you wanted to add. Can we get the mic over to you?
Oh, and Optimizely is free now for 50,000 gigs. You guys don't know that.
Yeah, I was talking to Jermaine over the break. There's a really great tool. A lot of you know Tyler Barnes, former VP of Marketing at Infusionsoft. He has a really cool site. He has a free guest level membership on the boxoutmarketing.com. He has a free tool in there, and it's called Tag by Date tool, Tag by Date reports. And it links into your Infusionsoft app. And you can put a range of dates, whether it's a day or a month or a year, whatever you want, and look for how many tags, specific tags in your app were set in that date range. Tag by date report. I use that like crazy for my weekly metrics. And it's turned out to be a really great tool. Does that make sense? Tag by date reports. Yeah, right? It's totally free for boxoutmarketing.com.
Yeah, thanks.
which basically answers the problem I posed earlier. He came to me a break because you can't do it inside Infusionsoft. So Tyler uses the API to pull the dates of the tags. And that way you can use his tool now to pull out some metrics.
Someday it might be an actual tool within Infusionsoft. It should be there. Tyler's asking for years to put it in. He did it, so he did it himself.
Part of what Infusionsoft is doing is they're focusing more on making their product really good and acknowledging there's a lot of developers who move really quickly to answer questions like that. I was going to say with Tyler, one other thing he has, and I don't know which site it's on now, but well, iTracker 360 was built on this tool. It's a lead tracking tool where you send somebody, you gather the Google Analytics cookie data and put that into custom fields. When I'm some of my clients, we don't just have a lead source, we also have the medium and other things from them. We have a dynamic lead source. We also use my analytics tool and we put in the referring URL as well. So we can actually tell, okay, well, you were looking at a video on Google because you searched for my closet's a mess. And then you came through and you spent this much money on it because you watched this particular YouTube video. And the level of analytics you can get are pretty wild. But you have to go outside of Infusionsoft. You have to add things on there.
Another thing, oh, what are you talking about? No, you go ahead.
It's off topic.
Oh, no.
There's no talk.
I was just gonna say one takeaway for me was a very simple thing that you mentioned about that you can do campaigns that only run on certain date ranges. That is gonna be killer for my business.
If you check out in the Facebook group, I posted a link to my slide share. So you have the slides from that talk last year. If you go into the automation clinic area with my customer on site, that's riverconsulting.com/AC to get access to that. We also have a recording of the talk. So between the two of those, it should be set. And then I'm also looking at doing, here's another thing I thought of that not implemented, a charity campaign to help pay for my girlfriend is going to midwifery school, where I have that timing campaign, everything I built, I'm going to give away for $100. But the $100 goes to this midwifery center to pay for my girlfriend's school, and you get a campaign downloaded straight in your app.
We're still waiting for that.
I know, it's so close to ready. What's actually, here's the thing, why that's not launched yet is I got back a sales letter. And so it's been sitting there, not one for a month and a half, you guys are going to do that. And I got a sales letter, has to be good, right? I can't just go.
I just wanted to give you fun. He's a not for
No, I guess it's Amazon they said that about putting not for profit. Yeah.
I wanted to, oh, there's someone else wanted to share?
Well, piggybacking on what you said, and then, so we use my own redirect tool in the past to do opens, to track opens. But I would always give the caveat, don't want to track opens, especially if you have to use the API, because that could be a disaster. You send out 50,000 emails, you can't control that. If you get a 10%, 20% open, and it comes relatively fast, that brings down your API. So API is like a love-hate thing. It's like you can't do everything you want to do with the problem because that will hold you back. But I can give credit to Tyler because his 12 acts of Christmas, like I was close when I did the personalized ad campaign. I was using the classic automation links, inside of the new campaign builder, but then he put out a video where you actually use the automation link, but you turn it into an image and you put that into your campaign builder emails, and now you can track opens without using the API. Now, I don't know what it does on system resources, but it seems like a clear way to track opens. So now, if you combine that with here, like double whammy, something that I want to test now with that is, so we send out an email, whether it's automated or not, and then there's like a 21-minute, 20-minute email ready to go out if they open but don't click. So you basically tag them that they opened it using the timer's app, now without the API. And then that's ready to send them into a sequence. So that tag sends them into a sequence with a 21-minute timer within business hours. And that's ready, because I call it worst case scenario. Like you tag them, you send them to something that's supposed to happen, but they can stop it from happening by making the next action. The next goal is to click. So if they open, click, they skip the worst case scenario. They open, don't click, now they're stuck in the sequence. You wait for about 20 minutes, 20 minutes, and then they get that double whammy. Hey, you don't have to say, I know that you open. Some people, especially older demographics, they don't want to know that you're tracking.
One more thing.
Yeah, but one more thing. Yeah, exactly. One more thing, you know what I'm saying? You opened 21 minutes ago, and your IP address is this. I get birthday. You will freak somebody out, but you know, just with open. Even with Brian calls, like one of the things with his sales quota and team and things like that, they'll call recent activity. And just like some of them just clicked, the range changed from 4 to 5, but he won't tell them. Like you don't call saying, hey, I noticed your recent activity just went from your plan. But the idea is, wow, I was just, thinking about you guys. I was just watching you. Is that right? Is that right?
Or sometimes I don't even let them know. I just say, hey, how's your plan going? They say, you know what? I actually was on that site this morning, and I was looking at that DVD. Really?
So sometimes when you can't say it, my friend won't say that to me. I don't feel like what you. So you don't tell them everything you know. But your automation is working.
I loved your campaign when you said I was just going out to lunch.
That's another. I'll do little things like that.
One thing I would add to that is that open rate tracking, even though Tyler's method is not 100% accurate, and because there's some people block their images, so that would work. Other folks like Google downloads all images in Gmail. So before you actually go do that and rely on it completely, like Mitch described it, if the open rate tracking didn't work, nothing bad happened. So try to build it like that, so in case the open rate tracking fails, you don't embarrass yourself. And the way you can test this out is set up your open rate tracking, send out email, say to 1,000 people, and then tag them when they open this, okay? And then after you send out the email and broadcast, it's really easy to tell, go to the 1,000 people and look for who has your open tag, and then compare that to the other report that Infusionsoft has that says who actually opened this, who actually clicked on this. And you're gonna find people who clicked and never opened it. And you're gonna find a ratio there, you can say, okay, 1,000 people, I have, maybe I have 200 opens, and I have 50 clicks, but 10 of those 50 clicks never opened according to Infusionsoft. That means you're 80% accurate in terms of your open rate tracking. And if you do this occasionally with any given client like this, you'll get a sense of, okay, for this clientele, for my clients, I know she's 80% accurate. The open rate says 20%, the open rate was 24% or 25%. And so just be careful of that and build your campaign so that that particular kind of tracking fails, everything's okay and it still looks pretty good.
You never base anything important on open alone. That's why I was always I would give that caveat. Open is just a bonus, but have it set up so worst case scenario is just a follow-up, and it doesn't, has no negative except for an extra, 21 minutes later within business hours. But I would click is probably the most accurate thing to base anything worth, doing on clicks, orders, things like that. So opens is just that extra thing. Still iffy on it, but for what it looks like, it seems like a viable way, especially for money emails. You don't have to do it for like every nurture email. But for money emails, you're making a sale with expiration. I'm looking forward to throwing in some open things, not using the API.
One more thing on the postcards, if you're watching at home, send me an email, brian@consulting.com with information on the postcard. I'll send you a postcard. I have some more of these handy. And so you two can participate in the accountability. And then I'm posting it online and actually accomplish your goal.
We got Christian.
Well, I was going to ask how accurate the open rates are, and you just answered that.
It depends. Well, no, like in the main industry, it's 80%. If you have a lot of Gmail people on your list, it would be even more skewed because Gmail, as far as I understand, and I'm not a techie person, so a techie person might give you a better answer. Gmail downloads all the images in advance. And so Gmail might show you as opening if you use this pixel method, because the pixel method depends upon calling automationally through a one-by-one pixel. So a Gmail person may show it open, didn't actually open it. Whereas someone else, like I have images blocked all the time in my email. I don't look at images, so you never see that I open officially using Tyler Brown's method. But so you got to look at averages. If you're looking at an individual person, you may have pretty bad data. But if you look at average overall, you may be pretty reasonable.
Thank you. I always wondered why it was skewed. It was weird.
Yeah.
Just one super quick little tip thing that I figured out from using the monitor names, campaigns and sequences and tracking recency on it. I was constantly scrolling through that ridiculously long list of tags, trying to find the tag that I was wanted. I finally made a category that starts 00 dot used often. And every single time I make a brand new tag that I know I'm used 6 times, so I'm working right this second, I stick it in there, it's always right at the top, plus the couple that I tag every single time of yours, they're always right at the top of my list, and then after I get done building that campaign, I just go move to the right category after that.
It's a great idea. I like using weird words. So there's only one that says snooze, for only 10. So it's from snooze back to snooze where I want, there we go.
CZ is bottom. Kyle came in late, but he did, his life came in later, and he'll be talking towards the end of the afternoon, 10-minute meetings.
Thank you. So a quick little clarification on the email open thing. I believe, I'm almost sure that with Gmail, they will pull in the email, they'll pull in the image, but they're going to, let me see what I'm saying. You can still track the open rates through Gmail, even though they catch images, the tracking will still happen because it's capped. Well, let me not make it technical. With images with Gmail, I think it's still fine. But the point I wanted to make with open rates, at least this is my opinion, I don't think it matters what the number of the open rate is, like what the percentage is. It's more the changes in how your open rate is going up and down over time. So I don't get hung up on what the actual number is because you're right, it's never going to be truly accurate. But if it's going up, I'm good. If it's going down, I'm good. That's I think the key point of open.
Trends are meaningful, and the open rate trend is always meaningful. Point. Shall we go take a break then and come back here in a little bit, and we'll hear the next part of Jermaine's talk?
All right.
So we're not cooking in 30 minutes. I want to do a survey. They want to put the food out here and here.
Out there.
Out there?
Yep.
You don't want to just leave it low to the ground.
Yeah, and here, better to have a difference of environments. It costs us more for us to see.
Yeah.
Right here. Just go on. Just go on.
You want the food in here. You want the food out there. Okay. I just saw that.
What are you talking about? Nowhere in the right room. That's what I was missing. Yeah, you asked me.
Flashback. I don't have
YouTube. Well, mine, I guess we have to be. Yours, mine might break. Yeah. I can trigger. Do it like a YouTube video.
They're working on improving it. The documentation is not that's consulting. If I get back to this, that's great. If I don't, I know there. Yeah. How many things have not gone back to obviously, it's something that should have been different started years ago.
We
have a real one.
Slides of the real. What's the real one?
Yeah, I don't have. It's not about that.
Beef brisket, chicken. No, like that. Sit down.
They're going to go to the top. He's going to go up there.
Let me tell everybody.
And all the customer will say,
Someone said, is it a good lunch? Yeah, good lunch. Leave salad and dessert. Yeah, it's a good lunch.
It's a good one. It's not coming out of there, so I feel
he's wasting our time on that.
See in the group all week. Yeah, make things happen. I've been to you guys' website. Oh yeah. I don't remember how I got it. I don't know if it was. Oh yeah, I know that. But just people out there.
You do or do not want to go. You want to have a system. Yeah. Yes, you want to create.
Hey, man. Yeah, nice to see you.
Yeah. Really, I don't know. Your software, so it's not giving you so I would like to say, like, maybe give it here's the tool I'm using. Oh, is there any way we can give it to someone else? Yeah. Like your system generates,
the turbo dial track which one complex conversions. That's what I'm trying to figure out. But the structure is it runs it as a note. It's a note. A note action. Yeah. You can run reports based on because it puts
But are you firing your conversion?
No, I'm not.
That's what I really want.
Were you asking about that in the group? Okay.
Oh yes, that was me.
Yeah, I remember that.
You know, I think I'm asking this myself. I'm going to portfolio, and then when you do the on-call events, I'm going to load a page on our server, with the tracker, the conversion page. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Because I know. Yeah, because each video there's a URL for all those calls. Maybe if you can integrate.
Because an on-call event is on in like I've already mapped it out. I even figured out how to do a mental file by product and bring the box to do it.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's out there. It's got to be somewhere. Somebody
Well,
solve this problem.
the issue is that you're trying to make it do a page load for that user, which is different than just, tagging. Because you can do that.
Because whenever you fix your file, which is created in Fusionsoft, it's just a no-name ID, contact ID, put the phone number in, and tag it, But it's not firing, like I want to, you know how there's conversion optimization on Facebook? I want it to go find a bunch of people I can't use that conversion optimization until I can fire that pixel. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you want it to find those type of people for you.
It does a good job of that.
Right.
You let Facebook work for you.
That makes sense.
Unless I really want that conversion.
Yeah, there's really no other way to do that.
I have to develop it myself.
Well, actually, with if somebody calls you a number, you can tag that person, but that's still you want that picture. You need the picture. Yeah, you have to. Yeah, there's no other way. Just load the page somehow.
What do you do? What did you think you were going to get?
Oh, well, I was just showing him how to use it. So, outbound, inbound, SMS, and it all integrates in. But
are you buying it with auto dialing and then
yeah, or even our clients, like right here. Right here, I have my assistant call our coaching clients. So, she could click on the tag and just go through that list and call them, or you could just pick any contact and just call them right in the app. You don't have to leave.
Right.
You don't need a phone.
Fix your phone has that too.
Yeah, I have more experience.
What's TurboDial apps?
So this, right, it's like $10, $15 a user. And then the minutes are charged to $2.
Their rates?
Yeah. Right, exactly. Right, exactly. So now I could just, it's like, it ends up being like maybe $60 for 3 people.
TurboDial.biz, is that the name of the site?
Yep.
Yeah, check them out.
And then what's cool is you can record. I can record.
Can I get all of them?
Yep.
Like all the people that have been tagged? Like, when people call me to tag them in the patient's office,
When people
I'm
call,
more of an inbound person rather than outbound, like you're doing.
well, when people do like to tag back, now if you want to tag inbound calls, that's, you can do that. Meaning like, any phone, there's a lot of phone services that do it. So please take, or you can use Twilio, where inbound, you can use the inbound number, when people call that number. Yeah, I like Fix Your Funnel. I don't use it for that because it's,
That's fine. I just didn't know. Like I was in my phone, and then I cut my bill in half by going Fix Your Funnel, and I'm getting ready to develop this stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
you want to know? Like,
I need
give me a
calls.
product.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool. Like, if that's a lot of products are made like that. You're like, why does anyone use this? You know, half the products.
Yep, that's how it usually starts. When you're like, nobody's doing it, I gotta do it.
All right, don't tell me.
I won't. Felicia, vlog.
When I go,
Reading lunches started back up.
All right.
Okay, it's fine. Yeah, I think he'll bring it.
All right, so since our timing is kind of interesting because lunch is at 12:30 and didn't want to cut Brian off, and that sort of turned into a nice, sort of mastermind. A lot of people have some really cool things to say. So instead of jumping back into something, I can find my place, somewhere in between. So it's only 15 minutes before lunch. It is a real long time. So I think there's multiple options. There's chicken for me, there's beef brisket, salad, there's some dessert, every food we represent.
Equal opportunity.
Yeah, yes, sir. So that would be probably how I set it up right now. So I don't want to jump deep into anything just to cut it off. So I thought that maybe we can continue our group thing, but the topic will kind of be along the lines of what Brian started. Is what's working for you? What's working for you? Yeah. What's that extra thing? What did you change? Anything you change? Anything you noticed? Just as some tweak most of us can make that you just noticed had a measurable impact, for the next 15, 20 minutes into lunch. Thought we could just keep that. You got something, Brian?
I have one of the options to focus the conversation on a little bit is I know that I'm not using all automation plugins I have access to, nor are any of my clients. And so you could have as we're talking about what we're doing and what's really working for us, talk about the plugins you're using, the tools you're actually using to go get results. And that might inspire somebody else, like me, actually go start using that particular tool to go get results for me.
So here's one for us. So the particular code traffic. So I have month two. Month two is called dynamic redirection. It's a difficult one. And so the problem with Infusionsoft shopping carts is you only get one link for the banking page. So that presents a number of challenges. Well, and the link is tied to the cart theme. So if you want a different link, if you're using a shopping cart, if you're using order forms, I'm not too keen on newer order forms. I'm like legacy guy. But I don't think, is there a unique landing page for new order forms?
Yes.
You get one link one per order form. So you've got one per order form, which means you got to go make 60 order forms on one page for 60 products. Or you got the shopping cart, a little bit more lead, but you only get one link, but you got to make different cart themes per product. So month two is one link, and it can redirect. It's very smart and intricate. So it redirects by the product that they just bought. That uses invoice ID. So I can literally say, okay, they just bought finger exercises. It's looking at the invoice ID or order ID. Okay, send them to this URL. And you basically load in the URL. So we've got some 40, 50 loaded or something like that. And all it does is it goes off the top. And it says, do they qualify for this, until it finds the first match. So like I said, you can do my last product purchase, you can do my any products in their history. That's different. It's just any products. And of course, you can do contains, doesn't contain, you can make multiple products. So you can really create an intricate, let me serve you the best upsell. And you would think that that's obvious, which it's not. I just went through GKIC on their recent launches. And I'm a big fan of that. I bought pretty much everything. Lo and behold, I find whatever that product was. And what is the thank you page? It's an upsell for a product I already know. My number two saw that because it would say, well, don't send them to this page because you can do doesn't contain. There's 2 boxes for each. So it's basically like looking up a contact record inside a computer. Those same options, and it doesn't contain. So I said, okay, well, it should have the product already that I'm about to offer. That's like the first negative criteria right there. It should have it. It should have the tags. It should have no trace of it. So number one, everyone who's seeing an offer deserves to see that offer. Number two, we can sort it monetarily. I could give them the most, maybe not expensive, but most comprehensive option, and we can narrow it down. So it's like they buy Jazz 101, offer the bundle with 200, 300, and odds are they may have some of them, so we'll skip that, but it would offer the biggest one, assuming they don't have those options, then it would cascade down until maybe it just offers one of them 200. Maybe they have 300. We can do it by tags, we can even do it by custom fields, like they buy and they're stuck on month 50 because I don't have anything else for them. I only recorded that in my CDs. Could I send them to a specific page saying, my gosh, you're one of my best clients? In fact, I discontinued that program. But I do have some things that in existence, and I would send them to one of my non-sequential programs. So that one is pretty big, and it's the same plugin I would use for the tracking thing I put on the postcard. I would just do it by tag. So it works out orders, it works out opt-ins, anywhere where you want to send a person to the best possible landing page. You want to use every piece of data that you have. I don't think there's anything you can't use. It's month 2 in Pinnacle Club called Dynamic Redirect tool. Like I said, I forget the names because it's a sequential program. Some of you guys are month 2. Didn't you just create that last month? No. Now you know my secret. What's that? I was running a marathon, yes. So yeah, sequential. I believe in it. You're in month 2. I did that 12 months ago. What about you guys? What's working now? Tweets. You got one over here. I'll run the mic to you. Dorothy.
It's just one thing I use a lot. I use the copy a field and make it a custom field, so then I can base a decision diamond off a custom field. That's just something I use quite a bit. The way one of my customers has their salespeople is one person, all their customers are A through K, and the other person gets the people who are L through Z. So I just copy the last name into a custom field, and anyone whose last name begins with A through K goes to this person. Anyone whose last name begins with L through Z goes to this person. So
The field copy plugin or some other? Okay, everybody knows what that is? So that's another plugin. There's like, between Pinnacle Club, there's probably 50 plugins now. It's pretty much everything I could ever think of to do. I can't do it. I'm still working on some stuff. I do some stuff, but it's pretty much everything. So she didn't do with that.
And there's what you did for us that, because AOL and Yahoo are most likely to bounce or, get spam complaints and Infusionsoft, and you did it for us that anyone who, if you're taking them in a regular campaign and you're not getting a double opt-in from them, make sure that if they're AOL or Yahoo, they have to double opt-in before they'll get anything.
Yep. I call that ISP personalization. So again, to reiterate what we said is, from what I understand, so I always have to preface myself because I know there's changes in the future, but you can't do any kind of criteria by email. Is that still true? I can't say this decision doesn't go that direction if AOL is going to go next. So that hasn't changed. So what we do is, we duplicate the email into another field called copy email. So, something like that. Now it's a custom field, and there is no limitations to custom fields. Well, how do you tag the AOL?
So you just do a search on email contains AOL, and that's exclamation close. Right, but if they're coming in, this is when they first come into the system. So it reads that they're AOL.com and puts them into the sequence that they have to double opt-in if they are AOL. They don't get anything if they double opt-in. The other people can go in the other direction, but it comes to
You're right, but Samantha's is more manual. You're saying like you gotta pick the first of the month and literally log in and search because there's no way to automate email. So you can't automate email contains. So if you want to automate, basically if you log into if you sign up for any of our lessons, your Gmail, you'll get a specific, not even just for, dealing with AOL and Yahoo, but you can give them specific instructions on how to whitelist you in Gmail. Like that could be at the top of the opt-in. Hey, Gmail users, it's kind of one of those things. I'm not tracking that you're a Gmail user, but they just happen to get email that's just for them because they're a Gmail user. So we break it off 4 ways: Gmail, AOL, Yahoo, and then Hotmail, and maybe another one. Then you just do the doesn't contain any of those. And you can put that anyway. So best case scenario is personalized. You get whitelist, whatever other instructions you want to give, specific domain names, whether you treat them differently. So that would be that. Another house would be copy and paste. Just anything that your Infusionsoft doesn't allow you to run actions or decision items on, and you want to copy it to something else. There's some other implementations too. Sure. I'm back to like
maybe that's the solution I want.
Sure.
I've been using a lot of Facebook custom audiences where I'm just sending people to a blog post and then putting them into a custom audience and then just basically sending them to contact via Facebook before I ever ask for an opt-in. Of course, lead source tracking is a little bit different, right? Because I'm not sending them to an opt-in page. So what I did was create a referral link, basically just for that ad so that I know where they need to get. How do I report on that though? You know, so basically instead of like doing reporting by lead source, I would have to look at, okay, you know, when did they come in and it's the referral source, right? Now it's the referral ID. And, you know, okay, 30 days later who converted. And I don't know how to do reporting on that. So on one end, doing decision diamonds based on that would be awesome. So can I use the copy field option? Can I copy whatever it says in that referral partner field?
Not with the current iteration, but I would have to talk to my programmer if there's a way to tap into the referral database. Then I don't see any reason why not. So it just reads contact fields right now. There's work fields, referral fields, like 5 system categories of fields. I can see it doing that, but I have another solution. You could, it's kind of manual, similar to what I talked about, but the first of every month, you could pull, because you know that everybody coming from that referral had to go through your Facebook campaign. You just pull all 1,000 of them, I'd say. And then do the, I'm going to actually talk about this, the manual set that now you're all on the same thing. So you can have a virtual assistant, anybody, just take, here's the thing with resource. You can be mad at we're talking to Don about this. He has more advanced thing he wants to do, but you can take any group of people and you can override whatever the lead source is, as long as you know that commonality between the people. In your case, pull up every lead that has come in, they created within this range for this referral. That will pull up all of them, right? And then from there, yeah, you set the lead source to what you want it to be.
Yeah, so there's no automated way to go from referral partner to change the lead source.
Yes, you know, but we do have a plugin that does tap into the, you're giving me another plugin. It's going to be out of time. But there's, we are doing something like that. So anybody uses the referral extension plugin, what it does is every time the order comes in, it says who's the referral for that order. And then it goes to that referrer and it runs actions on it. So I'm able to start people out as silver affiliate because they haven't made any sales. And we're actually in a custom field. We have our referrer partners. We're keeping up with their monetary, so the minute they get over $1,000 in sales, we bump them up to another affiliate program, and then we turn off the previous one. So there has to be a way.
So the plugin will put the referral partner name into a custom field. Because that would totally work for you.
I have to put my thinking cap around it. But are they free to opt in just anywhere on the site? So
yeah. Yeah, so I really want to see what Facebook ad they clicked on first, so that I know exactly where they came from.
Right, so you're doing referral. Yeah, what I would be keen on doing is what I did for Dorothy's camp, is we set our own cookie, and you give it to a realm where it sounds scary, but It really isn't. You, like a cookie, I'm sure there's probably even a WordPress plugin that can dynamically pull in, because in Facebook now you can add variables on the end of the, so you can say and content equals 102. And then I'm sure there's some plugin for WordPress that can take that string 102 and set cookie on 102. And then read that cookie. If that cookie's still in existence when they opt in, you have another piece of code. It's a little technique, but you add another piece of code you opt in that basically pulls, if there's a cookie in existence, it pulls that into a custom field. So it's like a cookie passer, data passer. But it's working very similar to a referral partner. But if that 102, that cookie 102 is in existence when they finally do all in, then you have that data in the custom field. From that, the world is your oyster. You can watch lead source, you can apply lead source, anything like that. So I'd be keen on that. I probably could create a plugin that pulls the cookie and then brings it into the form. Because we're already setting cookies, like if we see a plugin, we set cookies in the page view plugin. We're already setting cookies in any plugins you're using. So that's how we know if they come back to a listing video without their contact ID, we still know who they are because we set cookies. It's like a similar concept. But that's a really good question.
I cannot see anywhere inside of Infusionsoft to take action on somebody based on their referral.
Yeah, I couldn't find one either.
Let's go through the action steps to take action on referral code.
Wait, I'm close to this. Yes, we can. Okay, this is how I think through a problem, but it's close to this. So if Tyler's already allowing us, like Tyler shared how you can merge an automation link into an image, right? So if you take that same thing, you can, if you're sending an email, you do have access to the referrer, right? Yeah. Right? So if I know who my referrer is, in the email, yeah, make it a variable URL.
In the next form, which then goes to time.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can do it. We're close to it. You know, 10 more minutes, and then we'll have something else. Yeah, that's a Facebook group issue, but yeah, that's a great idea. But the point is, oftentimes there's not anything you can do. You just have to think about it.
So I can merge refer into an email.
And you can somehow automate some action being ran. A click for sure, I know for sure. I even mean unopened, you could probably but they would have to open the email. If they're not opening the email anyway, probably not even more attractive. So if they're first open, they would be lead sourced. So there's probably some thing in the middle that could work for us.
You might, I think I understand the question, but if you run an HTTP post, you can append the affiliate merge code to the HTTP post, and that could ping a PHP file. And I know that's where it gets scary, but once you get that, any programmer worth his salt can now can put that stuff somewhere. So they can have it, and they can put that back in the contact field. I have code. Yeah, and that's right. And I'm not very familiar with the plugins out there because we do all things through code. But I'm sure that simple action, if you ping some script that can take something out of the URL and put it somewhere, I'm sure it's got to exist. And if it doesn't, we do have code that does that action, that does similar actions, and I could just send it to you, and you can figure it out or have someone figure it out. But it's absolutely possible.
Okay. So we'll break it.
All right.
Hey, I'm gonna try and get Mama to come to the party. Mama.
Hey, Felicia, so I should turn it off.
Yeah.
I got some new batteries too. They gave us everything. Battery, what else?
Everything. Really on the side.
Go get it.
Right, I remember when, you were there.
When was that?
I was back in, I want to say October.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
I gotta do it in my month right now. Yeah, I'm taking orders.
Are you calling them now or are you just
I call most of the time.
that's where you're getting the orders?
Yeah.
As soon as they like open the email, they click on links and you just have to.
Yeah.
So what is that, like, what's the criteria?
Well, it could be whatever. A lot of times I'll look at the reach now. There's two parts, like part of it is just me in there. But I'll take time to get that food. And then I got my phone, then I'll do something. Or the other problem, the other criteria is the recent activity. So I'll look like these on my clicks. Before they just click. So who clicks the order once it comes to the product? You know, then, but what's cool is sometimes I'll say, I know you're interested, I'll say, how? I'll say, I know you're interested in singing. Are you, if you were doing it, I can handle that. Then other time, if I know they could like 2 hours ago, they were looking for something, I'll just call and see how they were going with the chairs. And then more times than not, they'll say, you know what, I was looking at that website this morning about that or about that thing. So, oh yeah, it's an excellent product. Did you want to go ahead and get one of those? Okay, yeah. Just give me an answer for you. You're ready. You give them all. So I'm ready. Then I'll go ahead. So it's mainly people that are yes. It's hard, but I get them.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Like this brand new, like they're from Facebook, there's me from Facebook, and it's like they haven't got anything. Once I get the phone number, then I can call them. But sometimes I don't even have a phone number, so I'll just do it on first to get the dialogue on, and then I'll get the phone number. I'll put the phone.
Yeah, I'll get circle down.
Yeah,
I'll pick up a lot easier.
Yeah, I'll be able to do quite as much stuff.
When you're ready to set it up, and just walk you through it. This is some setup.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually sent the video. Yeah.
Man, I'm actually want to do the same thing. I got my without having sales plan. Webinar, it's because how. That suggestion you made about the webinar, I think was regular course. Events, dates, you have no choice but to be there. Now we're like that. Yeah, the issue is just like you probably go stop it. Right. Perfect. I want to say it's like this. This one. I'm doing the same. That's what I'm probably. The sales better ready. So I'm just telling myself that. Yeah, so I need to do that. Just still doing coaching, marketing, still helping start. just, I just focusing on what's fun. Things are going really well. I have a small selection in San Diego and also I'm gonna hide.
Yeah, so much.
Because we have to figure out goals, how are we gonna do this, so let's start doing. So how's funnels, right?
Yeah.
I bought
Funnels or pages? Or no, you bought pages.
so I bought one
Oh, okay.
when we did a webinar like 6 months ago.
Who did I do it? Oh, I did it for.
Like insiders, it was just a
Oh,
page.
yeah.
And I didn't know, I was like, let me just wait till they announce something. I never got another email from you about what was happening. Yeah. I don't know.
You know, I think there's a problem because you're not the first person. I wish I really know this happening.
Really?
Like,
Maybe I'm not
we're doing
getting Kyle.
Yeah, search
Maybe
for
I'm
my name.
filtering it. Because I'm filtering
Spam.
Renee.
It's like anything from Kyle, spam.
Because I'm filtering Jermaine. I was like, I didn't get any email. See that?
That's
the last November. Maybe they're in track.
No, this is not you. This is
Yep.
this is our.
Yep. See, that's the last email.
You are not the first person. I just lost a customer actually. I was like, I'm not getting any because we have this boot camp we've been doing like really.
And this was through Infusionsoft, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the last email I got. Thanks for signing up for the 10-minute live webinar. And that was in November.
And
That's it.
You said you purchased that.
Yep.
Huh.
Or I believe I did. I don't remember. But I mean, even if I didn't,
Yeah.
that's the last thing I got.
That's the terrifying thing.
Yeah, I mean, even Jermaine was like, I was like, what room are we gonna do? He's like, I sent the email today. I was like, I didn't get it. But then I realized I set up a filter for his email, so it doesn't go to spam. But I don't see it unless I go check the filter.
Right.
So you almost have to do something like mobile. Because people just don't check.
I know you're not the man.
Yeah, I don't even see it. Does it show that I bought it? Maybe I did. I thought I did. Or maybe I said, maybe I wanted to buy it, right? And I thought I bought it. But I'm thinking like, oh yeah, you were like, this is it. Maybe I did. But I didn't get an email back.
Right.
Since that day, you never haven't gotten any email.
Now that's true, like we haven't promoted it, but what we did is we did that launch. Then we've just been doing like affiliate launches just to test out different offers and stuff. And now we finally figured it out. So there's actually supposed to be a webinar at the end of this week that I'll start promoting to the list again.
Okay.
So I understand, like it's I get why you didn't get anything, but for the customers, yeah, we can.
Okay. All right. So that was me thinking about something.
But it's actually, but the thing is, someone else did say that they weren't getting it, and it caused me to be suspicious.
But I didn't get any updates since November.
Right.
So I was checking out. I'll go check that out. I bought it. I'll check it out when I get a chance. But I didn't buy it.
Hey,
There's no more food. I just told you.
Yeah, there is. I'm about to take yours.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna have to take yours for.
oh yeah, there's some carrots over there. I'm sorry.
Actually, I just remembered.
Yes. Oh. She's long, pretty nice. Pacing. Yeah. Did the energy thing help? Yes, I haven't put it to the test yet. Is that your plate?
Huh? Earlier, energy. What part did you eat of the meal to stay healthy?
Chicken, brisket, lettuce.
I didn't even get the ice cream, which is unlike me.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to have, you can get this one.
Is that what you got?
Just taste it.
Something with me, like,
You can't taste it.
that's what I've learned. If I just have a bite, I can't do it. Stickler for sweets.
What you could do is you could put a little bit on the plate and bring the plate on versus staying
I'll
off.
probably just go back. I think they're watching me.
Where you heading for your
Bora Bora by Tahiti. Bora Bora. Should be, yeah. I've never been there before. So. Little hut on the water. My grandma always said, "Are you crazy, boy?" The hut is the hut on top of the water. You're sleeping on top of water. She'd be like, "Boy, God ain't blessed you to be a fool." She thinks like the finer things in life, all of them have their curse. Flying on airplanes is a death sentence. Not realizing that airplanes crash not nearly as common as car crashes.
Oh, yeah.
Anything that I do, I say, "Hey, Grandma, we just chartered a private. Is that a small jet?" I say, "Yeah, man." How many people fit on it? I don't know, 8 people. Oh, this is fast life. This is fast life. I said, "Grandma, people aspire, people aspire to be able to fly on their own like this. Like, you got it backwards." And she doesn't understand. "Yeah, Grandma, I want to go to South Africa safari." "Oh, Africa. There's this or that." Yeah, the whole continent. Right? I said, "Grandma." So there's programming. There's a lot of things she taught me, and then there's a lot of programming you just almost have to forget or ignore. And Brian is my proof, right? 5 minutes on the call. There was about 15 warnings.
Oh, and he was not joking.
I bet him money.
He was like every line he would say, "Well,
he said, "Where are you at?" I said, "Oh, we crossed the street of the office to go get something to eat across." "Be careful crossing the street. People are dying." So I'm a little bit cautious of my own kids because that's just how. And I try not to, but like my daughter just rode a bike, and I was like, "Be careful, boy." I caught myself doing it, but it's good to be cautious. I mean, when my mentor, when Corey Rudel died, that's on the ammunition. But she remembers that too. Remember Corey Rudel? Corey Rudel? Yeah, 15 years ago, like Godfather, what would you call him? Godfather of modern internet marketing. He owned internetmarketing.com like in the year 96.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but then he died. There wasn't too many people out of his caliber. And he was doing $6 to $8 million in 98, 96. Well, like you couldn't even do video or anything. You long sales pages. Struck up a friendship. Then he passed away in a car accident in 05. The same car that Paul Walker.
What did it say? It was a Ferrari that Paul Walker was in?
No, a Porsche Carrera.
Oh, I thought it was
They
a
actually,
Ferrari.
Paul Walker died in a GT, right? Carrera GT. They actually did an article about Corey's, and one other guy had a tragic death, just like this in the same car. Those cars have a problem. And she would use that. Don't ever get a Porsche.
Porsches are too small anyway.
You know, like
That can't be your main car. That has to be a side car. That you can just go to the market. No, you can't even go to the market with it because it's just one bag.
You found a to-go box?
Yeah, for the wife, I told her I would get it.
She can come down.
She's coming.
Bring the
She's gonna
kids.
miss out on the food.
Is there still some? Is there food left?
Yeah. There weren't any plates left.
Oh, did they bring more?
They went and got you.
You better go and get your ice cream.
Nah, I'm on a diet this week before.
You can't eat nothing. You've been
Well, I
hulking
know.
out, so you can't eat no ice cream no more. You can't.
Well, I want to look good on the beach or Bora Bora.
The way I do it is,
And then I want to, eat.
the way I do it is, the only time I eat stuff like that is when I go something like that at home.
You just keep it short.
Yeah.
I don't eat
You at
no junk
GreensCon,
food,
you better take advantage.
no nothing. But then if I go out to a restaurant, I can eat whatever.
Well, that's a good rule.
Yeah, because I don't
You
have
just
one at
can't
home.
go out
Every night. It depends on the ratio.
Yeah.
I don't see how people do it traveling a lot. The bodybuilders that are always in hotels.
They take it with them.
How do you do that?
There's this female bodybuilder. She freezes the chicken patties.
Yeah,
And takes it with her.
that's some dedication.
I tried doing the Chipotle. That stuff doesn't last that long. I was like, how is he freezing? This stuff doesn't work. Added it
You got the whole family?
No, for me, I was going to have Chipotle for the whole week.
How much did you order?
I just did it for the week. After a couple of days,
It was gone?
the food just wasn't fresh on it. But I didn't freeze it. I guess it was freezing.
No. Say I buy it on a Monday. It probably works about Thursday morning, Wednesday. About right. I don't know.
Have a real good freeze.
I don't know. It depends. What's that? Yeah. What was going bad the fastest? It's just the beans and chicken, right?
I don't really know what. It could have been the salsa.
Wait. They're not separate? You didn't have them separated?
Yeah.
No, that's why. It's soggy. It's soggy. No, you buy like 5 boxes of chicken, and then you put that in Tupperware. See, you didn't see my picture with all the Tupperware? See, the chicken is so you bought a bunch of chicken, and then they get soggy.
Yeah, I just bought it together in a bowl. I bought the chicken bowl
Times
3 or 4.
So they're making each one, and then the beans are making the chicken soggy, the lettuce, yeah. No, I go like I'm, like they'll be like, is this a big party? Oh, yeah. We're a party at one. And then they'll put it in the big old boxes. You just like, people are in line, they're mad off this party.
You can order online with them now.
Yeah, I guess I better up it because I always do it over the phone and then come in the back door.
It's that guy.
Yeah, that guy. And then I'll leave with 2 big boxes. And then it'll last me. I can't have it pre-made like that. That only lasts a couple days.
Yeah,
Sure.
I guess so. I thought about that.
You got to separate that stuff. You make it, so you're basically making
You
it.
can only be good at so many things. Marketing, you can't be good at figuring out food.
Yeah. It's hard. I know you're gonna have to redo some of your old videos. When the people see a new one, they're like, hey, brother.
Yeah, it's true. That's what happened in our last event. I didn't know Jermaine was into lifting weights and
You know what you did, you redid your teeth. And now you
hey, how you know I redid my teeth? You can
tell.
tell. But you only met me.
You have like a list. Like, this is true.
But you never, did you meet me on that? You met me after. I fixed my teeth January 07.
No, I met you before that.
You did?
I went to,
Corey Riddle's huh?
no, I went to,
Yannick, I was already fixed. I was
no,
good.
that wasn't 2007. I was like 2006.
I was like February, March 2007. I would have been like 2 months into fresh teeth.
I think that was 2006. You sure that was 2007?
Because later that year I did that whole nitty gritty marketing. I know that was in the same year.
That was the same year?
Yeah, because I used
Well, maybe
Yannick's.
it was 2006.
And I could have sworn I was already fixed by then. You probably just saw a video.
I probably did see it.
Yeah, because pre-06, you're right.
I'm like, is this bad?
You used to suck my thumb, guys. You know,
Like, this is Jermaine.
then my
I'm gonna
wife
show
said,
you how to make music.
Yeah.
Like, who is this guy?
my wife said, you know, I didn't want to tell you, you know. You always after the
Like,
fact.
the same thing to do. Mine was about my breath. I was like, my breath was just thinking for 5 years. You didn't tell me.
I'll have to come after we leave the house, halfway to the restaurant. Is that what you're gonna wear?
You're too late for that.
You could have told me, you know.
My wife is after the fact, like, chill. You will never, I said, how does this work? Was this right? And then once somebody else says it, then she'll jump in. All right, you always after the fact. You could have told me that.
Take the punishment.
There he is.
Hello. How you doing?
How you doing, Paul? Thanks, man, for coming back.
Thanks for having me out again.
Yeah. Let me make sure I put your.
This seems like it's bigger than it was last year.
Yeah, it's like you came up.
You made people pay this.
No, a tree. How you say that?
And the tree. I look it up too.
What have you been reading? You've been reading some history?
Well, I wonder if it sounds like really history.
Yeah. Well, yeah, or if you can email me. Actually, my Here and Play address is easier. And I'll download that.
February this year. I'm even more excited to share this with you here today. So this may seem like a mouthful, treatise on nature and offer intimate connection to an order. It seems like a really heavy, high kind of philosophical type conversation. And that's exactly what this is. I'm an automation disciple, and that word disciple is really, really intentional. It means that I'm just as passionate about learning as I am about teaching. And what I've been doing in my job lately at Fusionsoft is I've just seen a lot of really, really cool things and started to understand some more of these higher level, ideas. And that's what I'm excited to share this with you today. Particularly because, it's high level, kind of heavy stuff. This is one of the few groups that could actually be in this room and not be blown away and not know what to do with it. And I'll show you what we can do with this at the end. So what we're going to do today is I'm going to share with you some research findings into the core components of what is an offer, and then the core components of what is an order. And then we're going to talk about how those are related, and then how there's different subclasses of it, how it all works together. And the other thing that I want to remind you is that this is totally not true. This is from the research that we've been doing. I'll kind of share with you what we've been doing in the next couple of slides. This presentation has been shared with the concepts in it. I've shared with a lot of coworkers from different departments, sales reps, consultants, just anybody that could have this conversation and add to it. And this is kind of the distillation of all of that. And I'll share with you how we even got to this question in the first place. It's like, what compels somebody to get this deep and nerdy about what's an offer, what's an order? So it's a lot of fun. So for those that don't know me, I just want to kind of qualify myself a little bit. So, why should I be able to talk like this? I've worked in hundreds of small businesses, possibly in thousands at this point, doing one-on-one strategy since 2008. So I joined Fusionsoft in 2011 as a success coach. I had already been doing coaching for 3 years before that with my video email company. I'm the guy that puts together any marketplace campaigns. Has anybody ever used this before? Free campaigns in marketplace? Awesome, thank you. Thank you so much for using this. That's what I get to do in my normal day-to-day. Not as related, and that's why we're here today. And this last thing I sold when I was in college. The only reason I want to share that with you is just to kind of validate that I'm not just some sneaky nerd sitting back here, all theory. I know how to sell. I've done it. I've sold, directly at homes. I've, sold online on webinars. I've led sales teams. So as far as being able to talk about and offer an order with a little bit of authority, I know what I'm talking about here. And that brings us to Shane's plug time tomorrow. Feel free to come out to my talk and talk about the new generation juggernaut, which is basically the thing that will need more sales. So we'll talk about that tomorrow. But let's talk about the specific topic, right? This kind of philosophical theme here. Well, recently, in the past couple months, I've been promoted to be one of Fusionsoft's first data scientists, along with Jordan Hatch. And we're exploring all sorts of crazy and wild new territory, and we're testing all sorts of stuff, specifically strategies here. And the findings of these slides here are specifically from the Facebook discount offer test. So we had a theory. We said, can we run Facebook ads that provide some kind of discount offer, and will that convert? Is it going to work? So we know that we can make landing pages and ads and copy, but does it make sense? Just because we throw something together doesn't mean it's actually going to be effective at driving the sale, getting those conversions here. And so we tested with a bunch of different types of companies, and we learned that in some cases you can't even get an ad out the door just because it's such a ridiculous idea. But then there's other industries that really work well with the idea of offering a discount via a Facebook ad. And we learned that strategy will work if it's a small ticket item or a short sales cycle, because when you have an ad on a social channel that's saying get 10% off, get 5% off, you're asking that person to make a buying decision right then and there. And it was kind of that aha moment that I realized, well, hold on, there's a lot to this whole offer thing. How can we know what's going to work for some industries and not? And then we started just digging into it, and started coming up with these components and these ideas. And again, I shop this around with lots of my colleagues, and they all seem to agree that in their experience, this agrees with what we're seeing as data scientists here. So this is what we're going to do today. This is how it's going to work. First thing I'm going to do is we're going to discuss the components of an offer. And when I say offer, I'm just talking in general, something that I'm extending to somebody that they can pay for. And then we're going to explore what are the components of an order, because those two are intimately related, right? But as far as how are they intimately related, we're going to kind of break those components apart. And then we're going to talk about, this is the exciting part. This is where I start talking about subclasses of an offer. Because offering a discount, it's an offer, but it's a special type of offer. Because you don't have to, give $5 off a coupon to offer something. So we're going to talk about the subclasses, and then we'll look at what can you do with this, and then some kind of Q&A. Like I said, this isn't necessarily true. This is generally, corroborated. Yeah, this is what we're seeing in the field, and it makes sense. And if there's something that maybe doesn't work for you, or you have questions, all of that. Very excited to hear it. So does that sound like a good agenda? We ready to get into it? All right. So this is what we're going to explore. What are the core components of an offer? And again, we're talking in general offer, just something that I am presenting to somebody that they can pay and receive it here. So what I've learned is that there's 5 components of an offer. So the first component, which is pretty obvious, you need to have a product. Now, when I say product, this is a general blanket term product. This can be a single-use, single-purchase consumable product, or it can be a monthly recurring service. Just any generally a product. So in order for it to be an offer, there must, of course, be a price for this product. Again, this seems to kind of make sense here. As we get towards the latter slides, we'll start to see how all of this really starts to come together. Because this may not be super exciting, but we're going to get into it. So modified prices are just a subclass of an offer. So you definitely have to have a price. It doesn't have to be a discounted price or anything like that. So the other thing that you need to be aware of the product are what are the benefits of it. Like, I'm not necessarily talking like sales kind of benefits, just like, that this thing, this product, this service will do this for something. This is the problem. If you have this problem, this is the solution. So then what are the benefits of that? And so those are kind of nested under the product because they're actually inherent of the product. If you were just at a price with no product, it doesn't really make sense. But you do have to have a price, and you have to at least know the benefits to have an offer. Now, this is all product stuff. So the other part of an offer, fourth part, is the redemption method. And again, this is kind of high level, in the upper side. So redemption method can be call this phone number. Come into my store and buy this. Go to this website. How do I redeem this offer? Somebody presents this to me. How am I going to go ahead and take advantage of it? And then the fifth part that closes it out as an offer is you've got these temporal limits, or it's time bound. It's time based. So you can take any product that's out there, anything, consumer, business, whatever, and it's going to have these empirical components of it. Now, here's the cool thing about this. A lot of people never even consider these last two because they're almost kind of assumed, right? If I'm going to buy a Starbucks coffee, what do I do? And walk into Starbucks, that's my redemption method. When can I buy a coffee? I can buy a coffee whenever I want. And technically, unless it's a 24-hour Starbucks, I can't. I have to come during business hours, right? So that's the offer that Starbucks makes, and that's the components of it. So this is what I and my colleagues believe are kind of the core components of an offer. And again, totally excited to hear what we're thinking about this at the end. So how is this offer related to an order? Like, what happens there? So When we present an offer to somebody, and the offer is accepted by the customer, that offer transforms into an order. So that's how they're intended to be. An offer is just like this thing that we're sitting out there, and then when somebody agrees to it, cool, we're gonna do it. So like looking at like, McDonald's, I go and they have an offer for a Big Mac, and then, I say, okay, I accept that offer, here's my $5, that's now an order. And they go my sandwich in the bag. So there's 5 components of an offer. So now what are the core components of an order here? So once we have this offer and it transforms into an order, what are the core components of this? So there's actually only 3 components for this one. So the first are the line items, what is being purchased. So I'm buying a Big Mac, buying a Starbucks. The next part of the order are the payment terms. So just like the redemption methods and the temporal limits, quite often this is overlooked because the payment terms on most purchases is one payment right now. I can't walk into Starbucks and buy a coffee at 5 minutes, right? So the payment terms in most cases, at least in the consumer world, for those smaller ticket items, is just one payment right now. And then the third part of an order are the fulfillment terms. And very similar to the payment terms, it's usually immediate fulfillment right now. I'm not going to go pay McDonald's and make me a Big Mac and pick it up at 9 to 6. Maybe that'd be an interesting idea for service. But usually the line items are focused when you're thinking about order, but it's not done unless you have the fulfillment terms. So how are you going to receive payment? What's the agreement there? And what's the agreement on how we're going to fulfill? So we've seen that an offer becomes an order. I find this up, right? So this is the fun stuff. I want to share with you what I've learned about the subclasses of offer and how it impacts these dials. Let me actually go back to the order. If you think about these core components, these are all think about like little dials that you can tweak and adjust, right? So you can tweak and adjust the line item cost. Maybe you need that fixed, or tweak and adjust the payment terms, or even on the offer itself. Maybe you're adjusting the price, or maybe you adjust the redemption method. And I guess, I apologize for prefacing, that's kind of how you can approach this with your businesses. Because again, I know this is kind of heading up in the air, but here's 3 little dials that you can adjust, that you can play around with. And so when you know what these core components are, now you can start maximizing and figuring out what's going to work best for you. So now this is where we get the more colloquial offer. When people think of an offer, it's a discount or a couple bucks off, whatever the case is. So we're going to talk about the different subclasses of the offer here. So again, as a data scientist, we try to be really thorough with our research and everything we're doing. So for this discussion about subclasses of an offer, I'm just going to be discussing a single non-subscription product. Because when you start adding that extra dimension of a recurring product or a subscription, or you add the extra dimension in more than one line, that just adds a whole layer of complexity to different kinds of offers that you can have. So while I'm going to be sharing with you the different subclasses, they can be used for subscriptions and bundles too. So just be aware of that. But at least until I learn more about this is subscription data, bundle data, we're going to assume this is just a single product order. So there's 3 types of offer subclasses. So this is the core components of an order. Remember I said there's like little dials that you can tweak here? Well, that's why there's 3 types of offer subclass, because you're ultimately tweaking what's going to happen in the order. So you can first have your price modifier. That's one type of offer. So this is the more common, $5 off, 10% off, what have you. And then you've got your payment modifier, which is, make a free pay, pay, 72 months, whatever the case is. And then the last thing that you have is the value modifier, which is actually modifying the fulfillment terms. So they're directly related. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that you don't have to use just one of these. And in most cases, it's a combination. you may offer, $5 off and then you get, a free donut with a coffee or something. Or for higher ticket items, maybe you're gonna add some bonuses in here and also offer like a payment plan. So just be aware that these subclasses of offer can be mixed and matched. And that's kind of my whole intention here is to show them, here's kind of a breakdown. So now that you know this, fiddle around with your business, see what makes sense and what doesn't here. So we're going to break down each of these subclasses in a little more detail. The pricing modifier, as I shared, this one's really simple. There's only 2 types. At least here, to figure out you can either say it's X amount of dollars off or so much %. With regard to modifying the price, that's about the best you can do. And again, keep in mind that this is for a single product order. Because when you start adding more than one, you can have a pricing modifier that says, buy 2 of these and save $1.50. You see how that just makes it a lot more complex. So I don't want to necessarily talk to that yet until I can say here's definitively what we learned about bundles and things like that. But that's pricing modifier. That's really simple. So the other one that's really simple but is also really robust is the value modifier. And of course, value is kind of their concept. And so value modifiers are really robust. You do whatever you want. So maybe you want to offer some bonuses or something. You want to offer extra stuff, maybe more time. So a very common value modifier offer you're familiar with is buy one, get one, right? Buy this, get another one. So that's modifying the film. The line items are still the same, but they're getting cooler. So again, this can be really robust. And again, usually, at least in the online world, product launches usually you're not have bonuses, and then maybe you also have the payment modifiers to add all the prices, the offer that will be made. So before I talk about the payment plans, because that's one of the more robust ones, I want to talk about something really interesting that I learned. There's an inverse relationship between price and value modifier. And it wasn't until I started kind of mapping out different scenarios that I realized this is actually really, this is how it works. This is exactly what's going on. So when you're looking at the price modifier, you're lowering the line item cost. So you're lowering what you're taking in, but your fulfillment costs are the same. So if I buy a coffee, with a $1 off coupon, it still costs the company the same to fill it. Conversely, if you're looking at the value modifier, you have the same line item, but you have higher fulfillment costs. So I'm still paying full price for coffee, but then you get a free donut. So I'm still making the same amount of money, but it's more expensive to fill. So there's this kind of inverse relationship between price and value. And again, you can definitely have an offer that includes a price and a value modifier. And so it's just kind of adjusting kind of what's going to work for your audience and the sales cycle and all that jazz. So that's kind of the difference between the two, is there that inverse relationship. So now I'm going to get to the subclass of offers, which kind of made me nuts when I started thinking about it. And it's still pretty crazy because it's just so robust. Just like how a value modifier can do pretty much anything. Extra hour of my time, whatever the case is, payment modifiers are definitely really robust too. Let's think about it. You can have a payment plan with equal payments. Or if you wanted to, you can do a front-loaded payment plan where you pay a large chunk and then it's small at the beginning when you buy a car and then you pay monthly lease. You can do something like it's 30 days free and then you start paying. That's still modifying your payment terms. I'm probably going to still charge the same for the product and I'm going to fill right away, but maybe they don't pay for 30 days for modifying the payment terms. So this is why I started doing that. So that's the payment modifiers. I had this big graph that I drew out, and I started realizing that it's almost a tree. There's a taxonomy to how you can build payment modifier. So the first question that you ask yourself is, are you going to do one pay or one pay? So this is the highest level question you can ask when you're talking about payment modifiers in your offers. Is it one pay or is it one plus? What? The next question that you'd ask yourself is, okay, is there a delay on the first payment? Even if it's a one pay, you still can technically have a delay on the first payment. Now, if you're talking about more than one payment, then the next question would be, is this a front-loaded or equal payments on this. So the things that are going to show in this red box are only in case of 2 or more payments, because that's obviously not relevant if we do it one pay. And then the questions are, well, now we're going to do finance charge with this. And then further breaks down and decides that, okay, well, the finance charge be waived for some reason. The act quickly didn't allow no way. So you can see that there's any number of combinations that you can do with this. So you can say, I want to do a 1 pay right now, and then I'm going to test it against doing 1 pay with a 7-day delay. Or I'm going to, yeah, take a question.
Where do guarantees fall into your taxonomy? Is that a value modifier? Is that a total modifier?
That's an awesome question. I love that. It's exactly, I'm so excited to share this room. Oh man, I would say that a guarantee.
It could be great, right?
Right.
So that's another one of the blue boxes is there a way? And then we have guarantees, because some guarantees are within a year or never. Some guarantees are not paid for 30 days. And some guarantees are double back money guarantees.
Mm-hmm. So I would explore the idea of being a combination of like a modifier and also a modifier. But what else depends on the nature of the guarantee? It depends on what you're guaranteeing. If you're doing like a money back guarantee, then that's obviously impacted in terms of how payment works. But if it's a, we'll give you an extra 3 months if you're not successful in the first 3 months, then that's still a modifier. A risk modifier. A risk modifier.
That's like a level 1 guarantee, right? If you price money back, then I'll pay you like 1,000% guarantees that I make 10,000% guarantees.
I like that, bro. Risk modifier. That's
been groovy.
Yeah, no, this is exactly it. I'm glad you guys are this house. So the question, are your resets?
Yeah, I think it's that. It's something places you're going to have this area of research to think about. Sure. Because guarantees can be so many different kinds. We've seen so many kinds. How do they fit into the proper way to think about things in the process? So you actually look, it seems like your process says you should think about those things in this order and it gets you the best result. So where's that? Where are the guarantees? Like I can imagine building an offer based on the guarantee. I want to offer a guarantee that this doesn't work all your lawn. And that's going to define my product, right? Versus putting it in and saying, oh, let's buy this thing, I guess I'll go and make the product on 2 years again.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you for that. Because I think that's a thing that's one of these risk modifier. That's cool. That's cool, guys. Okay. So I know this is kind of like drinking from a fire hose. Maybe for some of you, this is like, yeah, field burgers. So to kind of help you navigate what should you use when. So we go ahead and kind of show you what I learned. This is now where we start getting like that ground base stuff. That this makes sense, but it doesn't make sense here. So for this little graph, I was trying to 3D one. I'm bad at it, so I'm looking at here. So this is 5 axis, your sales side, and this is your product price. And then if you can imagine this is the cost coming out of the screen here. So give me an example of a cup of coffee, right? So a cup of coffee, short sales side, we'll take that. So what this graph is saying is that in general, you can expect to see a peanut modifier as a green line and good effectiveness with a short sales cycle would take. You know, and if you think about your own experience, that makes sense. That's what you see. Whereas if you're going to do a peanut modifier as a green line, it's kind of that lower effectiveness. Again, there's certain situations where it's not going to work. I can't offer a coffee and do like a tip. It's not going to be that effective, right? So this is what we learned with realtors. So we're testing video Facebook business, right? So we said, hey, let's say, hey, $1,000 off your listing, simultaneous discount code. And we couldn't get that because it was such a ridiculous idea from the realtor standpoint that no self-respecting realtor would discount the prices like that. You know, and so that's showing is that price. But then that's where payment modifiers come into place. So let's look at the opposite and respect the cost, right? Longer sales cycle, higher ticket value. So you can see that as far as practice, payment modifiers, that's pretty much the name of the game. Like, it's really rare to walk in and do $5 payment. I thought I see it. Here's a bag full of money. It's always, a little bit down, and at least there's a pricing model. And that is the front end of the payment. You use down pay and then set the money. And the value modifier isn't necessarily that price modifier. Sure, I could say, maybe say, $1,000, I'm going to start paying down to still bring people in, but being able to provide a lower monthly rate, lower APR, is a payment for things that's going to be a little more effective here. Same thing with the value modifier. If I'm trying to buy a car, you guys, it says, okay, we put, tinted windows on it, it's got a cool sport. Great, one better payment terms, So that's how you can kind of think about this. So kind of sum up in general, what I just want to put that is, does that make a little more sense now? Yes, no, a little bit. All right, we can take any questions towards the end here. So just kind of sum it up in general. And what we see in our experience, if you have a short sales cycle, low ticket item, a price and value modifiers are going to work here as far as it should be able to, do sales and be returns, right? What you're offering in general is, effective. So I think that's all I see. That's what and then for a longer sales cycle, a higher ticket item, that's how payment plans are going to start being more effective as well. And again, you can mix and match. They can look at the class and between them just, yeah.
You have a question from Hi, Claire. She says, your presentation is awesome. Thank you. Her question is, what kind of offers are most effective for high-end consulting and coaching?
What kind of offers are effective for high-end consulting and coaching? I can tell you what I've seen out in the field is usually a front-end type offer, like a limited front end and then monthly payment after that. And then sometimes you'll even work in like a percentage of the sale. So if you're in high consulting or I don't know, law company, you can say, I'll set this up for you for this upfront price, and then it's X amount a month. And then if they're good, you're like the sales funnel, you can say, hey, I'm going to get 5%. That's a model that I've seen as far as like high-end consulting or small consulting. That's the model that I typically see in most cases. You don't really necessarily see people closing a deal because it's free ebook or hey, I'll give you $100 off on an hourly rate. Because again, just thinking about that as a consumer, well, what's that say about consulting? Discount their hourly rate. Unless of course you're using weekly or marketing and all that channels. But awesome questions. That's a good question. Well, we find out.
How are you? Same question. That's in Facebook. Oh, Facebook. Facebook page where I have all these discussions. She says, yes, thank you. Wonderful.
That's funny.
Cool. So what are the next steps for you? Because I know that it's really kind of on the big heavy stuff, and this is the kind of you guys you're all experts, you're all advanced in what you're doing. You're still walking do what's actionable. You walk out of the room, actually get some value from this. So in the same way, I guess well, it's a cool business. So firstly, say what your existing funds. The offer, break it down, figure out what is the offer, is there a sub offer? And then you can start split testing for modifiers. So if your offer is some, let's say it's a $500 product, and then you're giving people to pay on it, maybe try experimenting with doing it as a one pay, but then adding a couple bonuses and see if that helps. Now look at your existing stuff. I recommend starting with whatever your most profitable product is and try to go from there so you can make that. And then when you're newer, you're working on new things. Well, moving forward, because you have this awareness, you can now start experimenting with these offers as you're kind of designing and testing. and taking what you put the existing ones, injecting it into the other ones. So I think, Brian's got a question here. I'm at the end of the slide, so first of all, thank you so much for being awesome community and sharing some time this afternoon. And I hope it's a little value, it's provides value for you. And I would love to see what questions that everybody has.
There's a thing as I listen to this is that I keep taking the opportunity to find, and you kind of you set the circles that go through these 3 options. And so right now, this is a price modifier here, but you could just draw a graph of your table and say, okay, what is that other option? What would it look like if I sold this car based on this kind of modifier instead? You can just get the graph, including silly and stupid versions. You look at your graph, maybe instead of looking at how you're already going to do it, now you have 16 options. Maybe those 16 options based on your methodology. Maybe 2 or 3 stick out that action after the split test. Which I think just to go try to outthink myself. Because I think I know what's going to happen. That's the way we often confuse ourselves because we're not actually testing it, we're just guessing.
For sure. And you may be able to use this with your clients. Maybe that's part of what reporting services are. You do kind of like an offer analysis. Right? And dissect it like this. Hey, this is what's going on. So that's great. What other, there's got to be at least another question out there. Anybody? So yeah, so that's either a really good thing or a really bad thing. So I'm hoping that just means that we're sitting here after lunch and we're just kind of digesting.
I have a question for you then.
Yeah.
What is the most surprising thing you found that you really thought that's not true now? In this research, what were you surprised by? What maybe an individual case studies you were researching various, I see you get this data based on all our accounts, right? You're looking in guts. So what do you look at that is not that's unreasonable, but it's true?
Oh man, it's unreasonable, but it's true.
So what would you have bet wrong on? Where would you have lost $100 if you bet $100 this right here is true? I would have bet that regardless of your industry, you can offer Facebook discount and make it work. What would you It doesn't. Offering a discount offer on Facebook ads, so hey, you get a $5 coupon or something like that. I was betting, and we were all betting, but it doesn't matter what your industry is. If we know enough about your industry, we can target you properly, and we can create a good landing page. People will opt in and they'll convert. It didn't. And so that's sort of like, all right, let's dig into this. What's going on? Because for some people it worked. Some people, again, like the realtor couldn't even get out the door because he wasn't even bought into it. It was just such a ridiculous notion for him. So I'd say that was the most surprising thing is that you can be an awesome marketer, great copywriter, because we have a team of designers and copywriters and things like that. So I mean, the landing pages were good, the targeting was good, but it totally with it, total airball because it just was a total mismatch with the offer and what you're trying to do. Yeah, done.
Did you look at all of the targeting? And secondly, did you look at when people are being exposed multiple times? So if someone doesn't take your offer the first 3 times, my role is to change the offer, put something else onto it on a temporary basis, those kinds of things. So you're basically combining all of them.
Yeah, so we did lots of, we had a lot of different ad sets. We were testing uploaded lookalike audiences, custom targeting, and we were testing, we even had split test versions of different ad copy. So as far as the frequency aspect of it, we didn't track that. At least we weren't looking for that. We didn't have that data. But I think the biggest takeaway from that was when you're providing a discount offer on an ad via social, what you're asking is for a purchasing decision. And on a social channel, that may not be where somebody's at. It may not even be in the online space. So that's just something that says so. And thinking about it, that's why it makes sense that the smaller ticket items are going to work, because so that's more close to an impulse buy. So, you see on Facebook, it's like $50 cool. Whereas it's not going to do an impulse buy on like $50,000 car in Facebook ad.
See, I would argue that your price offers on Facebook might be more effective if they've already been exposed to the offer. You know what it costs.
Right.
even on a high dollar topic.
I totally agree. I totally agree with you. That's another thing. We weren't testing with an existing list of prospects. This was totally cold, dead traffic assessment. So that's explicitly what we're testing is can we drive cold Facebook traffic to make this work? If it was for an existing like prospect that made it through and they didn't see it, I agree with you that that's probably going to be a lot more effective. We won't test that.
I wonder if the higher value offers are also more conducive to percentage discounts instead of dollar discounts. 10% off means something big, it still feels like 10% off. If you're already exposed to the opposite, they'll be more dismissive.
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of things to learn. And this is by no means like a final exhaustive effort. Because clearly there's always work.
So, this was a, you guys are going on real estate, trying to increase her clientele, she's trying to do this things.
Right.
So my question is, why did you guys get the perfect life cycle with her, particularly to get, you know, sell right away? Such a high relationship, high, you know, long sales cycle, longer. So like with that, like my mind says, come up with a tool, like this one tool will tell you how much your website is worth. And I thought for Chris, our friend, he does web design and web implementation. I was like, this is perfect because I almost did it like it was asking for like traffic, like revenues, basically asking me for everything they didn't use to sell. And I said, wait a minute, you know, so it was a tool, but it didn't. I mean, they had an algorithm, I didn't know, they had an algorithm that would probably tell me what my site was worth, but put me in a wonderful position to be so to with that data. I would think like, how much is your house worth? You know, free analysis. I can't sell it, nobody can. Risk reversal, like those are the types of things for being in the market, having been in the market. I would think that with especially with real estate agents, you really can't go wrong. So do you think, how would that fall in this framework? Information based, slower relationship based things. And you call that an offer too, it's just not a monetary offer.
Yeah, you're totally right. You're totally right. And then the reason that we went down that road with realtors because that's what we were testing. We said we posit that what your industry is, we can make this strategy work. And then we learned that in some cases, different strategies for different companies. So looking at lifecycle marketing, offer comes towards the last part of the sell phase. So this is discussing a paid offer, but of course you can have free offers, so how much is your house worth, how's the selling point areas, those kinds of things. And I don't have any data for it, but I can anecdotally say that the higher the ticket item price, the longer the sales cycle is, the more you do need that nurturing relationship stuff at the beginning for sure. Which of course makes sense why it's not going to work for your Facebook ad for realtor, at least not offering a discount.
You think a flat rate offer, like I'll sell your house no matter how much for X, guaranteed. If I can't do it, some risk reversal, I do this. I'll pay you for wasting your time. You think she would, and I would think that that's going to some kind of appointment remuneration to give her a call, and get that appointment, and then that leads to possibly a contract.
For sure, and that's definitely something that they can test. And I think that would be based on their targeting. If you're targeting, the boomer, the boomer Gen Y people, they may not be comfortable with that goal to make a statement. Or if you have a realtor, but then millennial or somebody may, that may totally resonate with it.
But you just need to have some parameters to it, and when you actually meet, you can say, we'll pay you $2,500 if we don't sell your house in 30 days. And then when you meet with them, if they're asking too much for their house, or their house is not in the right neighborhood, and you say, well, under our parameters, your house or that particular house or that office doesn't fit.
Yeah, for sure. And then that's
but they're in a hot market, or they price their house accordingly, they need to follow through with that.
Absolutely. Just thinking about that idea, you can break that down. We can fund into that. I definitely think that there's certain markets that would work where you can say, hey, I'll sell your house for this fund rate. Why not? Yeah.
Well, I know this offer is especially when people see them online and you talk to them on the phone, people will ask you, well, it says you get 10% off right here. Is that true? And then you say, yeah, that's true. And you can actually get a 12-month plan, X, Y, and Z, or whatever. And, you know, just talking to somebody and telling them that offer is totally different than them just seeing it on a banner. And then, you know, they're like, is that real? But then a real person tells them it's real. Then all of a sudden it's a great offer where it wasn't great when they were just skeptical about the language they see on the webpage. So I noticed that a lot. You know, people ask, is that really this much? Or are you guys really doing this deal? And then you say yes, and then they're excited about an offer they weren't excited about before.
That's interesting. That's interesting. And I'm assuming these are kind of higher ticket item type deals. Yeah, I think that's what Jermaine was talking about. That relationship piece is needed there because there's a lot of skepticism out there, especially online. And then if you think about it, the phone conversation you have about the offer, and then whatever they saw online, the components of that offer are still the same. You know, it's just how they're framing it. So
it's just interesting too, though, that the interest is created based on that banner or whatever they saw, right? But they're not gonna buy it. But then if they talk to somebody, that interest is still there, and it wouldn't have been created without it. But now they'll actually maybe go through with it.
Totally, yeah. So yeah, I don't think that Facebook ad will close the sale. It'll at least bubble up the lead so you can have that conversation.
Were you guys trying to close strictly online, like from discount to like web form to like work with me, contract, echo sign? Like,
yeah, that's exactly what it was. It was a Facebook ad to a landing page, and then you were opting in for a discount code, and then depending on what the redemption method was, you were taking a shopping cart or given an email with a certain code or told to come into the store.
So he's saying redemption method should be more personal with high-end. That'd be something to add to the frame.
Yeah, that's a great observation. Yeah. That personal one-on-one touch being required for that redemption method in the higher end items definitely seems like it works. That's why their sales team is pretty large sales.
My question is left field, so Brian, you go ahead.
Mine's sort of stupid.
Okay. It's a little self-serving, so if you can find a way to make it beneficial for everyone. No, so my question is about actually the data scientist's role in Infusionsoft, because we have a data scientist, and I'm kind of curious if Infusionsoft followed a certain process for collecting data, analyzing data, coming up with those ideas from that data. And maybe it's beneficial for everyone because really we're kind of doing the same thing. And I'm just kind of curious, how does Infusionsoft approach the data scientist role? What's the process for getting these insights that the company follows?
That's an awesome question. It's a brand new role, and so we're still figuring that out. That's kind of what me and Jordan Hatch are up to. This was the first major thing that we took on, and even going through that, we still learned a lot about it. I wouldn't say there's any processes in it yet.
What was the goal of even that? Like, what were you trying to accomplish? Just trying to determine insights that you could help your client? Help spread. Like, what was the end result that you were hoping for? To share in the news with your customers?
Yeah. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to be able to release a Facebook discount offer strategy and say, hey, you can use this. But that space is just, as you see, really complex based in the industry and whatnot. And so we took learning from that and pivoted into whatever the next.
If I get back on one question, yes. Follow up, I guess I'm trying to still understand the scope of what the role is. Is it just here's all of Infusionsoft? Is that the charge? Here's all of Infusionsoft data. Here's all the customers. Here's what's doing. Go sift through that data, determine insights, run tests so that we can act on it. Is that what's the scope of that role? What does it look like so far?
Yeah, so that's definitely part of it, and then it's also working with the product team to get what we need as data scientists into where we're at. Because it is, like you said, hey, here's all the data, take it, figure out what you want to do with it. And for right now, it's figuring out, just getting us to that data, you know, and making it work. And of course, if it's not in full transparency, I can't totally spill all my nuts here. I'd love to, but I'm also trying to keep secrets for everybody, so it's exciting.
Turn off the camera. I have a question I can't answer. I love some about this. There's another kind of curious where it calls for not a fixed pricing also framework. Surefield.com does very high-end home video tours, and their pitch is, we'll sell your house. This is Surefield.com. 25% of the cost, 100% of the service. So they're promising the same fulfillment as if you use the broker. Okay. Listen, we're going to do it for a lot cheaper. Does that fall under your purview rather than just a pricing modification? Because that's their offer, but when they actually go, I'd just be curious as to where that falls into your thing. Because we're defining it as, I'm going to charge you a quarter of what they're charging you, as opposed to a quarter of I'm already charging you. So it's not really a straight discount, it's more like a comparison. Yes.
Yeah, business comparison discount. And also sounds like they're doing some fun fulfillment stuff too, acting as a broker.
Yeah, and some comparisons are also more where say one guy says, yeah, I'm reassuringly expensive. Yeah, I guarantee to charge you double what the guy charges you. And that's another strategy that in very certain circumstances can work.
Right, right. Well, I guess it would have to come down to when they're actually, you know, running quotes and things on their services. It's like, you know, what are their base prices? And then are they discounted from there or not? Because as you know, we're learning that an offer can be presented in so many different ways, but the core ideas are still the same.
In this case, they're just saying, typical will for 6% commission, you charge 1.5% commission.
Okay.
And that's their fine.
Okay. So then that's just like kind of say, yeah, that would be price on fire. It's normally 6%. Now it's 1.5. Fun stuff. All right. Oh, cool. Questions? Yes.
Yeah, I have a question and statement, but maybe just these thoughts in my head. We're talking a lot about price. That's only a sliver of the market. A lot of people, particularly in real estate, they're not motivated by price in any way, shape, or form. And this room is actually a testament to not being motivated by price because the number of Apple devices at this desk trumps the PC devices. And so they're not motivated by price. They're buying a more expensive item. And they're at the smart one. So, you know, that's just one thought. Like, that's one segment of the audience who really like price. The other one is that offer, which I haven't seen. Is that an offer that has competitors directly in the marketplace for selling the exact same thing? What I mean is that audience been groomed for buying these types of offers, or are we trying to almost create a product for an audience that not just are buying these types of things? And so that affects all kinds of things.
Yeah.
Like I have a client in Australia, she sells, she's trying to sell a course to help students that just got out of beauty school land their dream job. Unfortunately, she's trying to sell a $600 product to people who are essentially unemployed. And trying to get her to kind of wrap her mind around that. And she spent all this time and energy developing and marketing a course for an audience that may not even have the money for a course. And so it's just different thoughts about the audience, what they're used to buying, stuff like that. Like her case, those women who got used to are not groomed to buy more courses on their education. Right. And then I think about the real estate offer, and like, are these people groomed for the offer? And then we're talking about modified price. I come from the school of thought, price is probably the very last thing. We test everything else, like urgency, call actions. You know, you build up value, you build your expertise in the industry, social proof, all that stuff that goes into the sales office and stuff. That price is the bottom thing. That's my mindset.
Yeah, and I think you're totally right. And I know that came up in my conversations is, do we include like the audience here? Do we include the target? what you're describing, the social proof, things like that, those are kind of like the sales mechanisms to actually close the sale. This is just talking about just the offer as its most basic elements. Humans, skin and organs, and that's the component, so how you go about presenting the offer, asking for the order, 1,000,001 different ways to do it.
Well, like Jermaine was saying, you did 35 different split tests of a BSL, you got down to 7, changed the first 2 minutes. My question is, did any of that involve changing the price in the first 2 minutes?
No, it's all like marketing, benefits and attention grabbing, pattern interrupts, holding their attention to even see the offer, grabbing their attention.
For sure, yeah, and that's just all about how the offer itself is presented here. So this isn't necessarily a conversation about how it's presented, because there's people that are way better doing that. Totally qualified to talk about that. So, thank you. That's a good point. And what do you guys think of the community? Like, would it make sense to include like an audience or target as like one of the offer components, or is that more of how you're presenting the offer?
So that breakthrough advertising we talk about sophistication, and obviously that depends on how conditioned the particular audience is to that particular product, like whether they recognize that this is something that they buy to sort that item, and or whether they're able to learn and find that before. And then depending on the level of sophistication, they'll look at what the benefits would be or how you talk about it. So I definitely think that there has to be some element of market sophistication in there, because what you're going to be talking about, if you consider the market and always have spots, but never knew how to knock out spots, just talking about how to knock out spots is going to be a breakthrough. But versus if you're looking at later down the line, there's certain spot creams where looking at some sort of differentiator based on community or it's got this particular thing within it, that has to have an element within there, I feel, to kind of differentiate the value of the product.
Yeah, for sure. And there's how many different billions of ways can you sell one? I think it was.
If I actually add on with the audience, I know a lot of people that are in the t-shirt business on Facebook or t-shirt ads. And what they always try to drill down to do is let's say they're going to run an ad campaign to sell t-shirts for Game of Thrones, right?
Okay.
And to run the ad campaign targeting the HBO fan page, that's like a bunch of bandwagon fans, casual fans, they're not really loud, passionate people. But what they'll do is dial it in and try to see who likes 3, 4, 5 different pages related to Game of Thrones. And the people who like all of those are the people who are most likely to plug credit card. And so they won't target the main big page with 20 million fans. They'll target 5 or small pages, use some special tool that connects to the API, and then they realize, oh, these group of 100,000 people here, they are hardcore, and those people, it's the bandwagon fans that care less about.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a big distinction between a fan and a follower.
Yeah.
A fan will actually whip out their wallet and do something. Who runs in a lot of followers is just kind of the right. And then it's still, it may be the exact same offers, just how we're presenting it and we're presenting it too. So obviously there's a lot more to understand.
You asked the audience who should be included. I think not, because what you just described today, you have a chance at making some kind of graph or some kind of very specific questions that can result in a graph that shows you all the possible options, both the same and unreasonable. And that kind of tool can be really useful for spurring creativity. And any of us, we're getting tired of this, just to get out of our heads on what we really do. Okay, can I straight-gate this copy? Exactly. I just go through all the possible options. I straight-gate this copy, you pay me now, you get the copy 2 weeks from now. Or the reverse, and just go through all the options. And that kind of chart you can fill in can be a huge benefit. And a great product for your data scientist team to say, hey, our first product is, here's a chart that any Infusionsoft user or anybody can use, and go and create more offer possibilities.
Yeah, and that's kind of part of the ultimate dream is we want to be productive and make insights and things like that. So this is all kind of the very first baby steps.
This may or may not be helpful, but I can share our process for finding offers. It's pretty scientific. But it's, as data scientists, we have qualitative and quantitative data that comes in, and we're analyzing that pretty detailed. So the qualitative data is surveys that we're running with different targets and stuff like that to try to find out what people's pain points, frustration points are as well. But we also are looking at the quantitative side of the people who have come to our funnel, and we're looking at all the patterns of that stuff. From those two hemispheres of data, we come up with a profile of what we consider, we call the hyper-responsive customers. So those are the people that are really heavy users. Jermaine talks about the people who are buying frequently, buying recently. In the qualitative side, it's the people who are writing long treatises of survey responses. And we basically take those people, filter everyone out. We call those people hyper-responsives. That gives us the profile to target. And so it's similar to what the gentleman was saying here, where now we're targeting that specific person that has the largest chance of buying. Then when we take it to the actual offer, the landing page, throughout the entire marketing funnel, all we're doing, our copy is based specifically on what they've said. We're using the same words, the same languages. The lead magnets that we're offering them are based exactly on what the hyper-responsive people said were their biggest challenge. So what we end up doing is we have that really, really hyper-targeted offers and price and everything that's designed specifically for the hyper-responsive people. And we have a very, very high success rate with offers.
Well, then I would definitely like to talk to you a little more after that. That sounds really interesting. And that's the kind of stuff we're going to want to be able to get to, is when you get those hyper-responsive people, those people that just dive in with both feet, being able to intelligently say, hey, you know what? You gonna buy this? Just see how it works.
At one point, and I might go saying, what's your name? Morgan. Morgan. In month 11, we kind of talked about this in chemical science, and I gave this graphic from 1987, business direct marketing, Goldberg and Kimmel, famous graphic. And it breaks, there's something above the offer. Offer is a part of something. So you could call it a process, a sales or a direct response process. List, according to them, is 50%. 50% of success.
Was 40%.
Or this 50%. Offer 25%. So between the list, which would be the audience, they're taking it outside the list, because you could keep the same offer, change the list, and be successful. And then the format, so that's like what you choose to deliver the message, that's 15% according to this, and the copy is 10%. So with that said, I mean, that kind of speaks to, if you put the audience in the offer, I think you separate those, but you certainly use the list to determine the offers. They're intimately related.
For sure.
You know, as you would say.
Oh, yeah, I would never just create an offer without knowing contract target. So absolutely, if I'm trying to sell a Big Mac to a bunch of vegans, this is not gonna work. It doesn't matter how good my product is, it's not gonna happen. You know, so I think that, yeah.
Even with the discount.
Discount. Maybe they can open it.
We get one free.
Yeah.
One of the most powerful things I discovered when doing telemarketing, because when you're doing telemarketing, in the form of telemarketing I was doing, which was low dollar ticket, you might make 20 sales in a day if you're good, or 30 some days. You know, sometimes I'll stay all day, make 300 calls, 30 sales. And what I noticed is that there's the people, for example, we sold for Time Life, where people, let's say they bought country music. And there's people that bought country music and they use their credit card. And there's people that bought country music and they paid by check. And the people that bought country music paid $100 for a box set. That person, it's almost like a guaranteed sale when you call them back, because I'm calling back from Time Life, so they bought it from me. So, and I'm making an offer to them, but really, like Jermaine said, the offer is irrelevant because they're like a premium customer, and I'm calling from the company that they quote unquote love probably. They don't love us, they love what they bought. And now I'm just offering them anything at a reasonable price, and 70% of the time they take you up on that offer. And it's just, and then there's the other times where they have us calling people that never bought. They got a CD, they didn't even pay for it. And you could call all day. Those same people make the same offer and make 10 sales. Whereas you make 3 times the amount of sales, you have more happy customers, and you just do better just finding those hyperactive people as constant.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It's that. I mean, it's just, it's known that it's easier to get a repeat customer than to get someone who hasn't done it. So, yeah, let's not create offers and not target people, because I would want you to put a bunch of work into something that doesn't work. Cool. Any other last minute thoughts? Well, glad you guys woke up a little bit. I was a little nervous when meetings flying up. All right. Thanks, Paul.
All right. We'll take like a
2-3 minute break, and then we'll come back with our hot seat. And
who's the hot?
The hot seat is going to be John Cunningham. He's got a presentation, and we're all going to hot seats. You know, it's for the person, but it's more for the audience. You know, so we'll be back in 2 minutes, 2-3 minutes.
Thank you.
He was under the
Good idea. Yeah. Water works.
Did you work out your
Sit back.
I'll catch up with you when you got your business.
You actually do this without running, you know, running out of gas. So that answers itself. Like if I can break even that. Offer changes to these be okay with that. If you're
All right, John, you got your mic?
I don't have many
Yeah.
What do you think it would take to make your case versus feedback on the argument?
Whatever you want. I mean, I sort of, I did text, and I sort of last time I was throwing in, I probably would have worked,
make our case. I want to be fast with that. So, because as you see, all these objections, it's very easy for our speakers.
I just got
Yeah, we'll adjust it for you. You say my name?
All right. All right, we have our all right, everyone. We'll move on. We've got our hot seat, which it's not like the hot seat, not actually new. I mean, we kind of been doing hot seats all day. We'll turn the presentation into a hot seat. You know? Even Paul got a little bit of a hot seat. So you guys already know how it goes. So John here is going to present an issue, a situation. He's got it all mapped out here in PowerPoint. And you would think that the hot seat is specifically for John, but if we were learning period, teachers discussions, as you engage in discussions and you actually teach, you retain 90% of what you teach, 75% of what you do. I think it's 50% of what you discuss according to the study. You know, you're just lectured to, unfortunately, that's like 5 19%. So the hot seat is actually the collective. So you'll get your breakthroughs by seeing what people have to say about his situation. So see yourself in John's situation. When he goes to see your problem, my problem in that situation, and we'll all work through it. So without further ado, John Cunningham.
Okay, just to treat you some how not to start a new product launch. This is my friend John Cunningham. I've had an app for a long time, but I'm mostly on the sidelines. It's sort of an aspirational thing, which is mostly mainly for some offline businesses. This is a friend of mine. His name is David Shinsky. He's got a consulting practice called Institute for Leadership Fitness. He's a corporate training executive, former senior executive corporate guy. He couldn't be here today, but maybe listening on the street, and he'll be here for the rest of the day. So I'd love to get feedback in person as well. So David has a methodology for training leaders, and it's all around. He's got this model of leadership fitness, which is clarity, confidence, effectiveness, and vitality. And he's got actually a 2-year curriculum that will go into an organization. And the core product that he sells is an offering worth $50,000 that will come in once a quarter for a day-long session. And it'll run people through his methodology, and it'll do monthly coaching calls, basically, with individuals. So, really good content. He's making high 6 figures and about $600,000 a year, doing really well offline. And he put his curriculum online, put his first year curriculum in the can, and he wanted some help basically driving the online business. How does this go? Okay. So you never slow me down. Take it too long. So he's got a house list, about 3,000 people on the house list. Somewhat responsive, mails the list once a month or so. Without a lot of direct calls to house action to move things on. The sales that he makes are very relationship oriented. He's got some people that just really like him a lot on the work that he's done and what they work. He purchased a list of sort of C-level, director level decision makers in the leadership, corporate leadership training world in the Fortune 1000. We had it was a $14,000 list, and over the last 10 months, we've had access to 11,000 people, unlimited mailing. And so one of the names of the game was we were really excited about this list because obviously it's pretty well targeted, but we want to basically opt these people in so we can have, once we opt them, we own them. And we're ready for we have to basically decide to review this list. Okay, he had an 360 site that he had built. It was pretty good, but not great. The deal that he offered me was 20% revenue for real online programs, 15% for on-site programs that we sold together. 9 months in, I worked, I stopped keeping track of 5, 6, 7, 800 hours of work. We sold virtually nothing. Some books, and he's put some advances out there, but we're getting tired, basically. We tried all kinds of different things. And the question is, all these things we were talking about today, and all the things, of course, they're all great, but, there's got to be a way to get this done faster, quicker. We shouldn't, and what do we do now? So, just quickly, we started, we have constant contacts, pretty good open rates, and we were asking people to unbounce and do not sell opt-ins. But it wasn't enough. We were basically trying to warm the list out, trying to get people to know what we were. And in September, August, September, I launched the main course. It's like all excited for this long, sequence with progressive and non-progressive tracks. And I also spent a lot of time basically taking these long videos. These are 30, 40, 15-minute videos and collapsing them down to like a series of 5 videos that explain what is clarity, what is confidence, what is effectiveness. Again, we use this alone and we send it into a sales page. So now here's just some screenshots of we're using optimized, quickly and optimized press to launch funnel. So these are just some sort of screenshots of the we had. It's got all kinds of testimonials, people loving it. And then this was the sales page. If people went to the sales page, then they would get this, description of all the stuff, all the courses, and then a bunch of buttons and what we a bunch of bonuses we're throwing in there. Let's see here. So the results, we invited about 4,000 people into this campaign. Almost no one even took us up to the campaign. 34 people entered the campaign. They all went to the non-progressive track. It was very little engagement. Only 6 people clicked through the sales page and sales. So that's a lot of work for not much results. So I started rebuilding the site in that area. And in January, we started basically just releasing the entire video, like an entire module for free. So we're just basically emailing people saying, just come, you've got 10 days, watch the video. And so we had a series. We didn't try to optimize, we just let them click them through and let them watch. They got pretty good. This actually, we got pretty good results here. And this is sort of sample of the pages they were coming to. And we got decent consumption, so we're mailing 10,000 people. But at the end of the day, 10 people watch the entire video. And this is good material. People pay good money for this material, but not great video. This is sort of a snapshot of. I did a little analysis of the frequency and recency of opens. We don't have the click data is not that great because many emails don't have great calls to action. This is driven newsletters. So we've got a very small, very loyal fan base for sure. And then this is the recency of the opens. So we've got some people but we're not getting the engagement that we should be getting with the calls material. So the current campaign is we're basically saying we've got a brand new membership site, looks pretty good. We're going to offer a 21-day free trial. So we're just starting to mail that. We have the first offer last week. We weren't sure if it was all going to work, so we just know 1,000 people, the most responsive people that have opened in the last 3 months. Pretty nice email. Seems reasonable to me. So this is the email they get. If they click through, it takes it to the page sort of prompting them to double opt in. But this we wanted to double opt in. We thought we were approaching it pretty well. If they go to the page, this is the page, and it scrolls down. There's 16 modules, and then on the bottom there's a button with pricing. It was sort of a little bit of a soft sell, but mostly just like here, get on here, consume the content, and then we'll come back and sell it later. If they come to the site and not logged in, then there's a button for logging in. So I was very happy with the site, pretty excited about it, and I'm hopeful we can leverage this work, start getting sales. The first invite email, 37% open, which I thought was pretty darn good, right? 8 people clicked the offer. 6 people we're still waiting for them to double opt in. 2 people have opted in, no one has even logged into the site. So of all the tools that we're talking about that are thrown out here, we're getting a little tired, long in the tooth, really would love to get some cash in the door, along your lines of So I think that's what we're doing wrong. Well, this is rendering, right? Let's see here. This is rendering. So we say, what are we doing wrong? Is it copy? Is it offers? Is it pricing? Is it positioning?
Tons of hands.
I'm gonna go sit in the corner.
Yeah. So my first thought is that that, it sounds like the initial offer is not what we're targeting the market with. That 37% open rate is incredible. I wish I had that.
But that's an open cold list, right?
That's the rented list, is the people that opened. The most
rented list, they don't know you. They're cold. You rented that list.
We rented it last spring, so we've been mailing them once a month.
But even that 37% is fantastic. So I would look at, you had what you thought was going to work. It was text, it was describing some benefits, right?
Yeah.
I would go for something just completely different, which you could have a video, we talked about awkward video, right? And an awkward video, something like that. That's one option. Another option is offering something that's really engaging. I had a similar issue with another client of mine. And you go to samsilverstein.com/quiz. You see this quiz you can take to find out how accountable are you. Just cute little quiz that says, hey, how accountable are you? Find out. And that way you take a little quiz, and by the way, if you want, I think you show them the results in a cute little graph. And then if they want to go hear more about this, taking this guide about being more accountable, now you go top of this more. And in your case, you don't need sales, you need engagement, because your engagement is there. And so having more small lead magnets to get them built up to where they want to get the place to be the first dollar, that's the direction I would look at. And a quiz would be great for this, because I want to know as a leader, what am I doing wrong? And what am I doing good? What's stopping me from being a better leader? And there's all kinds of quizzes, either in the Fusionsoft, Surveillance, or whatever else. You can then go and say, hey, you're great at this, but you suck over here. Right here, we have a guide for you. Click it, download it. By the way, you need to confirm your email address first.
Okay. That was great. Someone's looking for it. She's very
So, question.
Yeah.
When we go to corporations to do the training,
Yeah.
who's buying? Because you get the people that are actually sitting in the room, are they actually paying? Or is it top level management that is making the purchase and then putting their C-level management into the room as a mandatory payment? Because my question would be, do they even want it, or does the corporation that they work for constantly pay anyway, but they're not paying for it?
He's got two models. He's got a model where he's selling the core model is to sell to the corporate, and then they put their people in it.
Is that the one that's more successful, or are the C-level executives trying to sell at any point?
I think the more successful model offline is we've got a leadership training budget. We want to augment our programs with this program.
So this is like a whole different market, and I was wondering whether there's a lot of corporate executives that get put into leadership training by their company. It's not even something they choose; it's just mandatory. It's,
Yeah. So our ultimate, one theory, the main theory, the theory of this list is we're going after the decision makers that have the $5 billion a year training budget, and we want a piece of it. But we could also take this retail to smaller organizations or sorry.
Follow up to that. So you're reaching out to the same people, but then what is the offer? The offer will still be to engage in this $50,000 thing, or it's like a smaller amount?
The offer was single seat for the current offer is single seat for $500, 20 seats for $5,000, 200 seats for $25,000.
I wonder if you brought the single, right, and just went and said, you know what, this is for routine, small team, big team, and that way it's really clear who the offer is made to, which is that decision maker. Because right now, you've got that single, and you're also making the offer to the employee executive, which is a whole different customer than the decision maker, I would think, in psychology and mindset.
Well, let's also back up a little bit. Your population, so that it's clear, is your population right now 4,000 or it's higher than that? Because you rented a list of 4,000 top level, C-level. We're talking CEO, CFO, CMO, CIO, COO,
We rented a list of basically these people on the farm. It's 11,000 names, and it's basically C-level, director level managers, and there's like a dozen different job titles. So it's like corporate training, sales training, human resources, leadership development, blah, blah, blah. Okay. People that are basically, that are supposedly people that are responsible for buying training programs for the companies.
Right. And the problem is they don't even get, like right now, pricing and offer and stuff Paul talked about, in your case, seems irrelevant because you said you've done 11,000 people or something that's in Viper, and you said 37 clicked. Yeah, at first. So can't make any decision on 37 clicks. I can't sell a piano course on 37 clicks. Maybe 50, not 37. So you're dealing with the small little population, the sharper. I mean, obviously your enterprise solution would make that make sense. Your single, just think about it, 11,000, 20% open. What's that? 2,200 people? Yeah. You're at 2,200 people. You're at 8,000 people that don't even see it. You said you got 37%. You actually got better than that, but I kind of do my numbers on 20%. And then from that, what's a good click-through rate? Out of 2,200, so say you 30%, so you're at, let's say 600 clicking ideally. What's a good conversion rate out of 600? And at this price point, 0.5%. Yeah, 0.5%, 1%, 2%. Let's say 2% on 600. That's ideal. What is that? Is that 30? No, 600, 2%. That's only 12. You're at 12. So 12 at $500 is what? That's $6,000. 12 at $25,000. What's that? That's a lot. That's a lot more. So you got to do the best case scenario, and look at every line and see what you got to do. But right now, unfortunately, it's a price of one time.
Yeah, that's a one time. Yeah, sure.
So in the last 15 years of my career, I've been COO and CIO. If you send me an email that's that long, I will do it.
Yeah.
So first of all, you've got to show that email. They have 300 things go across their desk every day.
Yeah.
They don't have time for you reading email that long. So that's first in terms of these particular campaigns. Second of all, these guys predominantly and women buy through relationships. They got to their level of career, having gone through some 20,000 other leadership courses, and they will pick from those leadership courses the ones that they want them to go to. You can circumvent that. You can build new relationships. But what you need to be doing here is getting in the door with the relationship. They're very unlikely. This is an IT course that you buy online for their mid-level technical people, a HR course for their mid-level leadership. They're so able about how their leaders get taught, and they want to be a reflection of themselves, whether or not that's right or wrong or different. So to get in and convince them to buy a leadership course online, you're going to need to be selling them a relationship in the first instance. You've got to create a connection with them. Or that doesn't want to buy an online leadership course. So they will do it if there's a relationship there, if there's some sort of connection. And the only way that you create that connection is to spend their time, and that is not going to be by sending them an email. So knowing that you will spend their time, it's short, know you're busy, we're really like to connect. We've got an amazing leadership program that's going to transform your company to the way you want it. If I read that, I might go, maybe at least this guy realizes that I don't have much time, I've got to transform the company. Right? So you need to be talking to them and their problems, and their problems, their concern for their leadership is like that, their leadership, concern for their revenue, for their costs, for everything else. So I would shuffle that, getting their minds, getting their life, and instead of looking to sell, like the lead magnet seems to be to get them to know you and to get a relationship with someone, or they're very unlikely to buy it online, just scroll down notice. Because they trade on cheats, we call them cheats. So I do you they do everything, right? It's good to refer a friend. So if you become one of their friends, they're going to refer you every day in the job. So you need to be able to the relationship that use the online to get the relationship. They are serving properties, they are looking for properties, but yeah, just you need to be more focused on shortening that content.
I would say that if you were watching Shark Tank, probably nobody here is saying to you, you have a 700-hour test. Maybe time to take this thing out back and shoot because it's not working. Some things that you might, if you want to stick with it, you might try pricing that into like a bill pay, make that a monthly price over a year. I would take the things that are free, I will bundle it into the package. So they don't get those items until they've signed up for, say, a 14-day trial. Then they start leaking that content out. Like she said, don't talk to them long-winded Dan Kennedy stuff. They will not use it. We did the Brooks group years ago. Bill Brooks, he's passed on now. He hired Dan Kennedy, brought him in. Stuff did not work because he was selling to the military, he was selling to sea level. We just wrote the copy in a different way, and they latched on. You got to keep it real brief. And I noticed we were talking about the product and not, like the lady was mentioning there, not about what their pain is. You got to talk about what their pain is. And I think you got to get on the call close this. I mean, get on the call. I don't think you're going to do it all over email. It's not going to work.
Let's go here.
We got one.
I just want to feedback on what you're saying. It's great stuff. You go up to people and you give a link of a case study. People are using LinkedIn and create thought leadership campaigns. You're LinkedIn blog posts. And they're sort of building a relationship and sort of see those connections with other, maybe high-level executives and CEOs. And then they're running like sponsored content ads on LinkedIn to get more exposure to there. They're running tweets, they're running Twitter campaigns back to LinkedIn, and they're just building up those exposure. They get the LinkedIn premium, and they just start building up connections. It's content heavy, it's work, but they're doing like these 90-day pushes on LinkedIn, multiple blog posts, and just thought leadership, just giving it all to their target audience and just attracting them out there.
Are they online or are they?
Everybody's a different process. Some people close the phone, some people just want to build it where people are starting to send an email through LinkedIn, or they send it to an opt-in form, or they send it to an online live scheduler. Everybody's in their own process to close it, but they're doing thought leadership campaigns through LinkedIn, and they're running ad campaigns targeting CEOs and CIOs so that they see that content on LinkedIn. And they're on LinkedIn, they're doing stuff on LinkedIn, they're already in that process of trying to make a right connection. But maybe in their inbox, exactly as you're saying, like, you got this much time, but maybe on LinkedIn is another option.
Okay, one last thing on your pricing, I would say, I would get away from that 97 model. I would go to 500, 5,000, 25,000. You're talking to C-level people, they're not going to buy that price point. I mean, we do the 97, that Nicholas 7 is tested, does all that, and most people use that online. But when you're one of those people, I want to get around it all.
I have a friend in the financial services industry with a product similar to this, and what we found to work is partnerships with other people selling to the same people and associations. In our case, in the banking industry, we have usually state association of banks and the state association of credit unions. And those people, their job is to provide good content to their members. So we found our trying to sell a similar product almost totally failed. We were trying to actually call a bank or rather email and say, hey, buy our stuff. That's not how it works. If their association says, hey, at the conference instead of bringing the speaker, or to say, hey, we have this online training available, that can work. But then also other people who are selling things already successfully. So for the people you're targeting, what are they already buying? And then find that person and say, hey, can I do a webinar with you? Or get together somehow and answer some question. And that way the partnership, whoever the partner is, they're already serving the clientele, they bring you in, or your principal in, and now they're getting more value to their clients, and now you're going to get in there and say, hey, by the way, like the show notes, go to our website, fill this form, and they have a great opportunity to show them something. But you're not trying to sell them directly.
Yeah, so in my previous life, before I did martial arts school, I actually had a diversity training business, so I know this world a little bit. And so what I noticed is that all of my corporate engagements were all like offline, right? That's what we said, relationships.
but I saw an opportunity for people who were interested in diversity training, but their organizations were not going to pay for it. And so I created online courses for those individuals that can pay for themselves. So I kind of feel like what you guys are both saying, I'm a little bit skeptical that you can sell enterprise level stuff using this online model. But I think that maybe if you have a way of figuring out who are individuals that are willing to, kind of like sales training. Like salespeople will pay for their own sales training, or they'll buy books and courses because it benefits their careers. Is there a population like that that's looking for leadership training, and then sell them the 4 nights and just like concentrate on that? But then obviously the list is not the C-level list. That's kind of my thought.
Okay, got a lot of thoughts. Well, okay, so I look at everything as a chain. Like you mentioned the numbers from the start. You said this many open, this many click, and then it drops off dramatically. Now, while I agree with most of what's being said, it's being applied to things that, like Jermaine's saying, is not really testable because no one's even seeing them. So I think it's a lot of it's valid, like what they're saying about the pricing. Like it makes sense. Most people aren't gonna whip out their credit card and spend 25 grand. So I get that from just an intuition standpoint, but in terms of testing, I always want to test or fix what we know for a fact is broken. And what we know for a fact is broken is, to me, right at the start. I don't even think, it doesn't sound like people are getting any chance to get through even the first 10% of your funnel. So that to me is what I'm curious about. I'm actually curious about if the right people are entering the funnel because they're immediately falling off. So it's either the wrong people or the wrong message. One way or the other, it's not a match. That's what the numbers are suggesting to me. So and that's what I'm saying. And the 37% open rate, while I think it seems good, but I think, unless I heard incorrectly, I think if we dive into it, you said you sent the email to the people that have already opened.
Oh yeah, we always do that because I want to segment out this. These are all discussions.
So while I think it was a good move, I think that the data is not like it's not really 37. It's 37 people that are repeating a behavior they already have. But the fact that they didn't click is very telling. It's the same incorrect message. So this is where I'll leave it. My suggestion in terms of how to fix that, and this goes for everything, is we got to be talking to the right people. I think we need to like the suggestion I made before when the other guy was here about putting them through surveys. Let's figure out what their real challenges are. Let's see if what the guy is offering really is a solution to those things. Let's get on the phone with the people who say they're interested or actually have real problems. Get on the phone and find out ways that you can fix it. And I think a lot of the suggestions will come back and say, well, I think what is cool is, but I'm not going to buy online. I want to talk to you and have a relationship with you. That's, I think, how you get the true advice as to what to do, by actually talking to and gleaning insights from the people that are actually somewhat interested in what you have to offer. That would be my approach. And I would only start with the things that are most broken, which is right at the start of the funnel, talking to the right people.
You can ignore most of the information you have and you can say, the only question is, how do we get people to click in a way that is ethical and somewhat related to the product we're selling? If you click once, it's like Jermaine, spend the first dollar. In this case, if you can click just once, you could even be saying, hey, what's your biggest problem this year? List off three answers, all which are links. Just give it a click once, and then after you get people clicking once, and not when the time to matter, then worry about all that. Completely ignore that for now. All we're trying to get is one click with as many people as possible. And in the next week, let's say.
What are you married to this list that you all purchase, or are you marketing in other ways outside of this list?
No, I mean, my friend bought the list before I got on board, and it's expiring in 6 weeks.
Okay.
So we're at the point where we're watching that drop off.
Because based on what Jermaine said earlier, 50% of your results come from the list. And it's not really the list, because what I found out is it could be the same list, but if someone is coming from LinkedIn and they see your ad that says how to improve your leadership or improve your results of your company X, Y, and Z, and they just click and they're looking at your page versus somebody is in meetings all day and they see an email coming from, I don't know what that email is coming from, and they're like, who is this guy? But what I always like to do is look at, since I always keep bringing up this telemarketing thing, because it showed me that every demographic of people has a way that they like being sold. And like she said at the back, most CEOs and CFOs, or whatever, they're going to buy through relationships. So, I'm working with a accounting firm right now that has 2,000 CEOs as clients. And I always ask them, how do you get all those clients? Well, they do 30 seminars every month, like all over Southern California. They'll send out one of their accountants. And over the past 20 years, now they have 2,000 CEOs paying them, probably $1 billion total in revenue just from those CEOs, but they built those relationships up over the years. Now, for a shortcut, for you, I would say, I think the captain mentioned, I'll just say captain. I think he mentioned sales. If you just go for a lead, I think that would be better. You're just setting yourself up for failure when you're asking for anything other than what are you struggling with right now that we can help you with, because we know as a CEO, your time is limited, you want to grow your business, but your resources are stretched thin, X, Y, and Z. You're just getting into their head, trying to build a relationship, because at the end of the day, you're trying to get them to marry you on like the first date, and they're a beauty queen, and everybody is trying to marry them, and they don't even know who you are.
Well, you get very early in my business, sales pitch to get married. We know we have to warm up before we.
One book that I really love is The Ultimate Sales Machine by Chet Holmes, because in that book he talks about how he got in with CEOs and how they perfected the script. But at the bottom line, at the end of the day, if you want to sell CEOs and CFOs, you have to talk to them either one-on-one or somehow get them on the phone. And you can't sell them anything. You have to basically give them something in that first 10 seconds where they're going to be like, I need to drop everything I'm doing right now and, sign up for this workshop that they're doing.
I agree with Flo, and I also think that list is for 6 weeks is the best in the world. Because that list has been solved without other people. Those CEOs gave me other people trying to do exactly the same thing. And they haven't asked for it. They haven't actually said they're interested, even though they might have opened your email. Chances are they just scroll down their Outlook and the pixels appear that says they've opened it. So I think what you need to do is to be starting to think about who are the influencers, where do the CEOs hang out, go back to basics, where do they hang out? They're not hanging out on Facebook, their wives might be because they're looking at their kids' stuff. They're not hanging out. Even some of them might be hanging out with LinkedIn, they might be looking on Facebook, but people that are on the social media sites are their subordinates that are trying to get things done. So, if you can't get through to the CEOs, get to the people that influence the CEOs. So that's everything from their executive assistants to their marketing managers to their actual next level executives. And find out where they're hanging out, go to conferences, do all that sort of stuff, get the cards, use the snap app, send them a request to their email, and follow them up straight away. It's amazing how much business that I get just from people being impressed with the fact that they've received an email from me immediately after a conference. And then we suggested a follow-up, and we're following up with them, that kind of stuff. So using results in find out where you can make those nice personal connections. I agree with what was said about, I think it was Flo, I was talking about the accounting firm that do the seminars, they talk a lot, getting in front of people who can't be authority in your niche. The only exception to relying online that I probably made is when I know, for example, I've read 7 habits of highly effective people. I know that's going to be good for my team, so I'll send it to them and online. But I'll certainly talk one-on-one with the instructors and the people who are delivering the course and everything else to make sure that they're up to scratch before I even think about putting it in. So I think you need to be thinking at it from that point of view, for the next context. And you don't have to spend half an hour doing things because they people at a conference. You know, just 10 minutes, they're long enough to make a connection, grab their card, and press the follow email, and get the starting list of people. And if you start with a list of people that are actually interested in what you're trying to sell, then you're probably going to have, you might have a smaller list, but you're probably going to have a great response.
Okay, starting back on this way. So I'll get it, like, drop the food stuff. I just go start hanging my cards.
It seems to have gotten a lot of similar feedback from everybody, and it seems like everybody's kind of seeing it more.
That it's obviously not a good idea to run the list again. You said earlier that you had 6 weeks left. And I agree with you, that's probably a good thing for you to do. But everything that I saw that you were doing, it seemed like every time you were mailing, I might be wrong, but it seemed like you were trying to sell something.
You know, most of the mails were not, we were asking for an opt-in, we were basically, it's like here, you're going to be downloading our chapter.
Okay. Because that's what I was going to suggest. If you only have 6 weeks left, just try something to get them to opt in. And maybe I mean, we've already established that these are high level people, so give them something really good. Maybe you take, it sounds like you have some really good content. Maybe you actually give them something that's worth, $200, $300, $400 just for their email address, because that thing's about to expire, and you're gonna say bye-bye, it's not worth it. The other, you mentioned something about how often, and it's right there. It seemed like you were overly concerned about that. I don't know if I was really worried about it. Or it seems like it's at least your problem.
Yeah, not to be the dead horse, but we'll be there one more time. No, I think the thing you spent the last 700 hours on this one email list is probably the learning lesson you need to move away from quickly and look at some of these other lead sources that are coming. On those, though, that you've been marketing to, are you gathering data? Is there any data that you've collected of company size, who this person is, what roles they are? Do you have any indication of what that might be?
Well, we have pretty good demographics on the list. So the people that opted in, and we know what their company, what industry, what job code, size of company. A lot of them know, but we haven't really dug into like who those people are. I mean, there's other things. There are people that are warm here that we just need to stop. So that's part of this. Okay, let's just. There's some people that are, somebody, 3 people from, Indian Health watch this video. Okay,
So I think the offer, what it is you're presenting to them, in the corporate side of things, case studies speak wonders. If you have this trainer who's had these experiences, maybe it's less about sampling the content of what the training is, and more about the social proof of, hey, look, we took an XYZ company, you came in, they had this training, and they've gone to this level. And as somebody sitting in that seat making those decisions, that's the stuff they like to hear and piques the interest. So some of those offers maybe going that route of case study, get this one delivered, at least with the email list.
Sometimes someone needs to be blunt.
Thank you.
Run away from this. Tell your friend it's up to him, and you go spend 15 hours with your week every week working on our business that you can make some money on.
We've talked a lot about how he can fix it and how we can do something different, which does not involve email marketing, nor does it involve you. He needs to get out, press the flesh with a few people. He can run some ads on and do some of those things that we have talked about. You don't need to be a part of this. It's called sunk costs. Not sunk costs, sunk costs. Sunk costs works too. But this, you're not gonna, I will tell you right here, how much are you getting?
No, I'm just saying, just do the math.
Okay, so you're going to spend another 3,000 hours yourself before this thing starts making money. Go get a real client where you can make some money. The key mistake was buying the list in the first place. If you would have done it a different way, you might be making money now. But you guys made a mistake, and it's time for you to walk away. Personally, I think.
Your client had the list before you came on board.
Yeah.
It's not the right way to still see them.
I have some clients who are also trying to sell C-level people, not in the main industry. And what we do is we don't sell them ever. We send them our emails. They're not even, here's a snippet of a blog post and you click through to read the whole thing. It's, here's the entire interesting blog post. And by the way, you have an event happening in the next 6 months. If so, click here. We'll tiny link. If they click that link, we call them immediately. And they bring personalization to bear. But we don't even try to sell them anything because we're not going to be interested at all. If we're lucky to read the article that's highly relevant to them. But just consider not selling anybody anything, and then just as soon as you can, just call them. In this case, we only have 8 people click. You need to get the click rate up. But that can be it. You have it, so you send out your emails only when you have your sales staff with their phones already in their hands. And then as soon as somebody clicks on their 5 minutes later, they get a phone call. And then just keep on doing that 24/7. If anybody clicks ever, call them immediately. And that little personalization might matter. Another thought is, Jimmy talks about getting online. And this kind of situation, you have very low click rates. You should figure out something to give them an offer to get their physical address. Then you have a chance to go send them some kind of fancy package.
We have their address, and we've got several thousand books in stock.
Well, a book isn't going to do it though, because these people are inundated already. So more so than a book, imagine, take whatever the standard is for your industry, and then do something 10 times better. Like something just wildly better that is obviously expensive. And then when somebody clicks, call them 5 minutes later, and get the mail right away something that is obviously very expensive. They can't just ignore. Not like a gold watch, but you can't throw a gold watch in the trash. Like, oh, I'm going to throw this gold watch in the trash. Probably not. The chances that if you're going to throw those books I gave you away as well out of here are very low. It's a $20 book. It's just $20. You're not going to throw it away. So this is really perfect to me. So in your case, we did a book and then something else as well, saying maybe here's a manual about some of these ideas and how to train your staff better. And here's some links to go to 3 courses related to the same thing. All totally free. Have a good day. And then if anybody goes through any of those pages, those people get called again right away and send another package out there. So just really be aggressive about the personalization and the offline as soon as somebody indicates interest.
I have a question. So, I mean, it seems like from what you said, he already is successful at selling the offline way, right? Because you said he's worth $600,000-700,000 a year.
Yeah, it's very, very successful. Although I think he's looking to expand his reach, and he's also looking to get off the road. So that was the comment that was to get off the road. Yeah.
What was the?
Yeah, one last.
Just one, please. If there is a constant, thank you for having the courage to get out there.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
And each and every one of us could have
That's good. John W. Cunningham at gmail.com. Is my email address.
All right. All right.
Thank you, John. We got a buddy, Chris Clay, he does levels on there. He managed to, I think he's had some success with the rigid list, even for, I don't know how he got it, but he got a list of CEOs in the construction industry. And you're right, Samantha, the emails, and even us, we're not Fortune 500, Fortune 1000 CEOs, but we're executives of our own business. And you can tell the difference in emails that you get that seem to come from a person saying, who do I talk to about whatever? And generally, there's a self-interest there for me, like there's really something that tickles my ear. There have been times where again, not C-level of major organization, but those have worked better than the long articles you're writing for me that I click scan buttons as quick as I can find. So there might be something there. I know, what's his name? Joe Polish's partner. He has that 9-word email. There might be some derivative of that that's like really quickly, like, I know you're busy, but who should I talk to about your leadership initiatives? If you've got time, or something that here's a link on somebody, whatever it is, and maybe there is some information, but if it's really quick, and Chris has found that people actually reply. And these CEOs type in all caps. I've seen, I'm like, this guy's a $20 million business, all caps, he replied, you're actually on the phone with him. Like, I'm marveled for how he gets on the phone with these CEOs. And it's usually quick, and you can still do it in an automated way. I'm pretty sure the emails that we all get are they don't have unsubscribe links. I don't know what the service is that does it, but it's like a B2B type platform, or there's a series of them that can massively mail these, but they appear come from a person. And you can see what happens, see how many personal replies. I even did it with Automation Clinic. Are you still interested in something? Somebody might remember like the one-line email I sent. Literally, I only had a list of 2,000 back then. I felt like I got like 300 replies from it. Like people literally replying to it. So I don't know. But thank you for being in the hot seat. Thank you for having the courage to take on this. All right. So we got Kyle up next. We might go to 6 o'clock. I mean, if you have to leave at 5 o'clock, that's okay. We might go to 6 o'clock if anybody's opposed to that, just.
No, we're leaving at 5.
But stay till they take us out. But we're going to give Kyle some time to get on his mic, double mic here. And while he's doing that, Kyle is the founder of 10 Minute Page. He has an amazing story going from like 0 to 7 figures. And how long was it? 12 months. Like, he made a decision. Like, with the story like, well, you'll tell me, but you're already a programmer by trade. Brilliant guy. You just look at him, you know he's smart. He's that smart. Usually I have to open my mouth first before people say, I think he's shy. Under second guessing him, and then I'll start talking. Whoa, well, Kyle's got that look. He's just smart, like that. And it's corroborated, as you'll see from this presentation. It's a 10-minute page. Probably some of you actually use it, and he's going to go through some funnels. Title of this presentation is Online Direct Response Sales Funnels That Work, and then Daryl will follow him and talk about similar. So take your time there. Is there any comments as of now? Comments, questions, takeaways, just anything anyone wants to share as how is getting ready? Anybody saw themselves in the situation of John's in the hot seat? Did anybody, while he was being grilled and questioned and commented on, did anybody see themselves in that situation? Yeah, we all do, right?
I've been there, and the answer was I love the contract box because I had not made the decision to go make the list. And I felt like a pain. I thought, my God, I've been there. It was horrible. And all I could do was try to go inside the contract and wait. There's nothing else I could do. Just the decision was going to. I've been there twice, actually. Oh no, I've been there twice. Where there's nothing to do. The principal made a decision. The decision is a sufficient size that you can't effectively argue against the ones it's already made. And then all you can do is do the best you can, but sometimes the answer is no. You can't get there from here unless there's an act of God, and you shouldn't count on that.
Yeah, it's like you got on a boat that was already headed to a destination, and you could do very little to change. List bots, it's what we want to do. You make it happen, make magic happen on this vendor web thing I've been hearing about. We are down there, so I hope you guys are valuing that. And are you all set? Yeah, you have to turn both of them on. One, second one. Step two. Yeah.
That's that.
All right. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Kyle Brown.
I'm feeling really, really smart right now. Jermaine, how do I get
You're staying modest.
No, I don't know about that. What I really like about what was your name again? Patsy?
John.
John.
Yeah.
What I really like is that you took action. You got the whole. You did more of the automation clinic stuff than most of it, and even I've done. You know, and you got it done. I wanted to commend you on that. That was really cool. So.
Right. And you are.
So I figured what I would do is a couple things. So one of the things that I find with coming to events is that we talk a lot about strategy, we talk a lot about tactics, but we don't get too much in the actual implementation. That's why I was so impressed with John, because he took action, he got it done like by brute force. So what I wanted to do today is share a little bit about like easy ways to get it done. And that's pretty much what my business has been all about, is like to take these great concepts and simplify it to the point where you can get it done. So that's what I'm going to be sharing with you today, is like how to take action and how to get things actually up and running through some real life funnels. This is going to be really cool, because what I'm going to do is take actual funnels that have made us money, 6 figures, 7 figures, and you're going to see it being built all the way through from start to finish. And so you'll get it both ways. You'll see the implementation so that you can see that it can be done, how to do it. And while we're going through it, I'll share a lot of the insights that we've learned throughout the process of like strategies that have worked based on actual empirical evidence. So if you heard me talk, you see like I'm really data minded. I'm always thinking about data and analytical. And I happen to be in a fortunate situation because we have thousands of customers that build sites on our platform, pages on our platform, funnels on our platform, and we get to see all that data. So like I said, we have a data scientist that looks through that data and we come up with insights. So I'm hoping I can share some of that stuff with you today. So my goal is to make it super valuable. I'm going to share the stuff I just mentioned. I'll share a little bit about how our company went from 0 to a 7-figure business in 12 months, and actually more recently, we did it again in 5 months. So a lot of what I'm saying, I think is very useful here. Okay, so like I said, we're going to build a 6-figure business here on screen. You're going to see it, and most importantly, you're going to learn like what we did and why we did it. Okay, and then I'll give it to you for free. I've got them in here. I'll give you the funnel so you can model it in your business, if you want. Okay, so. Oh, and if there's time, and I hope there is, it should go by pretty quickly. If there's time, we'll take questions about all this stuff. So I'll show you how it's made, and if there's enough time, we have lots of different funnels for different scenarios. And I was talking to a few of you that were giving me scenarios, and I was thinking in the back of my head, oh, we've got a funnel for that you can use that can really, really help. So really quickly, just so I can get a feel, like, I feel this is more of an advanced room, but like how many beginners, self-proclaimed beginners in the room would you say?
One, beginners with Infusionsoft, beginners using technology like yours to build that.
No. Like, forget about my so I do have a technology that builds this stuff, but this presentation isn't really about that. I'm going to be demonstrating concepts through the technology. But when I mean beginners, I'm talking about marketing, Infusionsoft, this stuff. Who would consider themselves a beginner? Okay, so intermediate. Okay, hardcore, advanced, like I'm the best. Okay. Cool. So I think there's a little bit for everyone in this. We're going to show how to get it all set up. We're going to show some advanced stuff, and hopefully it'll be valuable. Really quickly, what's your number one struggle, frustration with technology, like setting up all the Infusionsoft stuff?
There's too much to learn.
There's
I
too
just
much to
like
learn.
brain.
Absolutely, I feel your pain. Anyone else? Number one struggle, frustration with this stuff. Knowing what. Exactly.
I'm concerned that if I go and I get really good at one, like let's say unbounce, but then I'll not know the other ones that are relative complexities because I can spend years getting good at any one of these tools, and now I'm blinding with the tool strengths.
Interesting. Yes, sir.
I think they're trying to improve those that struggles with are tracking conversions truly, whether they land on a blog post first, all the way to the end, and then looking at the ROI, and then looking at overall conversion lift, which is a challenging thing for me to test. So like if I run this Facebook ads, how does that affect the overall conversion? Are people going live or not? So awesome.
So hopefully by the end of this presentation, a lot of those challenges will be alleviated because this is what we've been doing forever. Taking these crazy advanced concepts and simplifying it to just packages that you can just take and use. So keep in mind those questions, and we'll come back to them at the end. Let me make sure, because I want to completely alleviate all of that. I think we can. Okay, so a quick sneak peek. Jermaine Riggs said 10-minute pages, and that was a software we launched a couple of years ago. It's since turned into 10-minute funnels, which is a whole new level. It allows you to take the stuff that we're talking about here and get it done super, super fast. And it basically works hand in hand with Infusionsoft. So like, if you can imagine Infusionsoft's campaign builder, like what that did for what you can do with email marketing, you can get some really advanced stuff with that. Imagine that for marketing funnels, like the web page side. And that's essentially what we've done. And there's gonna be lots of videos that you're gonna see this in action, but we'll be showing you some of the cool things that you can do. So this is just a quick sneak peek of what I'm going to be sharing. So we've got this, this is the first thing, we've got all of those funnels. So in terms of what to do, what we've done, again, through data, through coming through these conferences, we've packaged them into done-for-you campaigns. So it's all laid out, everything is there for you. And you basically pick the one that best suits your needs for your industry, and it pretty much is like 90% built for you. You just have to tweak it to match it. There's a lot to it, so we'll get into some more stuff in the Q&A. So this is like the marketing funnel builder. So you can imagine if you have an idea in your head, just like you have a blank slate in the campaign builder, where you start dragging things around and you make this elaborate system come to life. It's the same concept, but for your marketing pages. So if you have a funnel in your head, like squeeze page, upsell, downsell, cross-sell, anything, and you just draw lines, it'll basically build the entire thing for you in addition. So for the beginners, intermediate people, we provide you those pre-packaged templates or funnels, and then for the advanced people, you basically get, this is like the new playground, and you can get those things done really, really well. Then finally, this is the page builder, which allows you to build pretty much any kind of page you can imagine. So again, I'll show it to you. It's really simple. You follow a checklist, you get your page built very quickly. But for the advanced people, this is kind of like the Unbounce, where you can basically design things exactly how you want it. It's very, very powerful. So we'll get into all that. But like I said, this isn't so much about my tool. Of course, I'd love you to see my tool, but I'm all about giving value. So we're going to be showing funnels that we've seen, a few things you'll probably know about, a few things maybe you won't, and we'll tell you what we found and why it worked. So a little bit about me. Like Jermaine said, I'm a geek, I'm a programmer. I've been programming since I was 8 years old. And I kind of came into business, I guess right around the time the World Wide Web started. I was 12 years old. My dad was giving me these web page clients because people were trying to get on the internet, and that's what I'd be doing, helping people get on the internet with web pages. So I got my taste of business then, but more importantly, from then till now, I've pretty much been doing nothing else but helping businesses with their online presence. So helping them get online. So I've had a front row seat to the challenges that marketers are facing. Okay? So was it all good? Had lots of ups and downs. But essentially, my turning point, what turned it from a failing business to a seven-figure business was essentially hyper-focus, laser focus. And I wish there was time to get into it, but like, if you're on the group, I put out some videos about theory of constraints. Has anyone seen that video or heard? Yeah, it's basically, and I would have done it here, but since I already put it there, you guys can watch it. But it outlines that journey in very specific detail, like actionable detail of what we did. And it's not, didn't just work for me. We've tried it with a few people, a few of my friends, and it's similar trajectory, going from flat growth to exponential growth. Very, very powerful. And like I said, we did it again, and instead of 12 months, it's now about 5 months. We were able to do it again. Okay, so anyway, so I'll breeze through this. If there's time at the end and you want me to go into more detail, I'm more than happy to. So I'm just going to skip the next slide, next few slides for speed purposes. But this is part of that process of getting really, really focused. I guess I should go here. Okay, so like I said, we've after getting into technology, helping people with their business. I went through college, went through high school building stuff for people, went through college, put myself through college, building websites for people. And right around the end of college, where I was trying to do my studies, I had a high demand for my work. And so what I did is I built this piece of technology that helped. It's kind of like WordPress before there was a WordPress. I basically helped people edit their website, put that online, and it basically just took off. So from then, that was about 11 years ago till now, that technology has just basically been evolving, helping people with their web presence. And so that basically came in 10-minute pages, helping people build pages, and then now it's phones. So anyway, some of our biggest observations has been difficult technology. Technology is real hard. Infusionsoft is hard. Results, takes so long to see results, or no results at all. So what we've learned in terms of keys to success is to model, use proven frameworks. So what we do, like I said, we have a data scientist that's looking at data, going through courses like Jermaine, and building frameworks or systems or processes that we can quickly deploy. So we'll look at a funnel, and that'll become a framework that we use. So we have all these different frameworks of good stuff that works, and then whenever it's time to launch something, we just put it together and it gets launched. So we're able to launch things super, super quickly, and we launch them the right way the first time. Okay, so let me jump into this because I want to start getting into the to the insights that we learned. I think there's some really key stuff there. So when building a marketing funnel, whether it's there's the web page side and then there's the Infusionsoft follow-up side. This is how we do it. We basically take all our insights. Step one, we map out the funnel. So it might be on a whiteboard or something. We map it all out. Number two, we use proven frameworks. So we try not to reinvent the wheel. We start with what we know works, what Jermaine's done, what other guys have done, what you guys have done. That becomes the framework. Then we use proven, everything is proven. So if we're using a page design or a template, we're basing it on something that has worked. Okay? And then finally, we customize and make it our own. So every time we start out, come out of the gate, it's based on proven frameworks. And that way our track record is a lot more successful than the average person. So that's a little tip, I think, that you could use is try not to reinvent the wheel. Start with what you know works. Go and look at your competitors, what they've been doing for a long time, and model what they're doing when you come out the gate, and then use that as the benchmark to improve it. So for you, I'd be looking at competition. Like, what are some successful models of people that have done that? And there's tools I could get into where you can reverse engineer what they're doing. You can see their entire funnel from start to finish, their whole upsell, downsell flow. And there are ways you can tell if they're making money. And all you have to do now is model or get that insight, not reinvent the wheel, use that as a starting point. And that way you can skip months and months, sometimes years of testing. So that's a big thing that we learn.
right? And then from there, you improve from there. Another thing is to find, in my last slide, well, the slide before this is find holes that you can exploit. So I think this room is some of like the pinnacle of what marketing is. So we know a lot of stuff that the average person doesn't. So if you're looking at successful campaigns that your competition is doing, there's a lot of holes that you can uncover that they're not doing. So not only can you model what they have done successfully, you can exploit holes that they're not taking advantage of and use it and then come out of the gate even better. So that's kind of our strategy. It works really, really well. I'll even get into another strategy of how we enter markets and really do it well. We go in from a data perspective, so we choose the right markets in the first place. We see what the competition is doing, we do better, and we come out of the gate swinging, and oftentimes we're successful. So that's the strategy that we found success with. But then comes the implementation, and that's where my company comes in. How can you build it all out? How can you launch it? Get those ideas out really, really quickly. So obviously my company is 10-minute funnels because it makes it super, super fast. And I'll show some of that too. But once again, I'm going to be showing you insights like when we use retargeting pixels, when we use upsells and downsells. There's a lot that I think you can gain from this. Okay, so let's jump in this. Okay, so this is pretty much the tool that we use to do it, and we do it really, really fast. Now, obviously, I want you to use my tool, but it doesn't have to be this tool. It can be, there are other tools that do it. I think we do it the best, but that's the whole idea. So here are all the marketing funnels that we know work really, really well. And if there's time, I want to go into a few of them because I think some of you could really benefit from just some of these frameworks. So there was probably about 30 that we showed, and there's even more now. And we'll get into them, when they work, why they work, how they work. So basically, when you click on the first button, you choose all the funnels, and now I'm going to just choose a simple one, just to give you an example. And what we're going to do in this example is I'm going to build out a marketing funnel. How many of you know Chris Brisson? He came here last year? Yeah. So this is his funnel. And I think I'm pretty sure he did about 6 figures with this funnel. We're going to build it completely from scratch. So this is the funnel build. This is where we're building out the entire funnel. Squeeze page, to a sales page, to an order form, to a upsell, and I think there's a downsell, and then a thank you page. But I just want to really emphasize and prove to you that this is easy. This doesn't have to be hard, and you can do this. He used Infusionsoft, but in this example, we're using PayPal. But we could actually delete that PayPal and drag in Infusionsoft, and now it's connected to Infusionsoft. Okay, so this is the structure of the funnel. This is something, I know you guys are a little bit more advanced, so this is something maybe you already know. But if you're not using upsells, then that's an obvious thing we were talking about. Upsells are an obvious thing to do. Another point I really want to make is I come here to geek out, right? This is like really cool stuff. But you don't always have to do super advanced stuff to be successful. I think just coming in out of the gate swinging with your best foot forward is actually a preferred way to start. And then you use the ninja stuff as icing on the cake. So I'll start here with something really simple and to test or validate an idea. Okay, so once we've mapped it out, okay, so you see how easy it maps out. Now we're going to choose those proven templates. So we have over 10 years of data that tells us what works. So a lot of these templates are based on this. This happens to be the same template that Chris Brisson, really, really smart, designed that he donated for us. And this is the template that he used to make, to run that 6-figure business. Okay. So that's what we're doing. We're just choosing the ones that work. Now, what's cool about this is that by connecting it out like this, all of the magic behind the scenes is already happening. All the connections of what happens when we go from one page to another. You don't have to code all of that stuff. It automatically happens. So once again, whether it's this tool or another tool, the stuff does not have to be that hard. You just drag out the funnel, connect the lines, choose proven templates, and get it off the races. So the final process,
after we choose some proven designs. So step one, we have a proven framework. We have proven designs. And now we're just going to tweak it to match what we want. Okay? So taking out his logos, putting our own. So essentially, we're leveraging what successful people have already done. So this is our page builder, very, very simple. We can basically go in, we can type on the page, say what we want, we can put our headline, our bullets, and I'll show you we can connect it to our Infusionsoft. And literally within 10 minutes, we can be done. So once again, I really truly want to dispel the myth that this stuff has to be complicated. Once you get it conceptually and you map it out, you can have the whole thing built. So what's cool about this is, especially if you're a beginner, you just walk down a checklist and you can get every single item on the page. And the checklist lights up. And by the time you're done, it's completely done. You just publish it and you're good to go. So what I'm going to do now is publish it, and it's live. So, you know, rewind 5 years ago where we didn't have Infusionsoft's campaign builder or tools that make it really, really easy. That was when it was hard. It's no longer difficult. So I think just being in this room, hearing all these cutting-edge strategies, you have the advantage because the implementation now, that's the afterthought. So what we're doing here now is now we're sending all our leads from this squeeze page, and we're going to go to our email sequence, and now we're just going to link up with Infusionsoft. So this is another thing that's really easy. You don't have to do any of the code or anything like that anymore. So it's done. This is this whole campaign is done. So a few insights from this type of campaign. This is a really basic one that I think anyone can do. The next one will be a little bit more complicated, and I'll get into some of the behavioral stuff, the more complicated stuff, but it's also really, really easy. So a couple of insights from this. Number one, super easy to do. Having an upsell as part of your process. It's a no-brainer. You gotta have that. If you don't, you're losing out on obvious money. So an upsell is key. Any other insights? I think this is really, really simple. But anyway, that's it, about 10 minutes, so it's easy to do. Okay, so I'm going to do one more, and then that'll be all I'll show. This one, I think, is a good illustration of some of the more advanced things that you can do. So if you've ever had the thought of, like, man, I want to do retargeting, or I want to do this, or segmentation, A, if you don't know what that is, I'm going to explain it. And B, I'm going to also show you that some of the more advanced stuff that may have seemed unattainable is really, really achievable. And also, when you combine that with Infusionsoft, when you add some that stuff into it, now you're like really, really good. Okay, so I'm going to do James Schreiner. Okay, so I gave this presentation a couple weeks ago at his event, and the story goes, he had an event. There was about 200 people there. They all paid between $800 and $1,000 to attend. And so I thought it'd be cool. I talked to him. I said, what if we could take the marketing funnel that you use to basically over a period of a couple months, get all those people to that funnel? It was all done online. And what if we could model it in our software and actually rebuild it? Wouldn't that be cool? Yeah. So we did it. And that's the one I want to show you. And that's the one I want to give to you so you can use on your own. But once again, it's going to show some really cool, somewhat advanced stuff. Maybe not for some of you, but some advanced stuff that he did to get, almost $200,000 using this exact funnel. Nothing more, nothing less. Okay, so this is it. It's really, really simple. We have our traffic sources, which we'll talk about, what you said about tracking it all the way through. We have some retargeting in there. There's some order form. What else? Really, really simple, some pre-sale pages. So it's a fairly simple marketing funnel, but it's doing a couple slightly advanced stuff in terms of retargeting and stuff. So this is where it gets fun for me. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to build it from scratch, but I'm going to explain all the good stuff, the good marketing concepts that he used along the way. Okay, so let's start with traffic sources and why this is important. Most people, if they're good, they'll actually do some tracking. So I'm just going to assume everyone's doing at least the basics of tracking their stuff. But a lot of people don't track by lead source or by the traffic source. Like, how do you know what percentage of your traffic is coming from Facebook or from your email or from your blog? What if we could track it all the way through the funnel so we can make decisions better? What if we could know that if we do, if that 33% of our income is coming from Facebook and 20 is coming from our blog, we can make decisions better. So that's an insight. Again, whether or not you use this tool or whatever, that's, I think, something that's key. You gotta know not only where your traffic is coming from, but how it's contributing to your funnel. What are your earnings per click throughout the funnel? How is it actually working? So the same thing that Jermaine was talking about this morning about the life cycle, like after the lifetime value, like after 3 months, 4 months, what was your Facebook cost? Or like how did they contribute? Those mistakes you don't have to make anymore when you do this type of tracking. So just by setting it up that way, my system, it handles it. So anyway, basic funnel, traffic sources to a sales page, to a order form, to a landing page. For you guys, of course, we use Infusionsoft instead of that. He happens to use that. Okay, so now we can get into the retargeting. I don't know if it was talked about much here. One really, really cool insight. It's a little bit advanced, but I think it's within everyone's capabilities. Is first off, gotta use retargeting. I think retargeting is almost as powerful as email marketing itself. We did some retargeting tests where it cost us, our cost was like $180, I believe. It was under 200, and our ROI, our profits were $40,000. Like it's so, and that's not the only story I've heard of high ROI. So retargeting is huge. But what's even bigger, and what's even more important, is when you retarget based on behaviors, which is, I think, what everyone is doing here. We have these complex Infusionsoft marketing funnels, and it's basically behavioral marketing. We're basically segmenting people based on behaviors and actions that they're taking. Well, I believe that your retargeting should echo that. I believe your retargeting should coincide with your email marketing. So if you're running a sale for these segments of people that took these behaviors and it's a 4-day sale, well, it's great to send them emails, but we should also be have retargeting message that mirror our marketing funnels. Like that's a huge thing. Retargeting itself is really huge, but when you do behavioral retargeting, it's a whole new level. And if you don't believe me, just try it and send me the profits. It's like gold stuff. So anyway, this makes it easy, of course. Some of you know how to do retargeting, and that's great. This makes it super easy because you just draw a line to a retargeting box, and you drop the retargeting pixel in there, and it just handles all the technology. Hopefully it's an afterthought about the technology. This eliminates the concern about technology. Any kind of marketing funnel you can dream of, you can do in this really, really easy. So that's why I switched from saying, oh, this is easy, I'm talking about the strategy. Okay, so another thing we've done is, or what he did, is instead of sending people back directly to like the order form or something, we have these buffer pages, you could call them, which basically give them more reasons to buy a product. So all James did is he had these videos. He had like 11 of them that were giving them. They're like 2-minute videos that gave them more reasons to buy, more reasons to attend the conference. And so it's just a simple follow-up sequence. Every couple of days, he sent them to a quick page that gave them another reason to come to the conference. And when they clicked on it, it would take them to the order. Simple. And of course, multiple 6 figures later, it worked out really well. And you might be thinking, well, he's got a big list and everything. No, he used just a few key traffic sources. He did a little bit of Facebook ads. Retargeting was heavy. Retargeting was really, really cheap when you do that too. He has a podcast, he has a blog, and he's got his email list. You may not have all that stuff, but it's okay. You take inventory of what you do have and you use that. But the key thing is you've got cool marketing funnels. The strategies are sound. They're way more than most of your competition are doing. So once you get to that place where you can spend more than your competition, you win. So that's all this is. This building is seeing what your competition is doing, finding what they're not doing it better. And if you're doing it better, you'll be able to spend more than your competition.
And that's all it is. Once you can spend more than the competition, you win because you can get more traffic, more conversion, and ultimately that cycle spirals and you win. Okay, so one other thing about this is we got the retargeting that sends people to these bridge pages, but also we have these list segments. Now, if everyone here is using Infusionsoft, it's super easy to do these list segments. You just drop a tag. If they click on an email, you drop a tag, and then that tag can determine what their interests are, and you can send them to different pages. Okay, so all this is on our end is a way to do that functionality without Infusionsoft. So it's a way to basically automatically split people off into different lists. It could be on different email providers or different lists, automatically using those little buttons. So that doesn't necessarily apply to you guys. You got Infusionsoft. So let's see if there's anything else. So anyway, this is all he did. Again, it's not that complicated, but it's way more than most people do. And this is a six-figure thing. So if you're struggling and you think that this is hard or this is complicated, it doesn't have to be. You don't have to go to the advanced extreme. You do the basics, you do just a little bit more, a little bit better than your competition. You look, observe the results. If it's profitable, then you can start to invest more time into some of the more advanced stuff. This is more than 99% of people do, and you can see it very, very simple. And I'm more than happy to give this one to you guys. Okay, so the last step now is actually building out the pages. So what this is doing right now is we're getting unique URLs for each of the traffic sources. So that's all. I clicked on the Facebook traffic, I got a unique URL, and that's what I'm going to use in my Facebook advertising so that the tracking can take place throughout the funnel. And it's really exciting to see how the traffic flows, and you can see that, man, a bunch of people from Facebook are getting to this page, but not many people from my podcast are getting that far. So it gives you insight in a very visual way that you can make the decisions. Okay, and then so for these pages, again, we just took his pages and we put them in the system as templates, so you guys can have that as well. And they're not designed to be fancy, they're basic pages with a big video featured on it. So you can obviously use his pages or someone else's. But the whole idea of modeling, you don't have to go and spend hours with a graphic designer to figure things out. You just follow templates or structures that are proven to work. Fortunately, we know and we've provided the ones that we know work. But even if you don't use this, you can do that by competition analysis and seeing what your competition is doing, and you can model. The keyword is to model, not steal, not clone, but model what they're doing right. I think you saw me drop the retargeting pixels in there. You just click on the retargeting and drop the pixels. Same with the segmentations. And the final step is to actually go in and now edit the page. So once again, in terms of what you can do on the page, this is where it gets really exciting because our system allows you to get all of the capabilities of a web developer, like literally, and there'll be Q&A if you want to ask me, but most anything that a web developer can do, you now can do without that back and forth time. So what I'm doing here is we're just making it simple by just editing some of the text. But as you'll see, there is so much more you can add, you can do to this page in terms of what you want to put on it. But for simplicity's sake, for speed's sake, we're just going to edit the page. I just grabbed the video from YouTube, I pasted it in, switched it out. I don't know if you guys know Dan, but he was here last year as well. He didn't show up, so we're just going to replace his face with mine. He's a cool guy, I love him. So now it's me. So that's the whole idea. You get the tools, you get the functionality, the ability to do entire marketing funnels at any level of complexity, really, really quickly, with very, very little learning curve. Super easy. So now this section here, this add new section, gives you pretty much anything you could possibly want on your page. So with WordPress, you know how you have to get all these plugins and stuff that it may bog down your site and stuff. With this, you don't have to worry about it because we give you all that stuff. There's hundreds of things that you can just drag off to your page. But anyway, that's it. We built this funnel.
hopefully there's some insights that you learned here. It doesn't have to be complicated. It can be really easy to track things all the way through. You can link this stuff, like you can link these segments to Infusionsoft so it communicates back and forth. But the thing I really wanted to convey is not so much how cool my tool is. I mean, that will speak for itself. But it's the fact that when you have ideas, you can take them to fruition in really, really fast speed, whether it's this tool or something else. When you conceive it, you map it out, you use principles, you study what your competition is doing, you do it better, just a little bit better, and then you execute, you get it done. The advantage that we have in this room is crazy. So take advantage of it and do it. So, what should we do? So I'm going to hand this down if you guys want it. You guys want this funnel?
Yep.
Okay. So I'm going to hand it down. I'm going to make, if you don't mind, I'm going to make a super, super, super simple pitch if you're interested in it. There's an order form where you can get it. If you want to, I'm more interested in helping this community because you guys have contributed so much to me. So don't take it like, I know some people might want it, so go ahead and get it if you want it. And so there's an order form as well as the funnel in here. Feel free to take it, but more importantly, I'm making myself available to you guys if you need anything. So here's the basic deal. Model what works, exploit goals, and move fast. That's the key takeaways. Funnel tips: map out your funnel, create your assets, use tracking sources, track everything. Use those behavior segments, which I think you guys already know, and definitely use retargeting. Okay, so I'm gonna skip most of this stuff. I think the idea is, the product is simple. Hopefully, it speaks for itself, and I'll make a killer deal for you guys if you want it. You basically get the software. You get a bootcamp training where we go into this stuff in more detail, like that behavioral stuff, how to use surveys to maximize and get hyper-focused knowledge on who your customer is and designing funnels. And if there's time, I'll show you some other funnels that you can have as well. We got a boot camp. We also have a few done-for-you funnels. These are like, so I said we did over $1 million in a year. It was actually 1.3. And I'm going to give you all those funnels too. It'll be in your system if you want to grab it. We've got some traffic training, a traffic bootcamp, product creation bootcamp. That's really, really good stuff. We've got a copywriting bootcamp. We have pretty much everything marketing related, so that you have the strategy, the best practices, you have the tool to get it done in no time, and then combined with your main stuff. I can't think of a better situation to be in. But anyway, this is the price if you're interested. It's a special deal I'm making you guys if you're interested. The one thing that I'm giving you guys that I don't give to anyone else is access to me. I'm part of the group, so you guys can always reach out to me. No one else has that if you're interested. Okay. So that's what you get. So here's the idea. Jump in there, especially if you're struggling with this. Jump in there, pick one of the funnels, especially one that we've proven works based on like monetary value. Fill the blanks, send out an email to it or run a Facebook traffic test and test it out, see if it works. And if you can't ROI, within 30 days, we'll refund the money. So anyway, a couple final things if you're interested. We have an enterprise package coming out next month that's double the value, double the cost, so you can grandfather into that. If you're interested, I'll also help you personally with your funnels if you're interested. You just send me some videos. Send me your funnel, I'll send you video audits. Because the whole idea is I want this group to succeed. Jermaine is awesome. I want to help. So that's it. Off the front of the line support, we get primary template requests. If you have funnels in other systems, we'll migrate up to 10 pages for you. And hopefully that was valuable. Now, I'll take questions more than happy to. I don't know how much time I have left, but there's some other cool stuff we've learned from funnels that I'm more than happy to show you. There's some other funnels, some insights that we've made that no one else is doing that I'm more than happy to share. So I'll tailor that based on questions. So it's all about that.
My question is for you all. You encouraged me to go actually do this list thing I was talking about. I'm going to do that in webinar 10 a.m. Pacific on Wednesday, May 6th. Who wants to see me do it in 10-minute thoughts?
Bring your head, I love it. That's the whole, like, that's what's pushing me, that whole speed of implementation. Like, there's no reason to not take action, and there's no reason whatsoever. So yeah, it's helping in measure.
Address like this versus lead pages. We have lead pages.
Sure. I mean, lead pages is a great tool.
ClickFunnels, all those other tools. You know.
Absolutely. So yeah, like I said, there are other tools that do this. Some do it okay, some do it well, some don't do it very well. I think the biggest difference is that our system is comprehensive. You know, lead pages, which I think is a good tool, but it's going to help you build landing pages, and that's about it. Like, so you can build a few individual pages, but you still have to connect everything together. You still have those challenges of getting it all to work and communicate.
So with this, you don't have to go into Infusionsoft and create a form that it connects to or to, or how's that?
So it connects with Infusionsoft in the way that I showed you. Basically, you know, drag out an email sequence and you can connect that to Infusionsoft. When you connect it, you basically have to tell it which of your campaigns you want the leads to go to. So you do need to put a way for the leads to get to you. But once you do that, the leads go to you. I mean, there's so much. I wish there was more time.
Yeah.
Like, you can, once you get it sent into there, you can now get it to do tagging. You want to do segmentation where it does a tag based on behaviors. It takes the game to a whole new level. I think lead pages and some of the other tools cover the basics, the very, very basics. But for this room, when you want to get to the next level with some of the more advanced behavioral stuff, you just simply can't do it with the other tools. Also, in terms of building out marketing funnels, especially in this room, we're on a new dimension. Like most people, when they create funnels, it's very linear. It's like landing page, sales page, thank you page, or maybe word. But the minute you want to branch off to upsell, downsell, what if there's a condition? What if they entered a certain phrase in the order form? What if we wanted to do a conditional redirect that says, if they enter Gmail in their email, what if we want to go to another page to send them a custom message? The minute you want to get anything even remotely advanced, you simply, every other tool falls flat. But with our stuff, because this is the community that I love, we make all that stuff available.
Are you doing these live boot camps? No, are they webinars?
Yeah, webinars. Yeah.
They won't be happening.
They're actually in the middle, so we're actually in the middle of them, and so we're ending them, but they're all on replay, so you can.
So they won't be live, they'll be recordings of what you're doing currently.
If you get it now, you'll get the last one, you'll get the number 5 live, but it's also, it's like live in the sense that you can go back in time, you can watch it, and then we also make our team available to answer live questions. So it's a very similar environment.
So a couple technical questions. Yeah. I'm assuming it's a hosted service.
Right.
And on the domain name, you guys have that subdomain which shows up in the URL.
Whatever you want. So you can bring in your own URL, or you can use ours, but most people here are going to want it.
Are you doing orders actually as well, making orders?
Yeah, I didn't even get to that. We have our own order. We have our own shopping cart in there where you can now customize the look and feel of your shopping cart. And this is something you guys would like. Imagine if you can pipe those orders straight through Infusionsoft, where they're basically ordering. Instead of showing them Infusionsoft's order form templates, what if you could show a custom order form that you designed based on your tests using this software? So that's something that you can do. It's very, very, very close. Like we've got it piping through Stripe, we've got it piping through Authorize, and our very next thing, which is still in the beta, is that it can pipe directly through Infusionsoft. So in other words, you can replace your native Infusionsoft order forms with custom proven conversion generated order forms with the system.
You don't necessarily, it doesn't have to pipe through an Infusion order form if you're using authorize.net though, right?
Yeah, technically, if you can bypass Infusion altogether. That's totally up to you, and you can do it with Stripe as well. But I think like for us, we use Infusionsoft too, so we want the order forms we want the orders to go through it so we can get all the reporting and the stats and the triggers that come along with it. So it's to each his own. And so right now, today, you can just pipe it through. We have a box where you can bring it over and it'll represent the Infusionsoft order form. That's working right now. What I was talking about is the ability to customize the look and feel of your order form using simple drag and drop technology. I'm sorry, it's really good. I'm sorry, what did you say? Yeah, I have some pamphlets if you're interested. Oh, yes, in the back.
I actually bought Chris's killer campaigns that are recognized in everything, and it looked like once I got the product, it was delivered on optimized Press 2, unless that's yours also. So I'm an optimized Press 2 guy, and I noticed that there was a login menu item on one of the new pages. Do you have a membership sort of platform also, so that you replace?
Yeah, we've got a membership platform. Half of it's in beta right now. So we've got all like the templates that make it really, really easy, but there's a part of it that's in beta that really, really makes it powerful. But what's going to be cool once it's out of beta is what you can do with it, because you'll get to do all of the automation stuff as well, like the behavioral tags. You can set up your targeting based on which member platform they are. You can watch how long they watch videos. So like the wealth of information and data triggers that you can do once that's in place, once anything is in place with the system, it gets really, really powerful.
Cal, do you have a way of tracking audio?
Not natively.
Our data magnet is a 2-hour, 23-minute audio program.
Your best bet for that is tracking, unless there's a plugin or something, you can track time on page. Another thing that we've done is...
We can do a plugin for that, though. Like long tail JW player or something.
Yeah, no, it's not difficult at all. Like, in fact, we have a video object where you can put your videos to it. Now, a lot of the data, so our challenge is we need to present things in a very easy to digest way. Behind the scenes, we're doing a lot of that tracking already. So if you use our video player, I'm pretty sure, and you can put audio through that, I'm pretty sure we're tracking the information. We just haven't presented it to you just yet. So once we get to that place where we present it, we can retroactively show you a lot of
some new things that are coming out, so that you guys can launches in your...
So a few that I can mention are more behavioral based stuff. I don't want to say too much, and I also don't want to just tease you guys, but I'll give you this clue in that just think of what you can do in this room as Automation Clinic. Like, there's not a lot of other groups on the internet that do what we can do, some of the advanced stuff. And one of the visions that we have is to bring some of this more to the mainstream. So if you can think of some of the more advanced stuff that you can do right now, if we don't already do it, you will absolutely be able to do it moving forward, and really, really, really easy. But a couple of immediate things that I can talk about, like I said, the membership side stuff is in beta. We have a webinar, an evergreen webinar platform that's also in beta. Within, I would say, max 4 weeks, we'll have that out to the general public. Those are two major.
So you have a membership platform that like replace Customer Hub? Is that what you're saying?
In theory. So I don't know the scope of what Customer Hub can do, so it wouldn't be fair to make a comparison, but you'll have the same type of flexibility, customizability, and also synchronization with Infusionsoft and any of the other aspects of our software.
You mentioned at the beginning of your presentation that there's a way that if you're looking at what your competitors are doing, there's a way to know if they're making money at it or not. Can you elaborate?
Sure, I can, and I know that there's people in this room that can even answer that question just as, if not better. But a few things there are clues, I should say. Okay, so number one, if your competitor is driving a lot of traffic to their site consistently from paid mediums, it's highly likely that they're paying for it. Well, we know they're paying for it, but it's highly likely that they're profitable if it's happened over a period of time. So there are tools that you can do that you can use to uncover that, like what runs where. Any of the other ones you guys know?
Keyword spy.
Right. And you can see what your competition is doing, and based on what you see, you can infer a lot of really key information. That's one good way of doing it. knowing if they're making money. Now, some of the other things that we'll do is if we get those clues that they're making money, we'll go through their funnel, we'll record the process, and depending on how sophisticated they are, we might go through the funnel 2 or 3 times to see the different branches that they have. Like if we were going through Jermaine's funnel, we probably have to buy that product like 30 times just to see all the branches. But by the time we get through maybe number 5 or 6, we probably give up because we know that he's playing at a level that's above average. And so we're looking for people who are making a lot of money, and ideally we're looking for people who are doing it despite themselves. So they're doing it with like a basic marketing funnel that we can easily improve on, and that becomes really easy to do. And I'll say most people, like 6, 7, even 8-figure businesses, they're not doing the stuff we're learning. So the advantage that we have here is amazing. So I think if you do it the right way, and I'll just in terms of value giving, because I don't want it to just be about my tool. The process that we use, and I hinted at it earlier, but it's so powerful and it works, is everything we do is based on real data. So every decision we make, every word we put in our landing page is based on information we've seen from customers. That's stuff people are not doing. So we always have the right message to the right market. So we'll start with surveys that we run to the customers. We'll ask them questions. We'll observe what their biggest challenges are. We'll also observe how enthusiastic they're telling us what their problems are. And we'll separate that stuff into buckets of problems. And so once we figure out what are the main challenges our market has, we come up with lead magnets that solve those problems in a dramatic way. How do you think this product came into being? It's because of that process. And so we want to solve it in dramatic ways. So then in our marketing, we segment people based on their problem buckets. So even in the terms of like the targeting, the keywords that we use, it's based on proven problems, not guesswork. It's problems that they've said that they have. Now, when they go to a landing page, it's going to specifically address that problem. It's going to use the same phrasing, the same terminologies, it's going to mirror what they're thinking in their head because we got all that data. So our opt-in rates are really high. And then our emails are really engaging because we're talking to people based on what they've told us. We're also looking at actually quantifiable data. So like our traffic stats and time on page. We're looking at all that stuff and we're building out these very detailed profiles of our customers, and that becomes the basis for our entire marketing process. There's a funnel inside of the product that does a lot of that already. And so one cool example inside of that funnel, which is available to everyone, is the conditional lead, where you can set up, whether it's a survey, but any kind of form information, and you can pipe that information through it's like a decision diamond, and then you can route people based on information that they've given you. So if they're in the pet store, the pet market, if you're in the pet market, and you say, what's your biggest problem with your dog? And one person says, well, can't get them potty trained, or one is biting me. Based on those answers, I can segment, customize messages, offers based on what they said. So it's all the same stuff you're learning with Infusionsoft, but taken to the web page too. And that's why I'm so excited when you bring those two worlds together. What happens on the web page and the web funnel married with what we do in Infusionsoft, and you get really detailed with the behavioral stuff. You're just at such an advantage. It's not even funny. It's super powerful. Cool. Any other questions, or are we good? All right, I appreciate it, guys.
Thank you, guys. Awesome what you can do with your tools. So I'm excited to be using it. For anybody that's going to use it, Kyle has to share his tool, and I would be a cut of that. It's not that, but just because I believe in him. Been a lot of our group, and I just know that he lives and breathes this stuff as much as me. So I really see it as an Infusionsoft for website stuff, because I use lead pages actually for Christmas Eve launch. And for a Christmas Eve jazz in December, something that was so frustrating is I couldn't add anything to the page. I was trying to add just a guarantee to it. And I could not do that. Now I found a way around it. I hijacked their ads card, but I sort of added my copy as an image with that, but it shouldn't have been that hard. Like I had to really figure it out. I had one option, and that was to like change the whole image. So I think with option typing pages, it's great, it's sweet implementation. You can't add anything. That's it. What you see is what you get. That's just the truth. So, and then optimize press together, we use that. We use everything. So I'm looking forward to kind of bring those two together. Optimize press, you can't do what you want, but you got to connect those pages and things like that. So you need to project it out because it's very impressive. I'm looking forward to it. I can see why you're so successful. 5 months to make that certain big. It's awesome. All right, so now we're going to do something. We'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back. Daryl, we might go like 15, 30 minutes over. We can go longer than that. You guys are looking for it. But Daryl is going to be coming in from Toronto. So I'm going to switch this go-to webinar to him and plug in the audio. I've never done that before. Hopefully we get a smooth transition to him. But that'll be about 3 to 5 minutes or so. So get up, have some coffee, use the bathroom, and if anybody wants to hear an interview with Kyle, I'll listen to Facebook. Interview with Kyle on Facebook and his theory of constraints. You gotta check that out on Facebook. The big TOC guy. So in 5 minutes, we'll be back with Daryl, who was really good last year, covered his process, his 7-figure webinar process that he did with John Ashrath and Francis Mann. This year, he's taking us a step further, so we'll be back in 5 minutes.
That was a great presentation. Thank you so much. You said you had a flyer for your program?
Yeah. So.
And then I have a question. I mean, you have actually. Really? I thought about it. Oh, well, I had a clue. Yeah, oh, yeah, one of those? We want to make sure they're on. You don't need it. Yeah, I can do it. Oh, fast? He was right there. That's what I'm excited about for a while. This is
I've emailed customer service for maybe a year, what your competitors are doing. You guys would have stepped up to the plate and just get, like, just, like, oh, they're like, no, they're just all they're doing is allowing someone like yourself to step into the marketplace with a better product, a better service.
Right? Honestly, I'll let you so bad. It looks like it. Still works right now. Right.
Yeah, so what
you go here and you make my flight price like cancel out.
Why do we have to fill out forms? Well, there's a reason. I know there's a reason. Psychologically. Actually, no. You never want to be a live event. I went to a speaker's conference once. There's an event. And that's one of the things that we speakers talk about. You don't want people to lie, so you think about it. You want the confidence to get off. You don't want there to be that order takeout. You didn't know he was this smart last year. Or I wasn't in a position to. What do you have?
my flight's at
Right? Yeah. Okay. So we should go coffee or something. So there's, you know, the ICC club is, about that. Some ICC. I had a club where that is good ICCs. About a fourth or so of ICCs listen to the US. So usually people like get the individual ICC and individual license for themselves, but they not really use it because when they use it themselves, so there's that. There's getting it set up for the split testing I agreed to do. So then on day 6, I look up, so here's how it works out. And then others. So that could be a good way to get the first very well. Here's how it was. There's that. Have you heard of Fusion Pass? You know Fusion Pass?
Yeah.
I've heard of, I've been on Joshua Miller's code box. That's a different podcast. That's interesting. You've heard of Joint Plots. Joint Plots is a podcast in the UK. David is of the world. Asks essentially how do you find success in your life, which is that joining the dots, like he has an international reach. I've run it, that books been on it. That would be interesting one for you to get that reach to an audience who probably not normally reaching that story. So there's all those things, and then when I looked for training, I did not see much training on how to use the software. So here's what I found. The number of apps, how to make sure you're increase your transaction is their apps are great and it's awesome. And so I'm looking at that. What if you guys at university, a year-long training course where there's 1 month per app, where there's these clusters. That month, each week, is a couple of hours. And you have 3 people approach the clusters. You're getting an outside consultant on those clusters to win. And then by the end of each month, you're going to have some experience to the path.
that was the task to me, because I'm going to have this month long that thing's really good. And then if they send it to me, that's the first one they do, something I figure out, and then it goes from there on to other recommendations. We're already buying other items. Those yours already bought some things why they're in the first place. So now I just got all translations and representations if I use it first. But I imagine maybe having month-long training years from now to have other lots of things for it. So that said, it's very fast to look at what are the things you actually need to reduce churn, increase conversion, and then look at setting that up so that I do training for you, get the third party doing it better. I don't correspond exactly. I'm doing that by looking at students. Look for unique factors. You'll see my style and space and all that stuff. And it's 2 hours on there. So, I'm inspired. Yes, after this. Okay. Thank you for setting up all the. No problem. Hello. Awesome. You stay for the whole day?
Yep. Probably to do the last segment. Come on over. You still want to food? It's fun. This comes straight through to the back. Stand where you go. Johnson. Oh, where's she? Where's she? Can you hear? It's not yours. You know what I mean? That's the key. That's why you're getting before. There's no performance. So they would want your fault because the system faulty system. Effort.
When I was part of the because the guys got all this stuff. It's just my understanding is it's two products. Every office has a 2K. You have to go through say, hey, at the end of the email, info at login, like that. There's no training involved, and how something got to start class. So that's fantastic. And that's yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to use something, but I'll let you know when you're about to. You can take it from there. You can just see your name. You don't even know what 3, 2, 1. 3, 2. You have to see
Who they talking to? So should I turn off this? He's using Google Hangout. We have to go to webinar. This is him watching Google Hangout. So should I turn that off? Because it's going to be weird. He's going to probably change your presentation. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is get all your it's like I can't. I'm trying to do just like to ask me questions if somebody had a question. That's probably well, yeah. Oh. Waiting for you, and I was like, that was for the yeah, so he was pretty good.
So now you have
You're fine.
too many types.
No, oh my goodness.
Hey, I was just going to tell people that those who are waiting to start, minute you register, there's 5 copies.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to lose everyone. So
Yeah, I think we just got it. So. Did they say how long it's been by? Really? You know how to go to the webinar. Okay.
So I might need to jump off.
5, 450.
It's drag and drop, it's basically 5 go in the middle page.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I might go back very fast.
No, I wouldn't want to run. I would go just go 5. Yeah. 10 to 5, yeah.
I'll take
507.
Yeah.
You're on this. You're on that.
Like the enterprise license.
What's up now?
Yes, you get this.
Yeah, once you decide all of that stuff.
Now I can hear you. Where you're like,
Now, I know how to model.
Yeah, you sounded from, I'm just gonna taste it.
Yeah, it was hard. It was hard. But it was like this. Everything good or? We're actually gonna hit the gym a little bit after.
Uh-oh, which gym?
The fitness center.
Oh, in here?
Probably.
Sweet. That's awesome. Yeah, so I got a bad one here.
Oh, there we go. Technology at work.
Okay, I'll tell you. Oh, I see. I'll make you an organizer. And anybody else that wants to be an organizer, you all can be organizers. And thank you for bearing with me. Anybody else that wants to help out, be an organizer. So there's one question.
Is that?
Yeah,
what is that?
He's on the hangout.
No, that's you, Brian.
That's
I have to mute you. Oh, that's him. Oh, okay, now let's try. No, that was you. You're not. All right. Okay, we're good now. I muted you. Okay, so Daryl's here, I'm here, we're here, we're all happy. All right, everybody. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. That technical difficulty. I've got Daryl here. Daryl is a good friend of mine for a while. Well, he lives both in Canada and San Diego. And we got to spend a lot of time together. He was a family, just a good guy. Spent a lot of time, hung out with my family, grandma, daughters. Just also a friend that's insanely smart marketer. He's read like, I don't know, several hundred books. And he's just like a walking marketing encyclopedia. And I was working with John Ashcraft, built the funnel. I was producing 7 figures. So when it comes to like conversions and just like how to polish off that funnel, things like that. He's got a mind for this kind of stuff. And just a cool guy. You probably hear him laughing, like, you know, it's like a teddy bear I got him. So we get along very well. And so without further ado, he's all in Canada. We figured out how to make this technology work. If you have questions for him, I believe he can hear us, but I probably have to ask him, so I'll convey it to him, you know, because I'm questions a lot of time. But we'll do a remote presentation featuring Daryl. So Daryl, if you can hear us, without further ado, let's give him a round of applause. Daryl!
starting, and yeah, I can hear you fine today, and that's awesome. And despite the technical difficulties, I do hope that we can have a two-way kind of conversation over here, because I want to make sure that everyone here gets a lot of value from this. I really want to help everyone, because the Infusionsoft community has been amazing for me. Jermaine's been amazing. Everyone in this group. I mean, Kyle, Chris Brisson, Lola. I don't want to forget anybody. Tom, and everybody that's there. Brian, even though he's not so much of like quote unquote like one of, you know, like us in the membership crew. He's like Jermaine's right hand man. He's just amazing as well. So I really want to give a lot of value. So for everyone I know, how's it going? For those of you who I don't know, this is probably how you know me. If you know me on Facebook through the group, but please feel free to reach out, add me as a friend, and I'm always available to help you guys and answer some questions. I wanted to be there at the event, but it just wasn't in the cards. And I got some free resources. No, it's a Google shortened link. There's no tracking. You go straight to a Google Doc. And the reason why I'm sharing this is because it might help you with taking notes right now during my talk, as well as for the rest of Icon. In fact, every time I came to Icon, I brought this list. And it includes just a bunch of to-do lists. So you've got a to-do list to do within the next 30 days, how much that's worth, things you want to do for your business. Here's a to-do financial, I'm just showing the lines and that value. You can value a priority. That's basically what that's for. To do personal, to delegate. I think that's a really important list. I love this list because as an entrepreneur, I'm not always on top of delegation. A list of things you want to learn more about. Somebody mentioned during Kyle's presentation, there's just so much to learn, and there really is. And some things are more important than others, and you just get caught up in the day-to-day bustle of things, but those little details can mean everything. So something to learn about, something to get or to buy, and then people that you want to contact. So that's just these lists. If you want them, you can go over here, you just want to jot down. They've been invaluable to me. I've done gone to a lot of these types of events, and if it helps you, I'm just more than happy to pay it back. So welcome, thank you for coming to Icon, and for hanging around and listening to my talk, as I'm here remote up in Canada. And I just also want to say congratulations to Jermaine and Sarah for 10 years, 10 wonderful years, beautiful couple, beautiful family. I know he's only here today. I think tomorrow he's got to go because he's got to get packed up because we're coming up here to visit me in Canada. That's right, Jermaine?
He's not here. Bathroom.
Oh, it's so quiet. I can't really hear you, Jermaine. Okay. Guys, unfortunately, this is where I'm looking at. It's a little bit darker right now, but I took this at 10 o'clock this morning, so hope you guys definitely enjoy this evening in the sunshine. Today, I'm here to talk to you guys about a book called Acres of Diamonds, and I'd love to see a show of hands. But I'm not there. You can raise the hand, but I can see who does and doesn't know the story. And it's a really important story, I think, especially when it comes to marketing and us as database marketers, because that's what Infusionsoft is. It's a database, and we're database marketers. And Acres of Diamonds, for those who don't know the story, the short version is a boy who grew up on a farm, his entire life dreaming of being rich and famous from the diamond mine. His parents pass away and he inherits the farm. And the first thing he does is he sells the farm to some guy, and he takes the money and travels the world in search of this diamond that he's dreamt about his entire life. You know, years later, he's back in some town, he's broke, he's a little desolate, and he's eating at the diner he used to, basically grew up in. And the cover of the local paper is the guy he sold the farm to who found the diamond mine on the farm. His parents, he inherited from his parents. So the concept is that you are, at this moment, standing right now in the middle of your own acre of diamonds. And I mean that as far as what you already know. I mean that as being part of this community. And I mean that with the tools and resources you have access to. And I'm a testament to this. This is a picture from last year. Me standing, we're kind of presenting, right now. This is last year where I presented basically the exact same thing, using just some of the stuff we're going to go over in this presentation, along with plugins that Trini's given us. Here I was going over a campaign I helped build for that I was working for. At this time, presenting this around $1.3 to $1.5 million. So that's why I came here last year to talk about. This year, I'm here to tell you that you have $1 million business in which you already have available to you today. Oh, am I getting a question? Something popped over here. Oh, people are chatting. If I make my screen full screen, is it not full screen for you guys?
Mostly full screen.
Oh.
It's not his fault.
No, it's not you though. It's fine though. I don't want to mess anything up.
Should I get going?
Yeah. Is that you or me? Is that your Daniel Taylor or my Daniel Taylor? We both are. I think that's your Daniel Taylor.
Okay. All right. So yes, you read that correctly. And here is some of so basically I want to go over the tools and campaigns we all know. We already know we must have for success and how we got them. So if you're brand new to Icon, then this might really be very overwhelming. Just accept it, surrender, just take it all in. For those of you that this is your second, your third, your fourth, but this will make a lot of sense to you, and hopefully the process I go through will really be helpful for you guys. So this is how kind of Infusionsoft started for a lot of us. This is it. Like this was legacy follow-up campaigns. You made a campaign, and you would basically just get to list what you wanted here. I don't know if you can or can't read, but it says content, email, actions, email, tasks, and you would put it in here with your schedule, and that was it. You were off to the races. This is Infusionsoft. It's about as good as it got. And so for a lot of people like you that are trying to figure out make your way, we didn't really know how to use it. This is a 12-month thing, so it's a long list, long delays, but we didn't really know how to use it better. And so Infusionsoft, after user groups and figuring out, a lot of us are complaining about calling it Infusionsoft, they came up with the perfect customer lifecycle, which, that's it. I hit the engineering, that was my main data. I couldn't see it because it go-to thing. But this is the perfect customer lifecycle. And so for all of us, we all have a process. We all attract traffic. We all need to capture the leads. We all need to want to nurture our prospects, convert into sales, deliver and satisfy them, upsell and get referrals. So that helped, but it still wasn't enough. And then along came the marketing titans and Infusionsoft masters, the first people known to do multiple 6, 7, and even 8 figures in sales implementing Infusionsoft in their businesses. We've got the Jermaine Griggs, the Chris Brissons, the Caseys, the Jims. I mean, people that really just went out of their way to, or not went out of their way, but people that just really, well, they did go out of their way. They went out of their way to master and really implement Infusionsoft to the highest degree. And collectively, they taught us the basic systems we all needed were. And you may want to get your pen and pencil for this. So first of all, we all need a new customer welcome sequence. We all need a campaign like that to wow people and prevent buyer's remorse. We all need, if you have any sort of appointments or you do live events, you need a no-show events to take advantage of following up automatically. We all need some sort of lost customer reactivation campaign to save sales when people want to cancel and to get feedback, to proactively collect feedback and use that to improve our businesses. A no sales system, you try to sell someone and it didn't work out, you don't just abandon them. Of course, for us, we want to keep working forward and trying to find more sales, but we don't want to neglect that person. So why not use Infusionsoft automation help us out with that? We also all need a main lead generation follow-up campaign and welcome. Jermaine gave us this 4-figure sequence. I'll go into that in a little bit. We all need long-term nurture campaigns, whether it's a newsletter, a mini course, whether it's a series of things. We all need these long-term nurture campaigns because there's just not enough hours in the day for everything we need to be doing. This is a cool one. These internal web form trigger campaigns. So a really good way to think about this would be is if we're pivoting. So you have someone already in your database, and they pick up the phone, they call on your sales reps, and the sales rep discovers something new. Well, you need some sort of web form your staff can use that they can check boxes or radio buttons that will redirect that person or enhance the experience they're already getting. We all found out that we really need to have event campaigns, whether it's a teleseminar, a webinar, or a live event. In almost every business, you're always doing these sorts of things. Even if you're a chiropractor, you might be doing local workshops in your community, so you definitely need an event campaign. Back-end offer campaigns. Jermaine was talking about that earlier today, the different ways to grow your business. There's only 3 ways to grow your business, and how so much of that focuses on the back end. You also need point of entry specific opt-in pages. So if someone's coming from Facebook, you want to take them to a page that's Facebook friendly. If they're coming from Twitter, all that sort of thing. You don't want to just send them all to your main site. You want to know where they're coming from. Paul alluded to this as well. Sure. Maybe, did you call, I think Kyle, it was Kyle saying, you want to know your lead sources. You want to track where the money's coming from. How are people converting? Someone from Facebook might buy more than someone from Google pay-per-click. Then we want to know our customer upsell sequences. We definitely, yeah, thanks, Brian. Thanks, man. Customer upsell sequences. So when people are buying, it's the best time to try to upsell them to something else. And in fact, the longer you wait, the harder it can be to get them to buy a second and third time. So that's something else we learned as well. Is this too fast? Everyone, is this okay? Good pace? Everybody good? Okay, good. We all also need referral campaigns and affiliate campaigns, and they are basically the same thing. And the last one on this list that I've got, from what I've collected over all the icons, was that we all need a monthly promotion calendar. And that's something that, you know, Valentine's Day doesn't catch us off guard every year. So there's no reason why I keep playing Valentine's Day in advance. In fact, when you're planning for any of your monthly promotions, why can't you do 2 or 3 years together? Do you remember saying that? Was it 3 years of birthdays, I think you were saying? Yeah. And one of them, it's just when they buy, they get 3 years worth of birthday stuff, and it's all already set up because it's not a surprise we have a birthday every year. So these, I don't know if you can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. These 13 campaigns really do make up kind of the bread and butter of what we learned from all the marketers of the years and all the people who seem to be successful in Infusionsoft. These were the systems that they had to have in their business. So now we had a process, we had campaigns, so we started to build models on how do we put this into different businesses. So here we've got a service business model. And I'm not sure if you can or can't see them, but you can see the different stages. So we've got our traffic on the far left, we've got how we're capturing them, either on our web form, on our site, whether they call us, so we have the internal web form, they get their follow-up sequences, and then they call and set an appointment of some sort, and then get reminded of the appointment when they show up and they buy, follow-up survey, the rest of that. Good, okay, sorry, thanks, Brian. Those tips are helpful, thank you. Then we've got this next one. Don't worry, some of these will get bigger. We're not going through a ton of them, but this is more, this one's for a realtor. It could be edited for a lawyer if depending on what sort of law they practice. But this is the path that we went down. First, we were just kind of fumbling around figuring it out. Then we figured out what campaigns we needed if you were paying attention. And now we're starting to put this in the models. And mind maps became mission critical to being successful in Infusionsoft. It became a really, really big, really, really important thing. And I think even though we have a campaign builder, I think it's important that people still go back to that. Even Kyle was talking about mapping things out. I think that that's a huge, huge, huge thing in our business. So here I know we have a campaign builder. We can build a basic business model. But back in the day, we all were using mind maps like this. And if resolution will permit, I'll take you on a quick bit of a guided tour. Brian, is this okay? Can people see this? I can zoom in a little bit more if I need to. Good, okay. So this is just an example. This is an example of martial arts who I ran years ago. This is the different sources of traffic. Green was supposed to take people forward, red takes them back, and these are the different ways they opt in, they call in, they sign up for free 30 days, they ask for a free DVD. We market to them the free 30-day trial when they raise their hand saying they're interested. We had 2 different sequences, and we did or didn't have their phone number, which meant we could call them or not call them and say, hey, we don't remember you, please call us. And then once the appointment was set, we put them into an appointment reminder sequence. And actually, I should give Jermaine credit for this because I actually didn't start mind mapping this out until I met Jermaine and he told me that to just follow 10 people, to take 10 customers, 10 prospects, and just follow them through your business. And when you start getting into these things, so here's a perfect example. We have the appointment. And at the appointment, they would either join, become a new student, they would do student registration, they would do this. They would stay with the 30-day trial, there would be a no-show, or maybe we would have to reschedule it. And that's just something I discovered by following people as they interacted with my business, almost keeping a checklist of how things went when I communicated with them. Missed appointment follow-up sequence, which upped into an adult long-term nurture sequence. So this is an example of walking through. It doesn't really have to break down all the things that have to happen in your business. You have all these different campaigns. Now we have process, we have the campaigns we need, the mission critical campaigns for sure. These of course are extra, billing info, listing, expired credit card, bill payment. Those are definitely nice to have as well. But this is again the process that we went through. And then Jermaine was the first to stop and help us out, and he gave us automation clinics. So like Kyle was saying, technology was a huge barrier for a lot of us. I mean, trying to implement some of this stuff, I know a lot of you there probably thinking you're nodding that, yeah, some of this stuff is so techy. So Jermaine really was the first to help us out and kind of just make it easy for us. So now we have the process, we had marketing campaigns that we needed, and then now, sorry, slide. Plus the plugins we really need to automate our business. So like I said, Jermaine was the first to give them to us, and the combination was really powerful. So here's some proof examples. So this is an overview. This is a webinar. This is from the presentation last year that I gave. I'll give you a way to get on my list of things in the presentation if you want to. Thanks, Brian. Brian, you're awesome. I love you, man. So this is the campaign. Again, at the end of the presentation, if you want, I can get you a copy of the other presentation if you want. But this is just a basic campaign, right? Just like we talked before, we have the process with the campaigns, we have our new customer section here on the right. Chris Brisson really helped me kind of flesh this out for sure with this Killer Campaigns program. The one real big ad to me was the closing of the cart and separating this here with the no-show, not selling content only. Because we never even thought about it. That really goes back to the acres of diamonds and paying attention to who you have and following them through your business. Because I mean, if you've got your webinar, right? So they registered, we drive them to attend, the webinar started, either attended or didn't show. And if they attended, there's two groups of people. There's people who bail early and don't know what you're selling, and people who you sold. And so they don't really need the replay. You can mention you have it for the most part for them, so we're doing objections. And then again, Chris really helped out with that because then if they didn't show up to your webinar, they didn't watch the replay, why are you selling them here? And that's where we want to step out and separate ourselves from average people and really have that personal conversation which we could really have with all of our clients together. So again, this is really good, but now this on its own is amazing, but it's kind of a one-time event. And with Infusionsoft, the only way you can automate this is to wait a certain number of days to send an email or to use date timers. But now that Jermaine was able to pass on these plugins for us, now that's happening weekly. Now we can, with the on-page dates plugin, choosing every Saturday from today, and it shows up every day on the web page, it automatically updates the web page. Then the emails inside of Infusionsoft are all synced based off of dates. So this is the date calculations plugin. This is the plugin that basically you ping this HTTP post one Saturday from now, and it puts the Infusionsoft friendly date field or date format into your date field. And now you can run emails off that 3 days before, 4 days before, a day up, 2 days after. And so now those combined, the basic process and the campaigns, and now the ability to automate instead of having it be a one-time event or kind of like a semi-live event. It was a really live automated experience, and that led to me coming and presenting last year. Like I said, doing 1.3 to 1.5 million. And by the end of last year, it did somewhere around 3. I left shortly after ICON and started doing my own freelance thing, but it's a bit of a ballpark. So that's the first example for when I talk about the acres of diamonds you guys are sitting on and the power of the stuff that you can talk today, the power of crafting good offers, power of focusing on the only 3 ways to grow a business, the power of building and structuring your funnel, what Kyle was saying on proven models, and then of course using the power of automation that we all have access to now as a result of Jermaine's help. Example 2 would be the main lead generation follow-up. So left to our own devices, we would build some sort of simplistic lead generation campaign, which would be good, and like Kyle said, a lot of people are successful in spite of themselves. But here now we've got it fleshed out where we can separate who's actually really engaged with us versus who's only kind of engaged, and who do we need to build a relationship with more. And that's the 4 video sequence inside Peak Potential Profits. And as you see, we've got the watch 75% of video 1, video 2, video 3, and that is done with the page view actions plugin, or if you're using the Wistia plugin. And not on its own, I mean, if you take a look here, there's a little option form. Sign up for our free 4-part video series. This year, Lamar Tyler has used this as forefront of his website and helped him become an icon finalist. And by no means is it the only thing that's helped him, but it's following exactly everything you guys have resources, or everything you guys have access to, everything that's at your fingertips is no different than Lamar. And he's crushing it. He's doing really, really well. So I don't know, Lamar, are you there?
He's actually at a dress rehearsal for Icon right now.
Is he? I just want to give him props because I think his site is ridiculous. I think it's there. I'm excited to see him. Like Steve did this list 4 different ways. So we'll see that. So those of you that are here in the room, you are at this moment standing right in the middle of your own acres of diamonds. You're at Icon every year, it happens, and every year you come back and check in. So I want to ask you, will you be the next person? If we can do it, you can do it. And if you need suggestions, if you need ideas, here are 2 more examples of plugins and campaigns you can implement to help grow and scale your business. Now, remember, we're not talking about a lot. For me, I use 2 plugins to automate that webinar to do millions of dollars. Those are all the plugins I use. With Lamar, I don't know all the things he has going on in his business. You can find out in your presentation, but he was using the page view action of the Wistia plugin. So you have 35 plugins to choose from. I'm going to show you a way you can use the Affiliate Ascension plugin. So first of all, when you pin this URL with this plugin, your results are saved already here in your promoter score. And if the affiliates have earned more than $500, whatever your threshold is that you set here, the field is equal to or greater than, it'll run an action set for you inside of Infusionsoft, which, all right, that's great. What can we do with that? Well, just as Jermaine teaches us, you can use that to make your separate levels. And now you can have an automatic tiered system, whereas affiliates are promoting you, you can acknowledge them for their efforts, you can send them gifts, you can automatically start paying them higher commissions. This is a way for you to manage your affiliates in your referral program hands-off. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes.
Good, great. It's so funny because I looked around my room as if I was expecting to see 9 heads. Yeah, good. So now I'm going to show you here. So here is 2 simple buttons. Anytime you go to make a campaign, you can get campaign templates or create your own. So literally, you go and there's a done for you campaign called the Net Promoter Score survey. I forget what the name of it. I think they might have changed it. It's a really basic survey. Asks people 10 questions and it tags them based on how they respond. And then it drops them into these different sequences. So if you're a 9 or a 10, you go into promoter sequence. If you're an 8 to a 5, you go neutral. If you're less than a 5, you go to detractor. So that way, hopefully, someone can call them and apologize and figure out how to fix it. Well, what I did is I'm just showing you here how just taking these basic processes and these basic campaigns, just apply 1 tag to start your invite sequence for affiliate registration and management. And now we're back here inside these instance campaigns center, and just search for referral. There's launch referral partner program. A couple of clicks, and then you get this sequence here, and it actually just has the web form and the referral partner welcome. So I did have to add the goal tag here, the starting point tag, and you will have to craft a couple of emails and send them to this web form. But you don't even need a fancy web page. You don't need anything. You just link to the web form directly. And those who accept will now get your affiliate leader tag. So now coming back to this, that NPS survey, I didn't say it, you can link to this web form from any email, from anywhere. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Brian. Brian said he's going to put the link to what I'm talking about on the Facebook group page, so thank you. So you can put this, and I would highly recommend. In fact, a lot of people, some people hard code their signatures into their emails. I like the owner snippet that you can drag and drop in, because then I can go to my user account and I can update it for any kind of promotion I'm doing or anything. And putting a link to this Net Promoter Score survey is just a really good idea that you can fit it into your signature, because now every email you're sending out has in it, it's tied to your affiliate campaign, which now you're automatically Now, people that want to promote you, you're inviting them to join your affiliate program, and you have this automated management system where you can give them the gifts, you can give them extra training. And so that's for something more simplistic. Does anybody have any questions at this point?
Any questions?
Everyone okay?
Yep.
This is good? Yep. It's good and informative?
Yeah.
Good, good, all right. So I'm going to show you some more, a bit more advanced stuff, but based off of what Jermaine's teaching in this course, as far as what you can do with the affiliate campaign. So let me just refresh. So again, this is where you can take these basic models, and like anything, you start with baby steps, right? You don't just get up and start doing backflips. You do a back handspring, you do back somersaults, and then back handspring, and then you work your way up. So same sort of thing. Something you could do. So you got your affiliate registration page. Just like Allison, we model what's working here on the Laser Kennedy Insider Circle, dankennedy.com. I've literally told people that they've got a great copy. You can just take it and make it for yourself. When you click to become a Laser Kennedy Insider Circle affiliate, get this beautiful little web form. I don't think it's showing there. So you do the same thing inside your own campaign, and then have an approval process where emails are sent, and every email just goes to support. A couple of links in it, either they're approved, they're denied, or you're not sure, you have to ask somebody else. See if this goes. So new affiliate application from affiliate name, affiliate code, merges it all in. And customer service themselves can click yes, they're approved, they're rejected, or no, I'm not so sure, and pass it on to somebody else. And this is, again, a nice, easy way to automate the process. Once they're approved, go over here to your actions. For now, you've got your training. Jermaine gave us some awesome resources to help create banners and also a sample affiliate page. This is all stuff you all already have access to. This is one I did from my martial arts school back in the day. Facebook share buttons, videos, banners all on your site, automatically merges in your affiliate link. Use something like Miriam, and you're not to races. And again, this is just up and running, sitting there getting automated. And this is cool, and I wanted to show this. This is part of why I wanted to show the affiliate campaigns, because I'm going to zoom in a bit more. I don't know why more people don't do this sort of thing. Again, what I was saying about Valentine's Day. I mean, just because Black Friday is not happening this week doesn't mean you can't have your stuff that you worked on. Just set it up in here, and then pull out your date timer, and just pre-plan your marketing calendar for the year. I mean, why not? Why not go and hire someone to make you postcards for every holiday of the year, make a couple of copies so you get a couple of years done, and now here you go, there's your promotion. And when people get to the end, just look and drop it back in, and then have your staff, whoever does your active marketing calendar, have them operate this. So, again, just more examples of how you can use automation, how what we have at our fingertips now is just light years ahead of where we started. Everyone with me?
Yes.
Good, all right. So I got one last example I'll give you guys, the 35 plugins and the different ways that we can use them. So this, we're going to go with the SMS manager, because as a lot of us know, mobile is becoming extremely important. And here, this is just, I love this plugin. It is just a beautiful plugin, very, very simple and straightforward. You set up your text, get an HTTP post URL, you send it. You're paying wholesale costs. You're not having to pay additional fees. No one's trying to make 5 cents on every text you send. It's just a great feature. No monthly fees. Set it, forget it, own it. I love that sort of stuff. And this cool, really cool feature here, the postbacks up at the top, I think this is something that a lot of people miss, because with it, see, I set up a test here, people test. You can actually run action sets based on incoming text messages to your text numbers. So you set one up with Twilio, or you get one with Easy Text, and basically this plugin will read your reply text messages for you and let you run action sets in Infusionsoft, which is awesome. I mean, you can send out a text and, hey, did you want to talk next Friday? If yes, reply yes. Basic things like that. Huge potential. So here's an example of one that I'm setting up. I'm doing one called $1 Million Mondays. It's a free weekly texting program.
Jared, are you there? I think we lost you. You said the sound went off?
Not yet.
Oh, wait.
There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm back. Hey, I'm back. All right. Sorry, guys. Where did I cut off?
You were talking about $1 million text messages, your program. There you go.
Oh, got it. Yeah, this is just another example. I mean, by all means, you're welcome to join mine if you're interested, but this is just another example of how you can use these things. So this, again, and this is how I'm setting it up. I mean, I'm not trying to hide anything. So using Memberium, I'm offering a free trial, and that's only like the free text message program. We want to get a little bit of traffic. So, I'm not sure how long it's going to be. Right now, I got 52 weeks of free text messages every Monday that go out. It's just one tip. 160 characters gets people to focus on what's important in their business. But I mean, you've got an email newsletter, you need more ways to stay in front of your contacts, you need more channels. This is text. It's got a 90%, 95% open rate. And then with a simple campaign, now I've completely automated the process. And so now they can register. Obviously, they're going to get it for 52 weeks, but some of the text will have links in them that take them to like more expanded lessons that they have to be a paid member for. So this allows them to sign up for the membership. And if they text back, because you have to text to cancel, right? You text stop or cancel, you're going to have this canceled membership request, and then we can do a safe sale email campaign. So again, the possibilities are awesome. 35 plugins, a couple of $1 million with 2 of them. So they have some awesome things as well. We can do it. You can do it. So why not you is my question. Why not you? You've got access to everything. So I want to leave you with a few thoughts. One is, sorry, I was giving my slide notes with that line. Thank you, Brian. What could you automate that would make your business explode? Could you automate anything? If you're managing your affiliates consumes all your time, managing your chargebacks, marketing, anything, think about what you can automate and ask the people in the group. You have access to everything you could possibly want and need. You cannot benefit from what you don't implement. So regardless if you do it or someone else does it, these things must get done. So thank you. That's really all I've got to present today. Perfect questions. One from Brian. Daryl, what are the top 3 things? Oh, that's my question. What are the top 3 things that are most likely? You got it. Sorry about that, Brian. What are the top 3 things that are most likely to make a business explode? Well, first of all, here's number 1: raise your prices. Raise your prices. Everyone is afraid of charging more money. There's a commonly said expression you could double your prices and you have to lose 51% of your customers before it would hurt you financially. So everyone can benefit from raising the prices. That's number 1. 2, obviously, like Jerry mentioned before, everyone thinks they have to be more athletic. Tom will agree with the audience. One of the things that I suggest to them is they've got a great webinar that converts with, well, people really get off the webinar once, and that's it. So I offer it to them again. If they didn't take the offer the first time, just tag it on your follow-up. So I think following up more, putting offers in front of people. I have another client, he does 7 lead magnets, 7 pages for every lead magnet with a different appeal. And that's the same thing that I had in my martial arts school. I remember I tested 11 different ads, and one of them was 1,000% more profitable than the number 2 ad. So that would be the second thing, I think, is extending your follow-up and making more offers. And I think the third thing would be really diving into RFM analysis, getting really, really intimate with who the real customers of your business are. That might be the number 1 thing to do, to make sure that you're selling to the right people. But that was a great question. Any other questions?
I think, what about online?
What is the best thing to do once you dive into RFM? I'm sorry, was someone talking? I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, all you.
Okay, perfect. So, and there's best things that I've been to are, let's think of they're centered or they're not. You can go, you keep feedback. Company, the people that make them an offer, build a relationship, do something. But I think Jermaine, what would you say? What's the best thing?
I mean, that was profound. Speaking in tongues, you don't get the joke. Like that whole answer was garbled because of the connection. So repeat that profound answer. I know it's profound.
It was profound. Please. I said the number one thing to do to once you know what you've done to RFM is to mail them to either a survey or some sort of offer. Get really intimate with who those people are. If you just did your RFM analysis, you feel you know who the 80-20 of the people in your business are, get in touch with those people. And then at the end of it, Jermaine, I pass it over to you because I think you're obviously way more experienced in RFM than I am. But I think that's it. If you think you know who your RFMs are, then just start really focusing on your best customers and trying to tailor all your stuff for them. Jermaine?
Yeah, I can't agree more. That's something that Brian does a lot of. We'll sort by recency, frequency, and just being able to talk to people that there was a screenshot, and my most profitable customer, we've like 100-something transactions, upwards of $5,000. Like, those are the types of people that we're spending personal time with staff talking to and really getting to know who they are. Because that has implications in who you target on Facebook. Facebook gives you pretty much every criteria you can think of. All the demographics, behavioral, they got those data houses. I mean, down to home ownership, marital status. These are things you're not going down to this asking them, but with a natural conversation with your top 555s in RFM, what you'll do in RFM is very simple. You basically sort your database by the last time they ordered. You can even just go into payments and sort by most recent payment on down to the last recent payment and get rid of duplicates like contact ID and then sale, something like that. Or you can just use our plugin and every time someone orders, pay last payment date. You mentioned that to everybody. And so that you would sort by that. And you basically divide. You have 100 customers, you divide by 5. So your top 20 of the 100 would get a score of 5. They're the most recent. Then the next 20 would be 4, 3, 2, 1. You do the same thing with frequency. So that guy with the 120 purchases, he'd be at the top. He'd get 5. On down to 20%, they get 4. And then you do that with monetary. So the same, or if I sorted it and there was somebody higher than that, then we would sort by that. And so you get 5, 5, 5. That's someone who is just bought. They're at the top of the quadrant or quintal. Top quintal of monetary and then frequency. That's your best customer. That's someone I don't mind scheduling appointments every week. I just want to, as Paul said, intimately understand everybody. Like, and I think we have a good sense of our, especially like gospel audience. He's over 55 years old. Even in Facebook, Harrison? Oh, yeah. Morgan, I was close. She said something about when you look at your Facebook conversions, and that's something that we did, you can sort by age and gender. And one thing that I noticed, all my conversions were coming from 45, 55, and especially 65. They weren't coming from 20-year-olds. I don't know, they're just on the surface. It's my older demographic that has the ability, or for whatever reason, those are the ones that convert. And I bet if I go down my 555s, and we continue to do that, most of the people that we said are converted, even Brian said, in between us, he knows within the first 20 seconds of talking to someone. He's developed that. Being on the phone, you develop an idea. And you just know, like, the type of person that Brian, he calls things that is about to get behind himself. How do you not trust me? I know. Like, you get an idea of your ideal customer. And so I would really advocate that. Back to you. Yeah.
Thanks, man. That was a great answer, perfect answer, very, very well said. Next question in the chat, Claire wants to know what's the best way to get text outside the US. I'm loving Twilio. I'm using it. I'm texting and testing myself in Canada. I'm texting people in the US. Got a client in Mexico who's set up Twilio as well. So I'm not sure how that's going to go. We'll see it in it. It says it got Mexico rates. So I think you just get billed for whatever country you're texting. But Twilio is awesome. And just the plugin that you're making is I mean, I don't know how he could have made it any easier. Sometimes I'm actually baffled by like, I forget which plugin it was. I'm like, where do you come up with this stuff? Like, do you just like, where does it come from? Like some of these plugins, you gotta make a plugin for that. It blows my mind because I'm not tech savvy at all. But you show me how I can make it a webinar materialize all day, every day, and I'll show you how to make some money with it. So more than happy to capitalize on that. Any other questions?
Yeah, we do have a question from Morgan.
Yes.
Got it.
My question is, maybe the whole room would help. I want to set up a sales call where someone goes to opt in for a free physical paperback book. They'll pay the shipping, something nominal, it's not that important. And then on the back end, they'll get an upgrade offer of some sort. That's pretty straightforward. But the automation question I have is, through Amazon, if you create space, you can actually order paperback books one at a time and then have them shipped wherever you want to. How do I automate that process? Well, I don't even have to go into Amazon and do that.
We have a plugin for that. That's month 10, month 11. So it's a company called Zinc.io, Zinc.io. They already have the API that automated Amazon orders. So then what we did in our plugin is we went in there and connected it to Infusionsoft. It's a pinnacle of the label months. And then to speak, so I no, you can do annual or something. Or we can just connect or something. Honestly, that would be great. But no, just if someone's really needing something, that's one of the disadvantages of sequential. If you know what's in the future, you don't want to wait. Most people don't know. But yeah, and then to speak to Daryl's, how do you come up with these ideas, the plugin ideas? Just natural business problems. The only difference is I just go solve the problem. Like, there's not a connection between Amazon. You find a good developer and you post it to them, and I don't know APIs or anything, but I have enough technical, ability to be able to navigate them to figure it out. That's pretty much very simple. I think not more technical, other than just saying that's a problem for me. Is there a current solution? No. Can I be that solution? And then Automation Clinic happened next, where there was actually an audience to share those solutions with. Daryl, back to you. Any other questions? How about online? Any online questions for Daryl?
I have a question for people that are there because I can't be there. I would kind of like everyone to go around the table if we could, and maybe Brian can type them for me in the chat. But I want to know what everyone's biggest aha from today was. Whatever makers of diamonds and capitalizing on what we already have.
I'll pass the mic, but hopefully you can hear everybody. I'll start with that.
Expertise is irrelevant without implementation. Could you hear that, Daryl?
Yeah, okay, that was great. Expertise is irrelevant without implementation.
I have a whole page for it. Here's all good to know.
I think my biggest takeaway today was focus, laser focus. Thank you, Kyle.
Good one.
I love the idea, and I actually think that you said it came from Jermaine, to take 10 prospects, follow them through your business flow to develop the campaign that you need. I mean, that is the answer to the campaigns you need. So I'm going to do that one.
Yeah, that's how I did that. I'm happy somebody knew that was all because of that.
I like $1 Million Mondays.
I've got
What was that?
He likes your $1 Million
Mondays. I just deal with it
Oh,
next
yeah.
6 days. I have to agree, even though how you didn't get into depth, but it's not laser focused and you can there. So
Focusing on the focusing.
I like just the idea that you can take these things and implement them and have instant results. A lot of plugins that Jeremy provides do things like that quickly. Yeah, it's just the process of breaking everything down, just looking at where that solution is, and then moving to that next thing. What's the biggest broken thing right now?
Just that I really need to get into this and start experiencing it so I can get to know it better.
I'm all about the Amazon plugin because I have several clients that have just written their own books. We're working on marketing it, plus myself, and I'm like, I want to ship these books. I don't want to order in bulk. I want a garage full. So it's awesome.
Okay, so I'm going back and the link is on Facebook group.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I like that. Amazon plugin too. But the biggest takeaway was actually when Julian said he did 35 iterations of the video. Because it made me go, oh my God, you know, everything's good now. If I did that and just put that much into it, it would be incredible what could come out of my mouth. So thank you. Because it's nice to know that people that are really, really masterful at this sometimes to leave 35 tries before getting it right. So I found that incredibly motivating. So thank you.
Daryl, we missed you. This is Lori. Anyway, the takeaway for me was the $1 Million Mondays.
And you're Tom here. You know, my takeaway is we've got a lot of diamonds, you know, in our campaigns right now that are slipping away. And you've given us some good ideas on how to really capture those and prevent them from being lost.
I love the Acres of Diamond story, especially since I have, right now, they're starting with low ticket items. And Jermaine said earlier, taking a $50 customer and turning them into a $5,000 customer. So that was my big takeaway.
Hey Daryl, it's Chad. Too bad you're not here. It's nice weather. You know, I think for me, I've been at the automation clinic for maybe 2 years or so. For me, the big takeaway is just to get back in there and get some of those plugins going. It's just there's a lot of really good stuff. It's right under my nose, which I guess is kind of the theme of what was said. But that and your webinar funnel, I wasn't running webinars last year, but not really interested over that presentation last year.
For me, it was the power of focus and actually just getting some of the basic plugins implemented.
For me, it was realizing that some of the things I didn't think could be automated in our business can be, like things like seasonal marketing, you know, the Valentine's Day promotions, things like that. I didn't think that I could get away from just doing that manually, but now I realize I can maybe just automate certain things like updating certain dates. But there seems to be a way that I can really streamline that. So that's it.
Hey there. I think the biggest takeaway for me is that there's a lot of people that have a lot of time and energy into creating templates on websites or campaigns, and there's really no excuse not to allow them for your own purposes.
I think for me, it's easy to get kind of lost in all this possibility. And it all starts with implementation, getting something published as within the work on this stuff. You know, implementation. I just was actually get an opportunity to sort of follow up, you know, what I'm working on and feedback. That was really great to get some feedback and just to get out of the weeds a little bit, back to what's working, what's not working, and then make some kind of decision on to the
Yeah, I saw some cool ways to manipulate the reports. So some of the report stuff I made was showing in the beginning, I thought was cool. It's going to save us a lot of time.
It was Ryan's challenge to take something you're not testing. We're testing a lot of things, but something's been on my mind for a while, and I put on that card that we're going to do it by April 20th. So come back from vacation and get to work, and I think that we can take a lot of our running leads that right now we're being a little soft with, and I just want to test. I just want to test something slightly harder, just slightly, you know, to similar to what we learned about Facebook as a way, and apply that to some of our other existing campaigns already. And so thank you for just that challenge and that postcard, because I know it's going to arrive, and I don't want to shame myself by not having that all the time. That's my I thought that was a great idea. I think though you should have, you know, collected the leads. You should have said, I want to collect the leads. You're going to be asking my database, you know. So, but, all right, back to you, Daryl.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to share? Is that it?
Yeah, that's everyone left tonight. You know, appreciate you, Daryl. Thank you for, you know, even though you couldn't be with us physically, I mean, that presentation turned out great. I've never done a remote one like that. So thank you for taking the time to speak to our audience. I think that deserves an applause. Thank you. And yeah, hang out with us. I think you guys can still hear me up here. I'm not connected to this audio, but I think that was a great way. And we just kind of went around and talked about takeaways. But I'll open, but we have 13 minutes till 6 o'clock. No problem. Kicking us out. But yeah, open the floor to any final questions. Obviously, this is a precursor to Icon, so the party really hasn't even gotten started yet. You guys got, at least I've got another day. I'm on. You guys, it's a 3-day, right? Three days. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So familiar faces here. That's going to be a big event. So look around. You know, find one of us sitting at the table. You got something to talk about. And so it's always great to introduce the people in this room before the big program.
I'm just Tom Burdick here to comment about this last question about the Daryl about what he learned. He said that the big thing is that you can't benefit from what you don't implement. So if someone else said it, you should just go do it. My comment was going to be, softball center here, he's probably going to have the most implementation based on all of our high school. I think that's a problem when we do a specific implementation, but also we're going to have a pretty serious, here's how you do stuff thing. So if at all possible, we should go to this conference. It's going to be fantastic. It always is.
Right. Yeah, Paul's good. He got an example of it today.
This is not a question. This is just a very interesting thing. I'm in the process of doing in-depth analysis of open rates on email by subject line, by age, male, female, income, and I will tell you, they're not the same across the board. So you should definitely be testing against those areas. So go to Brackley or Tower Data, it's the same company now. Append those kind of factors to your stuff and then start looking at open rates based upon those. And you'll find very interesting data.
Now that you say that, you give me an idea. Anybody collecting birthday already? So we're collecting birthday, but we're doing it as past one. So it's not like give us your birthday. It's like we don't want you to forget your past, use your birthday. We've been doing that for 6 years. But that out of our customers, I think there's at least 30,000 birthdays in there, something like that. But I've never thought, so I can, sure, in the email stash report, it gives access to customers. If you're already collecting birthday, you could probably put like 1960 or 19, whatever, there were 19, and you could break that out by these decades and do what Don is saying here. And then, of course, if you don't have that already, you can export your Excel file. You said back to the email, Tower Data, right? Surprising, like I would have thought that 70% of our base are homeowners. I had a different idea, and 70% are married. I just always thought a younger group, and I'm learning more and more about our audience, that it's a very older, established, and Dan Kennedy would say that as well, that the more mature the demographic, probably the more values